Good morning from myself, Alex Winter. Welcome back to Edgbaston for day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Warwickshire and Kent. It is a beautiful day here in South Birmingham. Plenty of blue skies up ahead. Some light cloud, but we're set fair once again here at Edgbaston. And Warwickshire are resuming 207 for 3 in their first innings. They enjoyed a truly dominant day yesterday. They won the toss, asked Kent to bat first, and bowled them out for just 156 inside 40 overs. It was a bit of a sorry tale for Kent. Only Ben Compton with 70 really showed for them. Just the one partnership of note for the 4th wicket, but wickets went tumbling away just before lunch, and the damage was too big to recover, and they were shot out for a paltry total. And then in reply, the Bears went racing along just before the tea break. Kent did drag things back a little bit in the evening session, applied themselves much better, and the Bears were forced to work much harder for their runs, but they come back this morning holding all the cards. 207 for 3, and Will Rhodes here has his eye on a second championship century of the summer. He's 82 not out, and he's got Jacob Bethel alongside him on 8. And it's going to be Alfie Ogborne, the 21-year-old on loan from Somerset, to open up from the City end here for Kent. He came out of yesterday with some credit, and he starts with a slip and 2 gullies. Comes in from the far end, left arm over to the left-handed Rhodes, and bowls a low full toss and is immediately clipped for 4. A well-timed turn around the corner from Will Rhodes, and that is a nice start of a 10. Over pitch, 2 straight, and he's clipped away out to the square boundary towards the Holly stand away to our right-hand side. So the Bears underway immediately here on day 2, and they flick over to 211 for 3, and Rhodes goes to 86. It was a feature of Kent's all-round cricket yesterday, particularly with the bat just before lunch, and then especially with the ball before tea. A real lack of discipline, and not a great start for Ogborne, but he comes in again now past umpire Wharf and bowls a full delivery that's flicked away up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So the solitary slip in place alongside 2 gullies. I think we can just about call them gullies, probably standing there at maybe 4th or 5th slip position, a little straighter perhaps than a genuine gully maybe. Deep point is back away to our left towards the family stand. There's a tight extra cover in place. Mid-off is very orthodox. Mid-on is in quite tight there, Matt Parkinson. Mid-wicket also saving the single. And then was more of a deep backward square to our right as Ogborne comes in once more and gets clipped away for 4 more. Again 2 straight. And Will Rhodes with more good timing, clipping it away out towards the Holly stand once more to our right-hand side. So the second day beginning in perfect fashion here for the Bears. They were made to work hard for their runs yesterday evening as Kent settled into a much better plan. It wasn't too bad a delivery actually, looking at the replay. Full of length, angled in towards middle and off, but Rhodes has whipped it with the angle. Excellent timing once again, and in the space of 3 deliveries has gone up to 90 not out, and the score moves over to 215 for 3. Ogborne once more settles on a better length outside the off stump, and Rhodes lets it go through. The evening session yesterday, as I mentioned, was much better for Kent. The Bears barrelled along and almost a runner ball before tea, but after tea yesterday they only scored 92 runs in 32 overs for the loss of Sam Hain. So 2.87 and over the Bears went along at yesterday. As in comes Ogborne once more. Past the umpire he goes and gets pushed away down towards mid-on. Parkinson is there and there is no run. But before tea, it was a pretty sorry tale for Kent, having been bowled out so cheaply. Bears went to 115 for 2 in just 22 overs before the break. Alex Davis led that progress with a quick 37. Rob Yates followed him with 40. Both men would have been disappointed not to have gone on a bit deeper. But Will Rhodes picked up the mantle and is 10 away from a second century of the season as Ogborne's into him, and Rhodes is forward, playing it slightly on the walk, and plays out to mid-wicket for no run to end the over. It was a very eventful start yesterday, The first ball went for 4, and there was a wicket, 4th ball of the day, and a couple of boundaries to begin day 2. Gets us off to equally eye-catching fashion. Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent is alongside me. Good morning.
Good morning.
Better for Kent yesterday evening, but a lot of work to do here on day 2.
Yeah, and already we've seen Warwickshire make a rather swift start to the day, with Ogbourne over pitching a couple of times and Rhodes whipping those shots away into the onside to that short boundary. Good at least to see Tawanda Mayeye out there for Kent after he limped off last night. So whether that was just a bit of cramp or something, but noticeable that he's not necessarily standing and crouching in the slips like he was yesterday. He's actually at mid-off at the moment, so maybe there is a slight twinge or something and they don't want him crouching constantly in a catching position. So I'll keep an eye on him and his movement throughout the day, as Charlie Stobo is going to bowl from the other end, left alone outside the off stump by Bethel. 2 left-handers at the crease for Warwickshire. Was catching up over breakfast on the highlights from day 1 at the Test match. Seeing Gus Atkinson biff a few at the end reminded me of one time when he was swinging Kent bowlers all round the oval. That's kind of the first we've seen of it in an England shirt from him, but he's a powerful ball striker, that's for sure. Stobo around the wicket. Full delivery, which Bethel slightly screws into the onside. Bat turned in his hand, seemingly.
Yeah, Atkinson coming back with dreams of a Test century at Lords this morning.
That would be quite something.
And he's already up to 83 not out.
Ooh.
He was also given out LBW, but it was overturned on review.
Excellent. That would be fantastic if he did get to 3 figures. Stobo around the wicket, defended away. As I said yesterday, there's nothing quite so entertaining as seeing bowlers bat, especially number 11s, who are a bit more of the classical number 11 kind and really would rather not be there, but they're swinging the bat and doing everything possible they can to score a few. There was a perfect example of that, I think, was the last time I was here. Matt Quinn came out to face 1 ball, bopped it for 6, and then Kent declared. Stobo bowls a full delivery, which is driven into the covers by Bethel, a tumbling stop by Joey Everson. Extra cover.
I'm going to try and find one of the greatest examples that I've ever come across of that situation. It was Marchant de Lange for Glamorgan at Northants a few years ago. Let me try and find the card.
Pretty sure Matt Quinn hit one into somebody's garden at Northamptonshire once as well, actually. There's Stobo around the wicket. He's driven away into the mid-wicket area. For Warwickshire supporters or listeners who are watching the live stream or listening to us on the BBC Sport app and website, Matt Quinn is still a Kent player, but he hasn't played all season due to injury, which has been a loss for them, certainly. Really have been crippled by injuries this season, Kent. I was chatting to Brian Halford from the ECB Reporters Network here yesterday as we were walking in to the media centre as this one's defended away. End of the over, 215 for 3 maiden to start with from Charlie Stobo, and we were saying that, you know, pretty much every team in Division 1, if they've got their full strength team out, you'd expect them to be very competitive on any given day, but as soon as you get a few injuries, that's where you see the discrepancy perhaps between the teams, in the sense that, say, a Surrey have got reams and reams of top quality players and they can have a few away on international duty and you barely even notice, whereas if you take some senior players out of Kent's team, a few injured bowlers or a Leaning or a Denley like they've had injured this season, and it's very noticeable.
It's a third over of the morning, 2:15 for 3. Ogborn at the far end comes in left arm over, and this is pleasantly driven by Rhodes on the bounce to extra cover, and there is no run. Northants against Glamorgan, August 2020. This is in the Bob Willis Trophy. Glamorgan batting first. They were shoved in, all out for 259. Northants then made 332, and Glamorgan then slid to 60 for 8. So they're on the verge of losing by an innings before Marchant de Lange walks out at number 10. As Ogborn moves in again. Short extra cover now in place as Rhodes is forward, defending to that man at short extra cover, Compton, and there is no run. Marchant de Lange then proceeds to strike 113 from 78 balls.
What?
With 6 fours and 9 sixes.
Oh, that's a...
Which I'm pretty certain was the highest score certainly ever made by number 10 for Glamorgan.
That's my kind of cricket right there.
And it may also have been a larger record than that. It didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things as Ogborn moves in again, and Rhodes turns really nicely past mid-wicket for 4 more. He's come out with some excellent timing so far this morning as Rhodes, and he's clipped another boundary out towards the Holly stand. Just a fraction too straight from Ogborn, and Rhodes has shown that he's prepared to take anything here with the angle. It was just angling in towards middle, and that was all the invitation that Rhodes needed to turn his wrists on it and guide it really smartly between mid-on and mid-wicket and out to the junction of the Holly stand and the Sydney Barnes stand for 4 more. So 3 early boundaries here for Will Rhodes, and he's already up to 94 not out, 219 for 3. So that bash from de Lange.
And then you've even got Michael Hogan at number 11. There's a proper number 11.
He did. He had a whip as well. 21 off 24 balls.
Love that.
Ogborn moves in again, and Rhodes lets it go just outside the off stump off a good length. So that bash from de Lange,
that's amazing.
gave Glamorgan 261. It only left a modest total for Northants to chase, and they got there a 192 for 4 to win by 6 wickets. But they went from the verge of an innings win, thinking that the work was done, job done. They were thinking about getting on the beer, to all of a sudden having to chase a few balls around.
De Lange's clubbing the ball to all parts.
And he is a proper clubber. Proper clubber,
yeah.
Marchant de Lange. Gives it a real bash. As Rhodes lets one go again outside the off stump, and there's hands to the head from the bowler, and from behind the batters are just angled back on Rhodes, who did cover up shouldering arms, and you have to say it was a decent leave. But
yeah, there was a couple last night, wasn't there, where Kent were oohing and ahhing a bit when it was left outside the off stump. That one was a bit closer than some of the theatrics from yesterday.
But if you settle in around that area, eventually you will get your reward. And I think that was probably the biggest criticism of Kent yesterday. They just didn't settle in enough with the ball, and they certainly weren't disciplined enough with the bat. As Ogborn comes in again, bowls a little too full, and it's dug out back on the bounce over the bowler's head, and it runs down towards mid-on, where Parkinson comes across the field, and there's no run to end the over. 3 in the books this morning, 219 for 3, and the Bears have edged their lead up to 63.
I think Ben Compton referred to it last night as a release ball, said we bowled too many release balls, when I suggested that they'd been inconsistent in terms of their areas. Yeah, Ogborn would have been one of those who was a little bit guilty of that.
Yeah, just added up the boundaries from yesterday. They leaked 32 boundaries yesterday, did Kent.
Here comes Stobo, defended away into the offside.
To be expected a little bit with the short boundary away towards the Holly stand to our right. Going to see a few more boundaries than perhaps normal this week with that short boundary. But still, if you give batsmen the chance to hit towards a short boundary, you're going to go for a few fours.
Stobo bowls. It's defended away. Somebody in the crowd's enjoying themselves.
And why not on this beautiful morning?
It's a perfect morning, isn't it? Lots of blue sky overhead, sunshine bathing the ground. Perfectly pleasant temperature. Stobo around the wicket to the left-hander. Once again, is that a nick? Yes. And Bethel goes for 8. Trying to drive. Thin edge through to Harry Finch behind the stumps. And there's that early breakthrough that Kent would have been desperate for to try and get themselves back into this match. Warwickshire 219 for 4.
There you go. Hammer around in a decent area for long enough. Force a mistake. And that's what Stobo has forced out of Jacob Bethel. It's a bit of an unforced error, really, isn't it? Going for the big drive to a length ball outside off. It's not really up there for the stroke. It has wobbled away a fraction from the left-hander. But I think Bethel, so early on in the piece, just 60 minutes into the day, will be disappointed with the stroke there. Big drive. Thin edge. Easily taken by Finch. And Kent have a 4th wicket. Yeah, it's a good foot outside off stump. Not full enough for the stroke. And Bethel can't get away here on day 2.
Yeah, from Kent's point of view, they would have been absolutely desperate for an early scalp. They've managed to get that through Charlie Stobo. So the new man to the crease, Ed Barnard, who is in a decent bit of nick. Had some good scores in the One Day Cup, batting a little bit higher up the order. While, of course, a few of his colleagues were away playing that other competition. So the right-hander Ed Barnard comes out. Kent will have to tweak the field. And now there's a right-left combination. Don't forget you can get in touch with us in all the usual ways. Social media, BBC Kent Sport, and fans of both teams, feel free to drop us a line on kentcricket@gmail.com, especially if you're listening in from overseas, some glamorous location. Let us know. Always like to hear from you. As Charlie Stobo bowls first up to Ed Barnard and lets it go outside the off stump. A good leave, but a good line as well from the Australian. Frank Watson, who's the Worcestershire commentator, was saying how he played with Charlie Stobo's dad, who used to come over from Oz and crash on his sofa a bit and play some Birmingham League cricket a few years ago. Here's Stobo bowling. That one has been guided, I'd say deliberately. Let's give him the credit for it. Wide of the second slip and down towards third man for 4 runs, and Barnard off the mark with a boundary. 223 for 4. The lead up to 67.
Yeah, I think he does guide that, actually.
Yeah.
My instinct was he was trying to get out of the way, but
that was my initial thought, and then seeing it again.
Just played it nice and late.
Yes.
Opened the blade, ran it down.
Soft hands.
Yeah, he's enjoyed a good season, Ed Barnard. Couple of centuries, back-to-back centuries he made. Against Surrey and Essex, no less.
Stobo bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That felt like it was a bit quicker. Just fraction fuller maybe as well. Barnard was beaten on the outside edge. So good over from Charlie Stobo. Taking the wicket at Bethel. And then Barnard up and running with a boundary. Yeah, as genuine all-rounders go in county cricket, there can't be too many better than Ed Barnard these days.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, he's just a very good cricketer, isn't he, Ed Barnard? Came up through the Worcestershire Academy. Has produced many a good cricketer. For his move up here to Edgbaston a few years ago. 2-2-3 for 4. Here is Ogborn, far end, bowling outside the off stump of Rhodes, who leans forward, lets one go through to Finch. Goes down by his left boot to take it. Just the one gully in place now with that short extra cover. So slip, gully, short extra cover, orthodox extra cover, then deep point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and deep backward square. Notably got that man much wider first thing this morning. It was an orthodox long leg for most of yesterday, but the fieldsman to our right much wider in front of the Holly stand as Ogborn comes in again. Rhodes forward, driving down to mid on. Parkinson to his right hand side goes across to collect. Still got his slip over on. There's Matt Parkinson. Couple of slip overs out there, but it's a beautiful day. Breeze has dropped a bit since yesterday. No movement at all in the sheets for the sight screens on the far side of the ground. Set fair for a very pleasant day's cricket. Ogborn is in again. Rhodes lets it go for good length again. Ogborn has got hands to his head, suggesting it wasn't too far away. That's the channel, that's the area. Keep banging away, don't go too far wrong. There's plenty to be encouraged by Alfie Ogborn yesterday. He plugged away, got himself a couple of wickets. Picked up Alex Davis for 37. And then went on to pick up Sam Hain, the only wicket to fall in the evening session. Much promise about this left armour. It comes in over the wicket again. And oh, Rhodes chopping down on one, gets an inside edge past the stumps and it runs away for 4. It's a real moment of luck for Will Rhodes. He was looking just to guide it down to third man initially, but the ball has come back on him slightly. And a thick inside edge has gone past leg stump and whistled down to the long leg fence for his 4th boundary of the morning. Oh, it wasn't too far away. It may have gone over the leg bail actually. Real moment of luck for Rhodes. But he moves on to 98 not out. And is on the verge here of a 2nd century of the season. 2-2-7 for 4. Ogborn moves in, left arm over. And Rhodes flicking leg side, that'll do it. That's running out towards the square leg boundary. Runs away for 4 to the Holly stand. And Will Rhodes, the former Warwickshire captain, who came back this morning 82 not out, has wasted no time at all in going through to his 100. He's got there in 151 deliveries. He takes off his helmet and raises his bat to the supporters in the pavilion down beneath us. The dressing room's just down to our left, and those fans on the far side of the ground as well. Been impressive here. Will Rhodes picked up where the openers left off yesterday afternoon and has gone swiftly along on this 2nd morning to a 2nd championship century of the season. He's 102 not out and the score goes to 2-3-1 for 4. Ogborn's into him once more and Rhodes forward, pressing back towards the bowler for no run to end the over. So 2-3-1 for 4. The Bears leading by 75 runs. And Will Rhodes picks up his 2nd century of the summer. His first came all the way back in the 2nd round of matches, also against the Kookaburra ball. Here against Durham, where the Bears racked up 698 for 3. Rhodes making 178 not out on that occasion. Followed up with a few half centuries since, but it's taken until late August for another 100.
Well, for the sake of Warwickshire supporters and for Will Rhodes, because there's still cricket to be played this season, let's hope this is not the last 100 that he scores in a Bears shirt, but it could well be. You never know, of course, with him moving on at the end of the season. And I'm, well, in a way, really quite glad that he didn't chop that one onto his stumps off Ogborn, because that would have been a sad way for his innings to end. And for me, he deserved 100. He's batted with so much composure. And Ogborn's been a little bit too straight in terms of his line this morning, and Rhodes has cashed in with some boundaries, as that's a full delivery by Charlie Stobo. Inside edge from Barnard, who's looking to drive offside, and it goes away into the leg. Yeah, batted really nicely in this innings. We saw Yates and Davis both get going at the top of the order, Sam Hain as well. But Rhodes has been the coolest customer of the lot. And has played some really authentic strokes, classical left-hander strokes, really pleasing on the eye. Stobo bowls and Barnard plays no stroke. Just from a Kent point of view, I hope he doesn't go and get 170 or whatever it was in the second round of the season.
Yeah, 178 not out.
Yeah.
So he had more to add there as well.
What was it, 600 and something?
Yeah, that was the extraordinary game when Alex Davis made 256 and Rob Yates 191 in an outrageous opening partnership. And then Will Rhodes picked up the mantle out of a casual 178 not out.
Stobo bowls, left alone outside the off stump. That's really what county players refer to as a day or two in the dirt. For a Durham point of view, is it?
Yeah, wasn't the most enthralling game of cricket. Durham got 517 back at them. Although I say that, those runs did come at a very good lick.
Durham do back quickly. In fairness, yeah.
Both those innings did not take that long. The 698 occupied 134 overs, so 4 sessions thereabouts. You weren't watching them slog away for a couple of days. It was quick fire stuff.
Stobo bowls. Defended away out into the gully area. If you're watching on the live stream, you can just see Ben Compton running in to pick that ball up, and you might be able to see the glinting sunshine. The brightest thing in the inside the ground here at Edgbaston today is Ben Compton's sunglasses. They're like camera flash when the sun glints off them. You almost have to wear sunglasses to look at them. To look at his sunglasses. That seems a bit ironic, doesn't it? Here comes Stobo, in and bowls. Defended away into the covers. Yeah, you can just see in the corner of your screen there on the live stream there, the sun glinting off Ben Compton's sunglasses in the gully. He must have given them an extra polish or something overnight. He's also got the traditional navy cap on today. He's ditched the big floppy one. Yesterday he had that floppy cap on and his jumper, and we were like, is that Ben Compton under there? Stobo bowls. Fuller delivery, which Barnard defends down into the ground. End of the over. Warwickshire are 231 for 4. You're listening to Ben Watson, BBC Radio Kent. Alex Winter alongside me, and I'll leave you with Phil Britt to come in.
Cheers, Ben. Beautiful days we've been saying here at Edgbaston. Another healthy crowd in. Healthier, I think, than we were at this stage yesterday morning. A few filed in as the day went on, and hopefully it'll be the same this afternoon. It's a perfect day for cricket watching, Friday afternoon. Hopefully people can slip away from work or whatever they're doing. And we have the first change of the morning here. Alfie Ogborn from the far end has been a little expensive, just a few more boundaries than he would have liked been leaked. And it's going to be Grant Stewart to take over at the City end. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 23. Yesterday was the most economical of the Kent bowlers. Provided some control, certainly of the seamers. That's something they really lacked. Was a bit of control, a bit of hold on the scoring rate. As I mentioned, they did do a much better job of it after tea. Leaked only 2.87 and over. But here is Stewart from the far end with the same field coming into Rhodes, the left-hander, on 102, and Rhodes lets it go outside the off stump. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, Alex. Morning, everybody. Both sides have had something from the first half hour's play this morning. A wicket for Kent, a century for the departing Will Rhodes, and Warwickshire pushing on to 231. Bit disappointed that Jacob Bethel going so early, but a loose shot.
Yeah, was a bit loose outside off early on. As Stewart's into Rhodes, he drives, full delivery to short extra cover. Compton is there, no run.
He's still looking for his first really significant, major score, a three-figure score in Championship cricket. He's had several half-centuries, but not pushed on yet to make the big one.
458 runs at 32. So a so-so return.
Yeah, I think that's a good description.
Stewart in outside the off stump, and Rhodes leans forward and lets it go through.
Yeah, there's been times where he's looked really superb, and you think, oh, this is going to be the day, and then he manages to find ways of getting himself out before he can go on and make that score. Of course, he's included in the England white ball team for later in September, isn't it? I say later this month. We can't be any later than we are now.
Stewart in once more, a little straighter, and brings Rhodes forward, pushing gently down to short extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, made his fourth half century the summer last week against Somerset. First innings 64. And made 93 earlier in the season.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be when he got there. He got to 93. I thought this is going to be it, but again, just fell short.
Stewart at the far end moves past the umpire and bowls two straight and gets whipped for 4. There's no margin for error with that short Holly stand boundary, and Will Rhodes in the nick that he's in.
Yeah,
because he's feasted upon anything slightly straight so far this morning, and it's taken 5 boundaries out towards our right hand side. It's just too straight and on the angle. That is meat and drink to a left-hander of the repute of Will Rhodes. He goes to 106, 235 for 4.
It's a short boundary, but I don't think it would have mattered how much the boundary was with the way he's hit some of those shots this morning. Really timed it perfectly.
Stewart in again, back of the length and cut out to deep point, and they will jog through for a single. Rhodes goes up to 107, 236 for 4.
So I think that might be his first
I was just about to say that actually. He may have dealt exclusively in
boundaries.
In boundaries, yeah. Six fours. He's struck. He began the day on 82. He's now on 106 before that single. So yeah, dealt exclusively in boundaries until that point.
The only reason that made me think that was the awkward way he ran up the wicket, like his legs were getting a bit stiff, having stood in the same place. 236 for 4. He's going to be much missed next season by the Warwickshire fans and by Warwickshire. He's been a very good servant for the team. Of course, as captain, getting that championship in the post-COVID year. It was a year where it was all very different format to get the county championship. We went to a sort of playoff league. Stobo starts a new over, and Rhodes looking down towards the pavilion for the first time this morning. Lets one go through outside the off stump.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that new format actually. The three groups. You had sides playing each other that haven't played each other for a long time.
That's true.
You got some competitive games. It wasn't a case of the traditional Division 1 side steamrollering everything. Gloucestershire did quite well. There was a notable result for Derbyshire, who beat Notts away for the first time in eons.
Stobo, he's in and bowls, and there's going to be more runs for Rhodes here. Just leaning forward and just playing it with a slightly angled bat away down through the vacant gully, down to the weight scoreboard for 4 more. So, having got his single, he's reverted back to type. That's his 7th this morning. He moves on to 111. And Warwickshire on to 240 for 4.
It did then get a little convoluted with the, like I said, the playoff system when the sides went forward then into the rearranged groups.
I think bringing the points forward made a bit of a nonsense. I know Warwickshire really did. They'd obviously gained the points against Nottinghamshire, but to bring those points forward then into the final group was of huge benefit. This next one is chopped away into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, they were obviously trying to keep results from the whole season relevant, which you could understand. But equally, just saying top 2 teams to qualify, you go through, and then you start with a blank slate, and you go from there for a late season shootout.
And then, of course, we had at the end of that, having won the championship, we then had the Bob Willis final, which unfortunately was a bit of a non-event. Stobo in and through to the keeper, and there's no run. Warwickshire won it, so I suppose from Warwickshire's point of view, it was a major event, but it was as a match it was disappointing, and it was also played, I think, the first week of October.
That's right. It was. I think I'm right in saying it was the latest first-class cricket that's ever been played in the UK.
I think people popped in to watch on their way, having finished their Christmas shopping.
It was all a bit strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think it was quite a miserable, cold
it was,
weather as well.
Yeah.
Stobo again turns. It's not miserable or cold here at Edgbaston. It's beautiful this morning, as this one is left by Rhodes outside the off stump, and no shot offered to it. And it wasn't that far away from the off stump. It was a good judgment by Warwickshire's left-hander.
And the second Bob Willis Trophy final, I think it was Somerset and Essex.
I think that was the first one.
That was the first one,
then
was it?
Warwickshire and Lancashire was the second
one. Right.
And the final one, the last one.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, that first one ended up a little bizarre when Essex knew they were going to win on first innings, so simply blocked out the final session in a bid.
Stobo bowls, and again Rhodes has nothing to do with it, and again it's harmlessly through to the keeper. That one again just came back a little bit. Just after it had passed the stumps, it moved back towards the wicket keeper, who'd gone across initially to take it down the offside. Yes, and that was it then. That trophy's not, it seems to have completely died a death in terms of being played for. Stobo is on his way. He's in and bowls, and again Rhodes lets it through. So 3 dot balls to finish the over off. Warwickshire 242 for 4 to Barnard, and 111 to Will Rhodes.
There was talk at one stage of renaming the trophy, the current championship trophy, the Bob Willis Trophy. Did that take place?
No,
or is it still the Lord's Taverners Trophy?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't think it ever did. It's
So poor Bob's been wiped out completely.
Yeah, it does appear so. Certainly, somebody will bring it back to life at some stage and resurrect the trophy and put a new competition for it.
Is it a stand, a gate, a room here at Edgbaston?
No, we talked about naming one of the in discussions which on the heritage committees we've had. It's been we've talked about naming ends, and there's a whole variety of cricketers' names, amongst which Bob Willis's name came up, about naming an end like the Jimmy Anderson end. It would be the Bob Willis end, but it's never materialised really.
I don't like naming ends.
No, I have to say I'm not a great fan of it.
No, I prefer end names to be ground specific. As Stewart from the far end bowls down the leg side to Barnard, goes to flick it away and misses out. Finch goes to his left hand side to take it. An end name is almost like a geographical marker of a ground.
Yeah.
And there's some famous end names around the world you can think of. The Vulture Street end at Brisbane, for example, synonymous with a certain ground. If you then name it after a player, you sort of lose the identity of the ground a little bit. As Stewart moves in again and brings Barnard forward, playing back up towards the bowler for no run.
I think one of the other problems is, when we discussed it, it was going to be at this pavilion end, and from my memory, and there weren't too many people on the heritage group who did remember, The Bob bowled mostly from what we now call the Birmingham end,
Okay,
rather than bowling from pavilion
from this
end.
pavilion end.
Yeah.
Here is Stewart, slightly wider on the crease. Barnard forward, dropping a ball just backward of point, considered a single, but it was always going to be too tight, with Compton coming across to his left from backward point.
He also played in that period of time where you weren't rested. You only played 6 games a season to play international cricket, and you had to rest and recover and whatever the players have to do now. You played England's matches, and then you came back to play for the county, but you used the county game
As a warm-up.
as a rundown.
Stewart in again, and Barnard covers up and dabs the ball down at his popping crease. There was a brief moment of concern where he wondered where the ball was going, but it was safely away from his off stump. 2-4-2 for 4. Yeah, I suppose it's not a criticism, but one of the things that was mentioned when the trophy was named after him was that Bob never quite gave his best in county cricket because he was storing it up for England.
Yeah, and you've got to also remember that the structure of county cricket was very different. Today, with these 2 divisions.
Stewart in once more, and Barnard lets it go outside the off stump off a good length.
With the 2 divisions, you've constantly got virtually every team in the division either looking down below or looking above to see whether you can get promoted. When Bob was playing, you had 1 division, and as a county, you could be out of contention by really middle of May, which then meant that the rest of the season you were just almost going through the motions because you weren't going to win the county championship. There was no relegation, so effectively you were playing for a bit of prize money.
Stewart to complete the over, and Barnard from his crease looking to dab backward of square on the offside, but Compton is around from backward point to slide and make the save, and the over comes to an end. 242 for 4 are Warwickshire here. They're 86 ahead, having bowled Kent out yesterday for just 106. Those wickets were shared around between Oliver Hannon-Dolby, Chris Rushworth and Michael Booth, who each picked up 3 wickets, including 3 for 13 for Booth in that remarkable burst of wickets just before the lunch break. Ben Compton made 70, the only batsman to show for Kent. There were just 2 double-figure scores on the card, and now they're under real pressure. They did pick themselves up yesterday evening with the ball, and it's been an okay start here in this 43 minutes we've had. They've got rid of Jacob Bethel without adding to his overnight 8. He nicked off against Stobo, but Will Rhodes has gone through to his second 100 of the season and is now 111 not out, with Ed Barnard with him on 4. And we're going to get some leg spin.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson is coming into the attack. He bowled a dozen overs yesterday for just 25 runs. It was wicketless, but he kept a tighter rein on it, and we was a bit surprised. He came on to bowl just before lunch. No, not before tea.
1 before tea, that's right.
Yeah, tea, not lunch. Tea, and then didn't come back on afterwards for a while, but he's into the attack relatively early this morning.
Yeah, we did see some turn. There was that one ball that really went against Sam Hain that technically went down as a mis-stumping for Finch, but it hit him on the shoulder and would have been a miracle take had he got up to collect it. But there was encouragement, and there was also encouragement outside the left-hander's off stump.
So he's going to be bowling to Will Rhodes, who's just had a good look round the field. Here's Parkinson in and bowls his first ball and gives it plenty of air, on nicely on a length, and Rhodes comes forward to it and just defends it back down the wicket. Parkinson picks up. Yeah, just finishing off with Bob Willis. I think Bob, yes, quite frankly, I think his best form was always with England. This one is turned nicely by Rhodes, just coming forward and just turning the bat and working it away into the onside to square on the onside. They take a comfortable single, 243 for 4. Rhodes goes to 112. That's come off 167 deliveries. So holding Warwickshire together as they hone in on their first batting point. They're 7 more runs away. Kent have got their first bowling point and their first point of the match. As Parkinson comes in and gives that plenty of air, and that's swept away down to deep backward square leg on the full by Barnard. And they get a single there. Just slightly over pitch there.
Well, it took 353 wickets for the Bears in first class cricket at 24 and 327 wickets for England at 25.
So it was about 50-50 really to this one. A little bit of turn there for Parkinson as it's defended by Rhodes. Back down the wicket.
Sent down 17,509 deliveries for England, 18,801 for the Bears.
Because he played for Surrey prior to Warwickshire. Oh, that one kept a bit low as Rhodes went back to that one, and in the end it turns into him, and he plays it defensively back. But there's definitely some turn there for Parkinson, turning into the left-hander. This next one, he goes back and steers out down to deep cover, and they get a single. He will keep the strike and takes Warwickshire on to 245 for 4.
And 96 wickets at 25 for Surrey in the first part of his career. Of the stands and rooms, etc., named here, are there any modern cricketers that are
yes, we have. We've named down the corridor from where we're commentating now. There are 4 conference rooms: Jonathan Trott, Chris Wokes, Amy Jones, and Ian Bell, I think, is the other one from modern cricketers. Yeah, which I would say are the 4 probably most recognisable of the recent era.
Yeah,
you can make a claim for others, but Trott, Bell definitely, and Wokes, and from the ladies' point of view, Amy, absolutely by the street.
Here is Stewart, far end. Rhodes lets one go just outside the off stump. Yeah, there's always this quandary when you run out of stands, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you suddenly wipe Sydney Barnes off the map?
Well, it's Stanley. It's not Sydney. No, it's
Stanley Barnes. Sorry,
not
yeah,
Sydney.
yeah.
No, Sydney was the cricketer. Stanley Barnes, who the stand is named after, was an administrator, a former treasurer and chairman, and benefactor for the club. Now, Sydney Barnes was the famous player, but he only played 2 or 3 games for Warwickshire.
Full delivery dug out, leg side, and they dash through for a sharp single. Throw comes into the striker's end, and that's caught Barnard on the heel. And he's hobbling around in a little bit of pain. There's an apologetic hand from the fieldsman. And yeah, that's caught Barnard on the heel.
He's going to make the most of that.
Nothing he can't shrug off.
I think when you're not expecting it, somebody throws in and hits you on the back. There, he's just stretching his leg.
246 for 4. So just clarify that. Is that the SF Barnes stand?
No, it is the Stanley Barnes.
Stanley Barnes.
Stanley Barnes stand. Yeah, it's a common mistake. Lots have made it before.
Stewart in, Barnard forward, pressing out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, SF Barnes, I believe, still holds the lowest bowling average for England in Test cricket.
Well, still in many people's books, and they do it on figures, obviously, and on reported information, would make an all-time England 11. Although he hardly played any championship cricket, all his cricket was played for Staffordshire.
Stewart goes in, and Barnard deflects this pass, slips for 4. Just waited for it to come to him, played it very late, angled the bat, he's done it a couple of times so far in his nascent little innings, runs a boundary down to third man and brings up 250 for Warwickshire, the first batting point on the board. It's taken 49 minutes of this second day to get there, but they moved on from their overnight 207 for 3 to now 250 for 4, and Barnard goes to 9 with his second boundary.
The Hollies is obviously the best known of the named stands after Eric Hollies. That's been rebuilt a couple of times since it used to be the old Raybank stand.
Stewart goes in, and Barnard playing with soft hands again, gets a thick inside edge that just runs down to a backward square leg position, and they're able to dash through for, in the end, actually a comfortable single, as Harry Finch gave chase from behind the stumps. So Barnard goes to double figures. He's on 10, 251 for 4.
one of the problems I think with naming stands is that over a period of time you get new people coming through and people say, well, we ought to name something, so you rename it, and it's disrespectful, I think, then
I think so, yeah.
to those, because you have to remember that this club and these clubs have been 130 plus years, a lot of them.
Indeed. Stewart's round the wicket here to Rhodes, and Rhodes is well forward, pushing up towards mid-on. And there is no run to end the over. 251 for 4. Warwickshire leads here now by 95 runs. Yes, it would be a mighty shame if someone was suddenly not quite erased from the history books, of course, but if their prominence around the ground when they contributed so much to the club was then replaced.
The names don't mean a lot to people who come into the club in various roles, who have no real knowledge of the background. You know, they come to work here or they come as members, and recognise the period which they've been interested and perhaps know nothing about the past, and rename. And we've had that here at Edgbaston where something's been renamed, and that's caused quite a bit of controversy with members and people who do remember. Parkinson comes in, bowls full, and it's helped round the corner down towards fine leg by Barnard. Just got down, gently lapped it down to fine leg. He gets a couple of runs for that, but just over pitching that one, and a nice easy lap for him.
So what's been renamed?
We've had some gates renamed, which caused a little bit of a problem. And we've thought about one or two other changes, but generally Warwickshire have been pretty good in all the development. This is hit down towards deep backward square leg. For a second, Matt Parkinson thought he might have got Barnard out with that again, trying a slight repeat of the previous shot on a full delivery. This time he didn't get it quite round as fine, and in the end it dropped down in front of deep square leg. He gets away with it, so he gets 254 for 4.
Yeah, he did get away with it. Big top edge in the end.
Yeah. He tried a similar shot to the one he'd done before, but he put a bit more into it. I think he was getting greedy and wanted 4 for it, and he was lucky actually to get away with that one in the end. I have to say, it wasn't the greatest delivery, but quite often those sort of deliveries are the ones which get the wickets, and the great deliveries don't. Parkinson in, bowls, and forward comes Rhodes and runs it away into the onside. But no, they've been quite respectful of here, of generally speaking, of the past, and do recognise it. And there's been a lot of work by the current team to make sure that people are remembered, and full credit to them. This one is played down to mid-on by Rhodes. For a second they thought about the single because Fielder coming in from mid-wicket missed the ball, but it was easily picked up behind, so there was no run. Matt Parkinson again comes in bright sunshine, gives that plenty of air, and it's lofted away, and that was pulled away over mid-wicket for 4 runs to one of the longer boundaries on the ground, but that was a real hit-me ball. And Rhodes said thank you very much indeed and dispatched it. It got pretty much what it deserves, and sent down to virtually down to the bit part of the ground which leads into the reception area here at Edgbaston, where there's a sort of bit where the T20 teams all sit generally in the limited overs game, down by the side of the pavilion. Here's Parkinson again. This is way too short and wide, and has to be signalled wide. Yes, indeed, it does. It wasn't just outside of the return crease. It was somewhere. It was about a foot out.
Off the cut strip, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was nearly. It was almost more playable from the next strip.
I think he tried a googling, got it horribly wrong.
This next one is turned away through square by Rhodes for a single, which they walk. I have to say, we won't be that impressed, I don't think, Matt Parkinson with himself for that over. Too many full tosses and short balls. 260 for 4. An announcement there about something which has brought a ripple of applause. We're in total ignorance to these these announcements of various things. Because
I think if they gave us fair warning, we'd listen in, but...
Well, I think it's like a man talking into a goldfish bowl. It's
Reverberates
impossible-
around a bit,
It's
isn't it? It is
impossible
hard
to
to hear,
hear
that's
in,
right, yeah.
where we are.
Around the country, England's still going well in the Test match at Lords, 420 for 9. Gus Atkinson has got himself 100 there. Wonderful story. 118 century at Lords for Gus
He's on
Atkinson.
the board for it.
Yep, he'll be there for eternity now, which is
Yeah.
wonderful. Joe Root yesterday scoring his 6th Lords 100. Joint most by any England batsman.
His previous highest score, I think, Atkinson was 91, so personal best.
Change of bowling, it's George Garrett from the far end, and Will Rhodes cuts his first delivery of the day out to deep point to our left, and they get a gentle single that takes Rhodes up to 120, and the score to 261 for 4. Bears now leading by 105 runs. Chelmsford, Worcestershire 266 yesterday, having been 10 for 4 and 133 for 7. Essex going well in reply, 100 for 1. At Old Trafford, Hampshire are 372 for 9. Lancashire choosing to field there, but not making the most of it. Surrey going extremely well at Trent Bridge, having chosen to bat yesterday, 400 for 5. As Barnard touches Garrett out to the same fielder away to our left. Ogborn over there running in from deep square. Barnard goes to 14, 262 for 4. Century yesterday for Rory Burns for Surrey after their imperious victory really against Lancashire last week. They're marching towards another championship title.
He's hit a bit of good streak of form, Rory Burns, at the end
Yeah.
of the season as well. Dom Sibley had a really good early August, late July, early August. Now Burns has taken on the role.
Garrett right arm round, Rhodes forward, playing down towards mid-on for no run. Somerset chose to bat at Taunton, 465 for 7, big total there for the home side.
Did James Rue get his 100? Exciting
Let's have a
prospect
little
he
look.
is.
Yeah, he's a very good cricketer, and his brother actually got a few
Yes,
runs
yeah, in the
for the
team,
second
yeah.
11. Yeah, Tom Rue, I believe. Yep, James Rue 103 after Tom Abel's 124 yesterday.
Yeah, well done to him. He batted, exciting batting at the end of the innings in the last game here.
Rhodes lets Garrett Slady's ball go just outside the off stump.
There's a clutch of very good, talented batsmen, wicket keepers around the country, isn't there? And Rue joins that list. Some years ago, you'd have gone straight into the England team if you knew which end of the bat to hold. But these days, there's a whole heap of them.
Indeed, yeah. Jordan Cox going extremely well.
Yep,
Jamie
yeah.
Smith's obviously come straight into
Yeah.
the Test side and enjoyed a really good summer. As Garrett is in from the far side once again, and Rhodes lets it go off a tighter line, decent length, rocking forward, shouldering arms, 262 for 4 here. In Division 2 at Cardiff, Leicestershire 251 yesterday, Glamorgan replying well, 152 for 2. At Hove, Sussex went racing along yesterday, and this morning they're 457 for 6 against Derbyshire, having to press their case for promotion. The big game of the round is at Headingley, where Yorkshire are playing Middlesex. Yorkshire chose to bat first yesterday, and they're 430 for 5. Garrett to complete the over. Rhodes covers up in his crease. He may have deflected one onto his boot there because he's hobbling around as the over comes to an end. A 262 for 4 here. Bears in front of Kent by 106, having bowled them out for 156 yesterday. And the big news yesterday was match abandoned at Bristol. Gloucestershire fired out for just 125. Northants endured some difficulties themselves, but were going nicely in terms of the scoreboard on 116 for 2. But then Ricardo Vasconcelos had his hand struck by a ball that reared up, was taken to hospital. Another ball did similarly, and the game was abandoned.
Parkinson starts a new over, and Barnard just sweeps that down to long leg for a single. Yeah, two of them, if you looked at the scoreboard and thought, well, they're 102 for 2, they're not going too bad. The fact is, half the sides got broken fingers and stuff. So,
Yeah, the umpires took the players off,
yeah.
had a chat with the match referee and the ground staff, consulted with the ECB, and abandoned the game on safety grounds.
Parkinson into bowl to Rhodes, who drives that up to wide mid-on, and they'll get through for another single. 264 for 4. Rhodes goes on to 121. Barnard has moved to 15. Lead is 108. Warwickshire going along quite well this morning, quite nicely, as Parkinson comes in, and that's short, and it's crashed away by Barnard out to the fielder out on the cover boundary, who is Greg Stewart. No, it's not at all. It's yes, it is. Sorry, it's Greg Stewart, Grant Stewart rather, as out there does the fielding. There's Parkinson. Halfway through his walk up, I won't call it a run up, I think that would be over egging it. He's comes in and bowls and gives that plenty of air, and that's again turned, but turned to mid wicket, and there is no run. 265 for 4. He's in and bowls, and that's going to be runs this time for Rhodes, turning it through mid-wicket. Again down to Stewart, who comes in and does the fielding. So one more to the total, 266 for 4. It got to be warm this morning. I see plenty of bare torsos at the Birmingham end. The shirts are off. Haven't been many times this season. This is short down the leg side, and Barnard just turns comfortably down to deep backward square leg for a single. 267 for 4. We've had an hour's play this morning. Warwickshire have added exactly 60 runs in that time, so going along quite nicely. Just lost the one wicket, that of Jacob Bethel, who was caught behind the bowling of Charlie Stobo, and that was the only hiccup from the home side's progress.
Indeed, update coming for FM listeners across the West Midlands. Therefore, Garrett starts a new over from the city end. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are trying to press home their advantage on the second day of this county championship match against Kent. They resumed this morning on 207 for 3, leading by 51, and they moved on to 267 for 4, a lead of 111. Will Rhodes is leading their progress. He's got through to a second championship century of the season and 151 balls with 19 boundaries. The only blemish for the Bears this morning, the wicket of Jacob Bethel, who couldn't add to his overnight 8. But Rhodes is now 122 not out, alongside him Ed Barnard on 17, and Warwickshire are 267 for 4. Back with you online, and Garrett bowling from the city end, coming into Barnard, who's forward and pushing out towards extra cover for no run. Slip and a gully in place, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket in quite tight. Deep square away to our left, and long leg. The Bears looking to grow this lead. So much time ahead of them.
Yes, that's one thing that bowling Kent out so quickly yesterday has created a massive amount of opportunity with a good forecast as well. So that's not an issue.
Garrett in, quite full. Bowler saves the push back with his right hand, and indeed Garrett has overstepped. So a couple on the ledger.
That's the 50 partnership between these two. Come off 67 balls with 5 extras in just 48 minutes.
It's a good progress for this half-century stand.
Yes. Yes, it is.
And again, just a sign that Kent haven't quite backed up their work of yesterday evening. As Garrett comes in again, and Barnard going back and across, is dabbing one in the direction of backward point, but fieldsman across sharply there to make the save, and there's no run. Skipper Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Let's bring Ben in. Do you want a break, or shall I?
Indeed, I'll finish the over,
yep.
and then
then
go for a breather.
Alex, we're back on the half hour. Ben Watts will join us.
Garrett pauses, back of his mark. Short sleeve shirt. Short cropped hair, moves in, and again Barnard looking to deflect behind square on the offside, and Bell Drummond again makes a good save in the gully region down to his left on this occasion. Tried to do that a few times, Ed Barnard, just play very late, wait for the ball to come to him, steer balls in that direction.
He just sort of opens the face, uses the pace of the ball, doesn't actually make much of a sort of pushing bat outboard, but just lets it deflect.
Very Joe Root does that a lot,
Yeah.
doesn't he? Just angles balls from that channel. You think, oh, it's not a bad ball at all, but can just pick up some easy runs. Back at a square on the offside. Garrett charging in again, bowls a fraction straight and it's dabbed down into mid-wicket. Peter Hartley thinks the over is complete. He's walking into the non-striker stumps. He's going to have to retreat because there was a
ball to go.
A ball to go.
Oh, no.
Or is he actually suggesting that some work needs to be done on a used wicket there?
Or was that just an excuse because he got it wrong and didn't want to be
maybe.
seen? I reckon.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's.
He was having
I think he's
a pretty confident walk towards the striker's end.
You
and
don't
then,
stride that to go and look at it.
Garrett to complete the over. And this is, again, touch leg side for no run, too close to mid-wicket.
No,
so
you'll have a...
Peter Hartley will try again, but it is the end of the over now. At 269 for 4, the Bears lead by 113.
He had to do that, didn't he? He had to look at the ground and sort of just to excuse himself. He got it wrong, I'm afraid. 269 for 4. Thanks, Alex. Ben rejoins us. Ben Watts from Radio Kent.
Hello, hello.
Well, it's Kent in need of another breakthrough here, I think, Ben.
Yeah, they need about 5, to be honest. Here comes Parkinson around the wicket. In and bowling. It's turned away into the onside, and it's off the pad of Compton. It did bounce, in fact, before the short leg fielder. So they've got a slip and short leg. Mid on, mid off. Deep cover, deep square. Tie mid wicket. Man on the 45 and a backward point at the moment. This one's turned away out towards Jaden Denley, actually.
Yeah, I was going to say who is number 42, because he's. So is he on?
Yeah, he's on for Tuanda Mieye, isn't he?
Yes, I think. Who's?
Yeah, it's Jack leaning up mid on. Yeah, so Mieye is off the field, having started out there today, but was noticeably, as this one's whipped out towards deep square for a single, being kind of kept out of the way. Wasn't fielding in the slips or anything.
What did he do? Do you know?
He was short mid-wicket yesterday, and he moved away to his right to field a ball and leant down to pick it up. And then as he kind of got back on, or stood up straight again, he clearly felt some sort of twinge. We didn't know if it was cramp or maybe a little hamstring tweak or something, but then he was hopping around almost trying to run it off. And then he hopped off the pitch because he realised that he needed to go see the physio. Parkinson now to the right-handed Barnard. Well, that one turns past the outside edge. It's more like it from Matt Parkinson.
The beautiful delivery, that one. It's been searching for that in the first 2 or 3 overs this morning, but he's got right on the mark there.
So yeah, that's a big worry for Kent if Tuanda Miyeye's got some sort of an injury after his form in the, well, last week in particular. As this one swept hard out towards the short boundary. Attempted diving stop on the rope by Garrett down there, I think, and he fails to stop the ball from going for 4. So Barnard picks up a boundary. And Warwickshire's lead is 118. 21 for Ed Barnard, 123 for Will Rhodes, 274 for 4, the Warwickshire score.
It's starting to get a sizable lead just halfway through the first session of the second day, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
This one.
This is
worrying.
This is one of those really where Warwickshire's message would have been pretty simple at the start of the day. As Barnard cuts out towards extra cover, go and bat all day, lads.
Yeah.
Go out onto the cricket pitch and just bat. They've got so much time because they bowled Kent out in such a swift fashion yesterday, inside 40 overs. The game is just completely, in their hands. They're driving the game. They can bat as long as they want.
Yeah.
Mainly because Kent don't look like they're going to skittle them anytime soon. So Will Rhodes in particular, 123 not out. It's a case of go and fill your boots, go and get a massive score here. Got the support of Barnard, and obviously guys to come as well can really bat in Michael Burgess, and then the bowlers.
Well, Booth and Ray can both give the ball a really good smack as well.
I think that could be perfect, really, if the batters at the crease at the moment and Burgess can kind of set this up, then those guys come in and biff it. Before you know it, the lead will be 300 or whatever.
I was talking a few minutes ago to Alex about wicketkeeper batsman, about James Rue, but we've got one here at Edgbaston, Michael Burgess, who goes very much under the covers and has done for a long time, but terrific number of runs he makes for the side.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Ollie Robinson, the former Kent batter, has done really well at Durham, and there was some talk about him maybe being on the fringes of the England team, and then instead they picked Jamie Smith, which at the time felt like a bit of a risk, and on the basis that Smith doesn't even keep for Surrey, but actually he's been really tidy for England, hasn't he? And he's clearly got it at that kind of level with the bat, hasn't he? So another sort of Bazball pick that's clearly paying off, but he has been talked about as a potential England player. Dan Lawrence at the top of the order doesn't appear to be working, however.
No.
You would like to see, in a way, them to put an actual opener up
Put
there.
an opener in, yes. I wasn't quite sure why they went that route.
I think it's partly because Dan Lawrence has spent so
He's
much
been
time
on the,
carrying the drinks and being the spare batter that once an opportunity arose for a spot in the batting lineup.
Trouble is, though, it can actually work the other way in so far as putting him in the wrong place and not being successful.
Yeah.
Can drop him out of contention.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Somebody's receiving some treatment here at the minute. You're not missing anything. There's a drinks break for the two batters, and then one of the Kent fielders is having a finger treated too, I think, possibly, or elbow, wrist, not sure. I did notice a number of the Kent players had strapping on fingers, and like Bell Drummond and Leaning and Stobo, who's obviously just come back from a broken finger, but that's
Garrett.
So he was the fielder a moment ago that was obviously tumbling around on the boundary trying to stop that sweep shot that went for 4. By the way, I was saying earlier on about Ed Barnard being one of the probably one of the best all-rounders on the circuit. And Richard got in touch, kentcricket@gmail.com, saying, I recall him getting 70 odd as a young player in the Royal London 50 semi-final in 2018 for Worcestershire. Really surprised someone didn't give him a hindrance gig. That's what we call it, he put in brackets, as in the other format, the 16.4 over 1.
Oh, right.
I thought that was...
Well, I couldn't understand how he didn't.
Yeah, I was surprised.
There's one or two players around who you think, how are they not? And yet he is.
Yeah, for sure.
We won't mention any names, but there's one or two names in that 100 who you think... in fact, I didn't even know one or two of them. This one is... Sorry, is it me?
Yes, it is,
It's turned to mid-wicket as Garrett starts his new over, his 12th over.
I'll give you an example, mainly because I think this is factual. Somerset fans were surprised that Tom Lammonby got a gig with the Oval Invincibles on the basis that he doesn't even get in their T20 Blast team. And yet, he ended up playing in the final for the Invincibles and they won it. So he's obviously a good young cricketer, isn't he? And the fact he's left arm, probably some matchups thinking there. But
Garrett is in and plays at no shot off, but outside the off stump. He's got to be careful, I think, Tom Lammonby, when he's playing championship cricket. That sometimes he doesn't play it like he's trying to play white ball cricket. He gets tends to gift the wickets a little bit. We saw a couple of examples of that here last week, where you just thought that's was given away a bit. He's a cracking cricketer, though, I have to say, when he's going. Somerset have got some very good players. Garrett in, this is driven back hard at Garrett. That'll do his injured hand no good, because it was in the end he managed to get his left hand to it, which I think is the other one.
Looks like that strapping is kind of on his left forearm / elbow-ish.
Oh yes, it is.
So I don't know quite what he's done to himself.
No.
You're right though, Somerset basically had a whole team missing. They basically had their whole blast team playing in the 100, and yet they still were top of their group in the One Day Cup.
Yeah, they've got good depth, some good youngsters. This next one is left through outside the off stump. I think one of the good things as well with the One Day Cup, we've said this lots of times, but how you get to see some new faces coming through.
Yeah, I love it. I really do enjoy it in that sense.
You know, it gets if there wasn't 100, and I know lots of people say, "Gosh, I wish there wasn't 100," but it's there, and but it does give lots of opportunities for people to see cricketers who you would never
100%.
Don't go to watch second team cricket. You would never see them. This next one from Garrett is pushed away into the offside, and again there's no run.
And in a way, I think it's a nice kind of bridge between second 11 cricket and first 11 cricket.
Yep.
You know, you see some young players who do really well at second 11, but they don't pull up any trees in the One Day Cup. And actually, it's, you know, you can see that it is a step up. Obviously, got overseas players in that competition, and there were some very good overseas actually this year. Arguably better overseas in the One Day Cup than they were in the 100.
Yes, I would agree with that. I would agree with it. Garrett in. This one rises from just slightly short of a length, and follows Rhodes, who in the end has to swing the body away from it to let it through to the keeper. It's the end of the over, 274 for 4. That was a much better over from George Garrett. Whatever they did to his arm has helped him there a bit.
Yeah, Kent got skittled by Northants at Canterbury in their last game, and Yuzi Chahal, the India spinner, who Kent actually had at the back end of last season on loan, so a few of them were good mates with him and knew him well, but just absolutely ripped Kent's middle order to shreds at Canterbury. And at that level of play, you're thinking, cool, how's this bloke not got 100 gig and is playing in this competition sort of thing? It's Parkinson bowls, another leg spinner of course. Probably the reason really why Kent haven't, say, gone back to Chahal and said, fancy some county cricket again this year, because they now have Matt Parkinson as a permanent signing.
Yep. Yeah.
Using and bowling, the top wicket taker for Kent in the Championship this season. And there's an attempted cut shot, which I don't believe Ed Barnard has cut, and neither does the bowler, or the umpire rather. No. The bowler thought, well, the umpire said no, the bowler's appeal was very unconvincing.
Yeah, it got underneath it, and it was wide, and it got wider, and he cut out underneath the ball.
Oh, lovely sweep. Barnard plays that one away to the short boundary.
Yeah, two men out there, but for that shot, but between them, beautifully placed and hit with power that neither of them could get to it.
It's good cricket as well, because the previous ball, although as you said it was wide, it did turn quite a lot. So he's going to play that shot at Barnard. He's really got to make sure he's sort of smothering any turn, and he's picked the length fantastically well there.
Daniel Bell Drummond comes down to have a chat with his bowler.
I think he was basically saying to him, is there much point having a man on the 45? Might as well just stick him on the rope as well.
Yeah.
So Kent have now got a long leg, deep square and a deep mid wicket out for the sweep. Nobody in on the one on the leg side as Barnard is forward defending. Parkinson is saying, did it hit his pad first? I don't think it did.
No, didn't look like it from the forward defensive shot. It was 78 for 4.
Bowls again Parkinson. Back goes Barnard with a straight bat. Punches the ball out towards deep cover. for a single.
The sun goes in for, I think, the first time this morning. It's been bathed in sunshine, this ground. A decent crowd in for this championship match. You can never really tell how good the crowd is here.
Yeah, it's because it's such a vast ground, like you say. This one's pushed away. I actually noticed, as it's the end of the over, when I was wandering out in the balcony late last night, that quite a lot of people were watching on from the stand that we're in.
Yeah.
In fact, I can see Alex Winter currently sat outside with his feet up, having a little breather.
He's an outdoor man, Alex. If he could have got us sat out on a table, I'm surprised, he didn't get here early yesterday morning and set all this up out there.
But yeah, there's quite a lot of spectators actually in the same stand that we are, and it is a fabulous view actually, and particularly quite a few people are pushed over towards the side of the stand nearest the hollies, because of course we're playing a long way across the square.
Yeah, and that's the members area in there, so you get a lot congregate in the dollar.
It's busy at lunchtime in there.
Yeah. Here's Garrett in, starts a new over, and first ball Barnard just turns behind square, and they just run a simple single.
There's still maybe a dozen people on the far side of the ground near the groundsman's hut area. They must be able to see nothing from over there, or they've got better eyesight than me. You're just so far away from the game.
I think one of the other things you've got to be... A lot of these people don't come mainly to watch the cricket. They come to have a chat with their mates. And the cricket is going on while they're talking and putting the world to right. Here's Garrett in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside.
In that sense, they can certainly have a private conversation over that side of the ground.
You'll find that it's the people sitting roughly the same area, often the same seats, with their 3 or 4 friends who they've made, and they'll talk about everything, and the cricket's going on. And if you were to go over to them and say, what happened to that last ball, nobody would be able to tell you what happened. I used to find this years ago when I first came to the club, and we were in the old pavilion here, and we used to do, doing the ball-by-ball commentaries, we used to do an update on the internet as what was going on. Just break off as Garrett comes in, and this one is straight away into the offside, but straight to extra cover, and there's no run. And wicket fall, and you go out to somebody sat on the seats outside the pavilion, and you say, oh, how was he out? Oh, they go, oh, I wasn't watching that ball. Oh, I don't know, I was just doing so. You couldn't find anybody who could tell you actually how he'd been, what had happened. So I think a lot of people do, and a lot of people doze, and a lot of people just come here to relax. It's a very relaxing form of passing a couple of hours watching cricket. And then obviously you do have some who watch every ball and follow it closely. This one is driven into the offside. Can't get past Compton, who's a short extra cover, who does the fielding and takes all the pace off the ball, and it's tidied up behind. 282 for 4 it remains. They're quite close to the cricket actually today as well, in the Thwaites stand there. I don't know whether you ever commentated when we were over the other side.
No,
Ben.
I don't think I did.
But we used to commentate from the windows to the left of the...
Oh yeah.
Yeah, when the pavilion was being rebuilt. This one is turned by Rhodes into the onside. There's no run. So right by the side of the Thwaite scoreboard, there's a sort of midway up the stand. There's a range of windows there, and you almost felt like you could go out and touch the players from that position.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know whether you did in the outgrounds this season with Kent, but we did at rugby school when we did the One Day Cup.
Mm-hmm.
We were right on the boundary commentating, and we could actually ask the players what happened, what's wrong with him.
But that's one of my other favourite things, to be honest, about the One Day Cup. The outgrounds.
Yeah.
I love outground cricket. Went to Blackpool this year.
Oh right, yeah.
And when the weather's good at Blackpool, when it's busy, it's an absolutely cracking place to watch cricket.
This is going to be 4 runs for Rhodes. Just a little bit too full, and turns the half volley away beautifully. He's played that shot magnificently today through the onside, Will Rhodes. He goes with that boundary up to 127 and takes the Warwickshire total up to 286 for 4. And the lead on to 130.
Yeah, and the year before went to Isle of Wight, as well as Blackpool.
Whereabouts did they play at the Isle of Wight? Was it Newport?
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't play on the ground near Ventnor, which has got the big slope running up to the one boundary. It's outside the off stump. There is no run.
It was at the ground with the sort of really big mounds where people can sort of watch from an elevated position, which was perfect.
There's a ground on the Isle of Wight, and it's between on the south side, and I'm sure people will be able to. If you know it, please let Ben know on his tweet, on his Twitter account, where there's a boundary which runs from the fence down, and it's a slope which you wouldn't want to have to run up. There used to be quite a slope at a club called Barnt Green here on their pitch years ago when I used to play, but that was levelled out. But this one you would never level out on the Isle of Wight.
Parkinson bowls. There's another sweep shot from Barnard. He'll take a single out towards deep square. You mentioned rugby. The only time I've been there for a Warwickshire v Kent game, it got rained off.
Yeah, yep.
Because it absolutely
all day
twiddled it down.
Yeah.
And we ended up going into the rackets court, and Messrs Billings, North East, Cowdrey.
Oh, because they'd all been at public schools, hadn't they?
Yeah, and maybe one of the Warwickshire players were having a game of rackets instead.
Would it have, in 2015, I think that was.
Yeah, I think it possibly was. Pushed out towards cover, no rump.
I wonder whether that was Alex Loudon when he played for us, because he was an ex-public school boy, wasn't he?
Yeah, I don't think it was. I'd have known it was him, obviously being ex-Kent. Here comes Parkinson, turned away into the onside, out to Jaden Denley, who's on his 12th man. Tuanda Mayeye was out on the field to start with, but he's no longer out on the field for Kent. Parkinson bowls again, little bit of turn.
Very slow turn, isn't it? Rhodes waited for that one and just worked it, but there is definitely something there, though, for
yeah, there has been some turn for Parkinson. He's trying to bowl it into those footholes outside the left-hander's off stump. This one's cut away, though, by Rhodes for a single.
Yes, that I remember that game. I don't think we never bowled a ball. I don't think.
No.
I think, and prior to this year, that was the last occasion we went to rugby. I remember we sat talking to Rob Bailey, the umpire, for about 3 hours that day.
Turned away by Barnard. End of the over. 288 for 4. I may just have to briefly nip next door, Phil, to go.
Right,
do an update.
I think Alex will come, and then if you come back, I'll scoot. Is he still out there enjoying?
Yeah, he is still out there.
Right.
On the terrace.
On the terrace. Oh, he's gone out there. He's put his tent up out there now. So the outdoor life.
It's a little bit like what Will Rose has done out there in the crease, to be honest.
Thanks, Ben. Warwickshire 288 for 4. Will Rhodes on 128. Ed Barnard is on 28, just 100 between them. They lead by 132, and we are going to see a bowling change. Joey Eberson is coming in to bowl for his first bowl of the match, and he's going to come on at the Birmingham end to replace George Garrett. So Everson will be bowling to the left-hander Will Rhodes. Warwickshire 288 for 4. The sun temporarily goes in. It's still shining brightly on the buildings over in the city centre, which we can see through the trees. As Everson in to bowl his first ball, and Rhodes defends it back to him as he follows through, and there's no run. So we've got a slip. Daniel Bell-Drummond has put himself at deepish backward point. There's a man out on the deep point boundary, short extra cover and an extra cover. So expecting Rhodes to loft it as he turns this one square to back deep backward square leg for a single. The field will change round for the right-hander. There's 289 for 4. That goes to the batsmen. Just have a little chat with each other whilst that's going on. And the field, they just got the one extra cover for Barnard. He's got a short mid-wicket though, as Everson comes in and bowls, and this is driven away beautifully by Barnard through the offside. That goes through extra cover down to the fence and slightly over-pitched and on the half volley put away by the Warwickshire all-rounder. He goes to 32 and the total goes on to 293. So Warwickshire honing in on a second batting point. All these points really important at this stage. So foot of the table, this one is turned to mid-wicket and there's no run. 293 for 4. Barnard 32. Rhodes on 129. So Everson becomes the 7th bowler used by Kent. We had 6 yesterday, and Everson makes it 7.
Must admit, I'm surprised it's taken them this long to get him into the attack.
Yeah, I agree. This next one is a shout for LBW, supported by a slip and wicket keeper. But Alex Wolf not interested in that.
I think it was a bit hopeful, wasn't it? But yeah, generally Joey Everson can be a bit of a partnership breaker, and sometimes it does get the older ball to reverse a little bit, and LBW can be a good option for him to take wickets. So yeah, I don't quite know why it's taken Kent so long to give him a go in this match. Didn't bowl at all yesterday.
Coming in again, Barnard this time turns it not convincingly into the onside. Jaden Denley does the fielding. Sub. End of Everson's first over. It's 293 for 4 with Barnard on 32 and Rhodes on 129.
So yeah, 137 runs the lead. Just the job really this morning from Warwickshire after the loss of Bethel.
Yeah, they've added, 86 this morning in an hour and a half, so they're going on just under run a minute. But
yeah, they haven't necessarily got away from Kent today.
No, they
I
haven't.
think
No.
the run rate has dropped to below 4 and over, and particularly because Ogborn went for a few early doors and Rhodes was obviously dealing only in boundaries, wasn't he, up to the point where he got his 100. Since then, the run rate has been calmed as Parkinson bowls, and this one's defended away up towards mid-wicket. Parkinson 18.1 overs, 1 maiden, none for 54, so he's been pretty tidy in this match. Has got some turn out the wicket, but slow turn. This one's whipped away nicely past mid-wicket out towards Grant Stewart in the deep.
Batsmen nearly crash into each other, both of them looking at where the ball had gone and narrowly avoided a collision in the middle of the wicket.
Obviously a new ball available in 4 overs time.
Yeah.
Parkinson tosses this one up, driven away by Barnard. They come through for a single to leaning at mid-off. Kent possibly won't take it straight away. There's a chance they may just hold off slightly, just to give Parkinson a few more overs, maybe see if Joey Everson can get anything out of the old ball before they get a new ball out, I reckon, possibly. We shall see. Something they have done a little bit this season, delayed that second new ball. So this one's clipped away. Technically, I think that's a drop by Compton at short leg. But when I say technically, I mean it because that would have been a ridiculous catch if he'd have caught that.
He would have had to have absolutely, the instinct would have had to have had his hands straight to him. The ball hit him.
Yeah, he
it,
almost would have had
down.
to have swallowed it in his midriff.
Yeah.
As it was clipped away and just bounced off the short leg fielder. This one's out towards mid wicket.
The fuller figure like mine would have been good because it would have sort of softened it.
Softened the blow.
Yeah.
Or if you had a jumper on, you could have...
But a fit young man like Compton, it was no good at all.
Could have caught it in the
It's like bouncing off a board.
Yeah, it certainly did bounce off him, didn't it? And this one's just past him. And dot ball to win the over for Parkinson, so 295 for 4. At the end of that one, 130 Rhodes, 33 for Barnard.
Haven't updated on the test match. England were all out in the end for 427. Gus Atkinson, who finished with 118.
So they subsided fairly swiftly after he went.
Yeah. Stone made 15 and Bashir got 7 not out. And Sri Lanka in reply are 10 without loss. Almost willing Sri Lanka to do reasonably well and make a decent game of it. They did well in the first test, didn't they? Not bad at all. Edgbaston starts his second over from the Birmingham end and Barnard pushes it away into the offside. There's no run. Elsewhere, Somerset all out for 492, and in reply Durham have just started. Durham are 5 for no wicket. Essex, in reply to Worcestershire's 266 all out, not finding it altogether easy, 124 for 3. So Worcestershire made some inroads, and Lancashire have started in reply to Hampshire's 389. They are 4 without loss as Barnard pushes this one into the offside and there's no run. Surrey still going great guns, 435 for 6 against Nottinghamshire in Division 1. Alex is back in from his sunbathe.
Unfortunately, I don't think he was catching any rays.
I don't think he was where he was. You went seeing his son where Alex was.
He'd had to have walked around the other side of the ground to the
Turn
yellow
Old
seats.
Pavilion. This one is turned square on the onside, but it goes straight to Denley, who does the fielding, and there's no run. Yes, it's one of the downsides of this pavilion. It's the height of it, and the way it faces. You get absolutely no sunshine on this side at all. And you can be they're over on the far side of Birmingham end with their shirts off, enjoying the sunbathing. Here they've got their winter coats on this side. This next one is turned by Barnard to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, it's a bit like at Canterbury, where if you sit in the Frank Willie stand, it could be glorious sunshine outside, and it's like a fridge in the Frank Willie.
Yes, it's funny how those stands, some stands are like it.
Yeah, when my granddad always used to take me to Canterbury, he'd always sit in that stand, and I'd be like, can't I go to the sunshine? I'm freezing here.
This one, he opens the face and just gently runs it away through the vacant gully area, third wicket slipped gully area, down to the boundary for 4 runs. Barnard, last little shot there, well controlled, 37 he moves to. Warwickshire moved to 299 for 4.
Yeah, as you can see on the live stream, for those that are watching, it's a short boundary down towards third man there, so all he had to do was beat Jack Leaning, and the outfield's quick too.
It really is ridiculously short, that one. I think that's shorter than the square one out to the Hollis stand.
I think I could probably even reach that.
I might even be able to throw it back in from there. No, don't get silly. There's Everson in, and this one is driven back. Everson can't take it cleanly, but it's tidied up behind him. I shall make way for Alex Winter to rejoin you, Ben.
Thank you, Phil. Might do some musical chairs in the commentary box, just to shuffle across for Alex to come in. So 299 for 4. Parkinson to continue. 3 more overs until the new ball is available. Leaders 143. for the home side. And Parkinson around the wicket bowls, turned away past Compton, who in theory had the chance to remove Rhodes a moment ago. As the 300 comes up, but it would have been a stonking short leg catch if he'd have managed to react to it. So Parkinson out to the right-handed Barnard. I wonder if he'll continue to sweep. He defends here rather. Back up the pitch. Just the one slip. Those three-leg side fielders on the boundary, and then Stobo and leaning at mid-on and mid-off. Jaden Denley in the covers, the 12th man. It's a deep fielder on the offside as well as a point. This one is driven by Barnard, coming down the pitch to Parkinson. Certainly did loft it up. There, the leg spinner. Giving it lots of flight. Here he comes once more. Defended away back up the pitch by Barnard. I was saying yesterday that pretty much every inning so far this season, bar one, the side has scored 400 plus runs in their first innings against Kent, and Warwickshire are well set to do that as Barnard sweeps out towards the long leg boundary and will get a single.
Yeah, 9 out of 10 first innings before this game. Kent have conceded 400 plus, and that makes it jolly difficult to win games of cricket from there, particularly when you're not putting up big runs yourself on first innings.
Yeah, I think average deficit, somebody was telling me yesterday, is 190 runs. Just very hard to win games of cricket from there. And of course, as Parkinson bowls, one game of cricket they have won this season was the one time that Lancashire at Old Trafford didn't get over 400 in the first innings, courtesy of Nathan Gilchrist and Wes Agar having a bit of a day out on day 2 there and set Kent up for the victory, and just haven't ever been able to repeat that due to injuries, but also kind of a lack of potency in the bowling attack, I guess. It's not necessarily a new theme either, and they struggled last year when they were obviously down the lower end of the table and just stayed up. Struggled with taking wickets then. I think a few Kent fans were perhaps slightly bemused that more wasn't done in the off-season after only just staying up last year. I think a few Kent fans kind of didn't really see why things were going to necessarily change.
Here's Everson, City End, bowls to Rhodes, who whips him around the corner for his latest runs out towards the Hollies stand. Just a single on this occasion. Man comes across from deep backward square to collect, and they go through for 1. So Rhodes goes to 133 now. Barnard with him on 38, and the Bears going most swimmingly indeed on 303 for 4.
Goes back to what I was saying yesterday about maybe Kent really need to be in Division 2 next season to have a proper reset.
Everson to the right-handed Barnard, who's driving without much timing down towards mid-on for no run. Yeah, all is not lost just yet, but still 3 games to go, but increasingly looking like they're going to have to fight hard to get a draw out of this game and then do something extraordinary in the last 3 games. I suppose in their favour that, well, in their favour, they do have 2.5 days to turn this one around, and then a week's break to try and regroup. Everson in once again. Barnard back and across, playing back up to the bowler for no run. And if they could go on, I mean, we've seen here, this has been, obviously we've seen mostly an old ball so far this morning, but it has been pretty benign. There's been a little bit of seam movement. Ogborn was getting the odd one to come in to the left-hander, and there's been a bit of gentle turn for Parkinson, but no real alarms. Very easy-paced surface. So a chance for Kent in the second innings when that begins. Everson for now comes in, and a good take from Harry Finch. He's up to the stumps here, down the leg side. Goes across to collect that. 303 for 4.
Yeah, it was a very nice take. And what you say actually about the week's break, of course, for the T20 Blast knockouts, actually with Stobo's finger injury and then Akeem Jordan, the other overseas, the West Indian, the Bayesian missing due to a side strain. Twandabier off the field, a week on the treatment table, and getting fit again might not be the worst thing.
Everson again, and Barnard in his crease, calmly dabbing back out of square. And they'll pick up a single down to Grant Stewart at long leg, moving to his left-hand side down in front of us. Flicks the ball over to 304 for 4. Barnard goes to 39. And this partnership moving nicely after the loss of Everson after just 16 minutes this morning. Couldn't add to his overnight 8. And he'll be cursing his fairly impatient drive outside the off stump so early as Rhodes works another single to deep square to our right. Calmly jogs through for the run, goes to 134 at the end of the over. 305 for 4. Bears in the lead here by 149 runs. And we have 1 over until the second new ball is due. Kent, you would think, would grab it immediately off the umpire and be desperately hoping that they can produce a few wickets with it to try and get back into the day. Early strike gave them some hope, but they would have hoped, I think, for a little bit more control so far this morning, as they did yesterday evening so well. They have leaked a few more boundaries than they would have perhaps liked in the hour and 3/4 we've had so far today.
So Parkinson to continue. Yeah, it was particularly early on, wasn't it, when Ogborn was bowling to Rhodes, that we saw a few boundaries scored. As this one's defended away up towards mid-wicket. Parkinson's got through 20 overs for just 59 runs, but hasn't taken a wicket. So he has offered his captain that bit of control that he was craving yesterday when Kent's second string, particularly seamers, were struggling to find the right area, as this one's turned away into the onside. Albeit Ogborn was actually the biggest wicket threat at the same time, despite going for a few boundaries. He's just here, or with Kent, for a 2-match loan spell. I would assume that that potentially won't get extended if Kent have got a few more bodies back fit for the final 3 matches. Off the back foot, Barnard playing away out through the point area for a single. Kent have got a couple of home games against Hampshire and Nottinghamshire at Canterbury before they finish the season at Durham.
Yeah, Alfie Ogborn in contract with Somerset until the end of 2026. So they got him on a decent long deal there to try and work with a young man.
Parkinson bowling, pushed away up towards mid-off. Yeah, that was the one of the first things I looked up actually when he joined on loan, that, as we were chatting about yesterday, sometimes you get these loan deals that are a precursor to a permanent move next year, but with Ogborn it was always just a short-term solution with that length of contract at Somerset, as this one's cut away. And you can see why they've got him on a decent deal, because there's certainly some nice raw ingredients there.
Yeah, but you would think with that length of contract and him being a young man, another loan spell at some point perhaps next season would be in the offing.
Yeah, that's true. Parkinson bowls, Barnard drives. No single this time, tumbling Jaden Denley. That cover does the fielding. End of the over, 308 for 4, the Warwickshire score. They now lead by 152, and the second new ball is available.
Yeah, we've seen other examples of longer term loan deals for younger players to go out and get some experience. There was a Hampshire bowler that went to Leicestershire, whose name escapes me, for a decent stint.
Pretty sure Mason Crane was on loan for the whole season, wasn't he, at Glamorgan this year?
I think that's right, actually, yeah.
And then that's potentially becoming permanent
deal.
Yeah, next season. Looks like the new ball's going to be taken straight away, in fact, by Kent. Grant Stewart's already handing his clobber to the umpire, and helmets are being brought off the field, etc. So I think Kent have clearly decided that they want rid of the old Kookaburra ball and they're going to take the new one.
Yeah, no surprises really. There was no joy for them with that older ball. Batting has been very straightforward for the second half of this morning's session. And Kent, I'll be hoping that a new ball can find them some rewards here before lunch. We've got 10 minutes to go in the session. 308 for 4, the lead is 152. A couple of batting points in the bag for the Bears. 2 slips in place. Here's Stewart at the city end. Down the leg side first up. Rhodes looks to flick it away and misses out. And Finch goes just outside his right hip to take it. There's a man out at long leg and deep square. And then 5 men saving the single. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off. Extra cover and backward point. Left-handed Rose here has 136. Having gone to his second championship century of the summer earlier on this morning in 151 balls. Facing Stewart again and pressing forward up to the bowler's left hand. Stewart gets down quickly to gather off his own bowling and there's no run. It's been a very calm, mature, experienced partnership this for the 5th wicket so far. That has moved Warwickshire nicely into this second day as they try to ram home their advantage and get a huge first innings lead. Stewart is in again. Rhodes turns leg side and finds the Holly stand boundary yet again. He's timed the ball so well off his legs so far today. There's not far to travel this week. Out to that Holly stand to our right hand side. And he picked the gap between deep square and long leg to get to 140. 312 for 4. It's a feature of his batting very early on. It didn't take long at all for him to go very quickly from his overnight 82 not out through to a century. He was dealing all in boundaries at the start of the day as he drives here back down the ground. It was half saved by the bowler, and they'll get, it's just going to be the 1 run actually out towards the old press box on the far side of the ground. Mid-off goes back to retrieve, and Rhodes goes to 141. 313 for 4. He struck 5 boundaries to start the day for his only scoring strokes, and it was enough to go through to a second championship 100, following his first that also came against the Kookaburra ball in the second round of matches here against Durham. On that occasion it was an unbeaten 178, and looking to go very big here. Currently on 141. Ed Barnard going nicely well as 40. Faces up to Stewart here with a new ball and cracks him for 4. Loose one outside the off stump from Stewart, offering a bit of width, and Barnard content to put away the bad ball straight away, cutting out backward of point to the Holly stand boundary to our right hand side. So the new ball arrives and immediately goes twice to the fence. Barnard up to 44. 317 for 4. The board flicks over to. Stewart again out that far end. Comes past umpire Wharf. Ball's full of length just outside the off stump, and this time Ed Barnard does have a look and allows it to pass through to Finch behind the stumps. 7 minutes to go until lunch here on day 2. Sun just goes behind a few clouds that are up there, but there's plenty of blue sky. It's a very pleasant day. And the score is 317 for 4. Yeah, my little sojourn out onto the television gantry in front of us was just a fraction chilly.
Yeah.
Out of the breeze, out of the sun rather. Just a very gentle breeze. If you look out towards the far side of the ground, you can see the sheets hung over the seats there, acting as the sight screen this week. And there's hardly any movement at all. But there is just enough gentle breeze if you are out the sun. Fraction chilly.
Yeah, maybe just comfy jumper weather.
Yeah.
If you're out in the sun.
One of your light layers, that's what we need.
Yeah, just a sort of a base layer fleece type thing. So Stobo to take the new ball from this pavilion end. Couple of slips behind Rhodes, who has 141. He's just defending into the ground, and a loud call of no as it's picked up in the covers. 317 for 4, so the lead up to 161. I was saying to Phil, Alex, that the message will have been from the dressing room, just go out and bow day, lads. build this lead. Plenty of time left in the match.
Absolutely, yeah, that's the beauty of bowling Kent out so quickly. No time taken out of the game at all. Got all the time they want to build a total up here.
Stobo bowls, defended away into the covers. They go for a quick single. It had to be quick, but Garrett doesn't pick the ball up cleanly, so they come through for that run. And yeah, it was obviously a bit of a calculated gamble to win the toss and bowl first, but managed to deliver the seamers. And Dalby with 3 wickets, Rushworth with 3, Booth taking 3 as well. Barnard got the crucial breakthrough of the 1 Kent partnership as well that was developing between Compton and Everson. So yeah, they all did their jobs. Ray, the only one that struggled. Stobo bowls to Barnard. Looks like he has plenty of time to jump on the back foot there and nudge the ball away square of the wicket.
Yeah, in among it yesterday, there was a first-class best of Michael Booth in his very short career so far. Just playing his 3rd match this week, but he's 3 for 13, bettering his 3 for 68.
Defended away by Barnard once more.
It was that burst of wickets in the 23-year-old that totally changed the complexion of that morning session yesterday. It was nice and competitive. Good cricket for an hour or so after the 3 early wickets that went down. And the innings was blown wide open.
Yeah, first by Barnard, and then, as you say, following it up, Booth got Finch, Stewart and Stobo in quick succession. As Barnard plays off the back foot once more, out towards mid-wicket. Stobo banging away on that length to try and hit the top of off stump, maybe just a fraction too short, or at least Barnard's been happy to stay in deep in his crease and hasn't pressed at the ball and pushed in his hands at the ball or anything like that. So we're on the stroke of lunch on day 2. Stobo bowls again, turned away into the onside. There was a big queue for fish and chips yesterday as the 100 partnership comes up between Barnard and Rhodes off 150 balls. Very useful stand after the loss of the 1 wicket in this session, which was Stobo getting Bethel caught behind. Yeah, and with it being a Friday today, I'd imagine that fish and chips will be the popular choice once again for the members.
Absolutely, fish on Friday. If you can be bothered to queue.
Yeah.
Yes, it was extensive, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
There was a good line for the fish and chips.
I was in the queue and then they said, anyone for jacket potato? And I jumped straight to the front of the queue.
Just straight forward, exactly,
I
yeah.
think they'd sold all the cooked fish and were having to fry up some more.
3:19 for 4, last over before lunch coming up. It's Stewart at the city end. Ball's outside the off stump of Ed Barnard, who allows one to pass through to Finch behind the stumps. Still 2 slips in place here. Backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket is in quite tight. The man just forward of square leg and long leg down beneath us. Alfie Ogborn is just stretching out his hamstring. Stewart at the back of his mark. Short sleeve shirt, tall figure. Moves in past umpire Wharf, quite wide on the bowling crease. Ball's outside the off stump of Ed Barnard once again, who leans forward and again shoulders arms, allows it to pass through. And these two will be hoping to come back after some sustenance and get stuck into the afternoon's cricket with the potential to completely bat Kent out of the game. If they can get through this second new ball period, there could be a whole feast for them later on in the day as Barnard goes to cut and plays and misses. Rare mistake, the first one with the second new ball. It was just a little too close for the stroke. Had he been trying to force it with more of a straighter bat, he may have had a bit more success, but he slashed at it horizontally and missed. Some rare encouragement for the Kent bowlers this morning.
Not really the shot you want to be playing on the stroke of lunch necessarily.
Would have been a bad time to get out with 3 balls to go before the break. Here's Stewart again, goes in, and a tighter line, fuller length. Barnard forward, dabbing out into the covers, considered a sharp single, but was quickly sent back from Will Rhodes, who's most content to allow Barnard to see out the session here, as he might be on 142 not out. 319 for 4 the score. Lead of 163. It's an imposing position for Warwickshire here at the break. 2 balls to go to it. Stewart is in again quite wide on the bowling crease, and angles one into the right hander, looking to nip one away slightly. Barnard covering up, playing to backward point for no run. And after that early success, it's been a toiling session for Kent in the end. Plugged away with the old ball with little encouragement. Have at least had a lid on the scoring rate. Stewart again. Barnard angles one down for 4. He's done that so well. He did that to get off the mark, and he does so again with the last ball of the session to run a boundary to the third man fence to our right, and he will take lunch 49 not out, and he's shared an excellent partnership that's worth 104 with Will Rhodes, who earlier on today made his 2nd century of the summer in the county championship, and he takes the break 142 not out. The Bears are 323 for 4 at lunch, and they have a commanding lead of 167. And we'll be back in around 35 minutes time. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire have enjoyed an excellent second morning here against Kent in the county championship. They came back first thing, 207 for 3, leading by 51. They've extended that advantage to 323 for 4 at the break, a lead of 167. Will Rhodes, the former captain, has led their progress with his 2nd county championship century of the summer. He got there in 151 balls with 19 boundaries. He takes the break 142 not out, and alongside him Ed Barnard on 49. The pair have shared a stand of 104 with the 5th wicket, the only wicket to fall in the session, that of Jacob Bethel, after 16 minutes worth of play. He couldn't add to his overnight 8, but since then it's been all Warwickshire, and they go to lunch 167 ahead on 323 for 4. Welcome back to Edgbaston with myself, Alex Winter. It's a pleasant Friday afternoon. The players coming out after lunch to begin the afternoon session with Warwickshire in a very commanding position. They're 323 for 4. They've got a lead of 167. And they've got Will Rhodes on 142 not out, his second championship century of the summer. And Ed Barnard with him on 49. The pair have shared 104 so far for the 5th wicket to put the hosts in a most commanding position. Just the 1 wicket fall in the morning session. That came very early on. Jacob Bethel falling for 8. Success first of the innings for the Australian Charlie Stobo. But since then, the Bears have accumulated very pleasantly indeed. And now have a chance to try and take the game completely away from Kent in this afternoon session. Now, Brian Holford has joined me. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Alex, and good afternoon, everybody. And yeah, some belated joy for the Bears fans. It's been a long and at times hard championship watch for them this season here at Edgbaston. A series of weather-affected draws. So I think the Bears fans are lapping this one up.
So Stobbo to get us back and away for the pavilion end. He goes into Rhodes, and Rhodes is forward, playing back down to mid-on. Parkinson is there, and there is no run. Kent here with the second new ball. They've got a couple of slips in place, and 3 men out at deep point, deep square and long leg. Then extra cover, mid-wicket, mid-on and mid-off. Will Rhodes very impressive this morning, Brian?
Yes, indeed. He will be a big miss for Warwickshire. This, of course, is penultimate championship match for the Bears before moving to Durham for next season and the following 2 seasons.
Stobbo is into him outside the off stump, and he lets it go through.
His 3rd championship century against Kent, and a very, very good solid county cricketer with bat and ball, and in all departments good solid fielder. And Will Rhodes will be a big miss for Warwickshire. A really good pick-up by Durham, who I just wonder, Alex, I don't know whether you've seen anything of Durham lately. I just wonder if they are getting ready to become a challenger for the title again. I like the way Durham are building.
Absolutely, yeah. They played some really good cricket last summer. Comfortably the best team in Division 2 as Stobbo goes in and bowls full, and beats Rhodes outside off stump. A rare mistake, leaning forward, feeling for one, and got beaten by one that's gone across him.
Very similar to the ball that did for Jacob Bethel. Kent's only success this morning was a good delivery which drew Bethel into the drive, edged it to the keeper, and that was very similar there, but Will Rhodes just not getting the nick. Good bowling.
Stobbo turns back of his mark, short sleeve shirt untucked, goes in past umpire Hartley, and Rhodes covering up this time, playing down to mid-on. And there is no run again. 3-2-3 for 4. Yeah, Durham were most impressive last season, and they've stuck to their guns. They've played in a similar fashion this summer where possible. Obviously found going a fraction tougher in the higher division, but they've been very competitive. There were 1 or 2 suggestions before the season began that they could have challenged for the title and come straight up. And yeah, they're building all the time. As Stobbo goes in, and forward is Rhodes, playing back to the bowler's right hand for no run. Long lean period, wasn't it, for Durham after their forced relegation because of financial irregularities. Took a lot of sorting out.
Yes, there was some talk, wasn't there, of them doing in Nottingham Forest and coming straight up to the top flight and winning the league. I don't think that will ever happen in football again, but it could still. The glory of cricket is that the divide is not that great, is it? It is big, but it's not that big.
Stobbo to complete the over. Rhodes flicks him down the leg side. This is running away towards fine leg. Fielder coming across, slides and doesn't get there. Stobbo just loses his line last ball of the over, and allows Will Rhodes to pick up his latest boundary. 24 of them in his innings until lunch. And he picks up another there to get up 146. First runs of the afternoon. Ball ticks over to 3-2-7 for 4.
And Ed Barnard will face, for the first time since lunch, needing just a single for his half-century. What a fine season he's having in all departments. I do feel for Kent here, Alex, because I don't think there's any other sport as much as cricket, as when you're having a bad time. You really do have to suffer out there in the public domain. If you get thrashed in a football or a tennis, it's relatively contained. For cricket, you're out there for days suffering, aren't you? And it's a real character builder, as they say.
It is, yeah. More than any game, really. It affects the mind because of the length of the game, really. Even if you're a golfer struggling, you can be out there for 5 hours, but at least you're out there physically doing the sport the whole time, and you've got a chance to influence. And at least it is 5 hours or so back to the hotel, and you can get ready for the following day. But cricket, it's all week thinking about it, and a long time sat in the dressing room as well.
Well, Grant Stewart is the gentleman who's going to try and give Kent some pleasure. He was going to start his spell from the city end, but he's pulled up, flexing his shoulder in his delivery stride, and Kent really don't need anything else to go wrong, do they? But that doesn't. He's now walking slowly back to his mark, and he's flexing his shoulder very awkwardly, and that doesn't look comfortable at all.
It doesn't, no. It looks like his left shoulder, just as he got into his delivery stride, just feeling the top of it. He is going to give it another go. But like you say, fingers crossed, because Kent have got an extensive injury list already. Daniel Bell-Drummond is coming across.
The dilemma here, of course, is if you do give it another go and do more damage, then so it is a real dilemma, because, as you say, Kent's injury list is already significant, and the last thing they need is another senior player on it. I guess there's only one way to find out whether it's just something that you can bowl through. He's having a good couple of practices bowling to mid-on. Let's see now. He's going to come in and bowl to Ed Barnard, the real thing. Let's see how he fares. He's in and bowls, and this is outside the off stump, and he winces, and that clearly wasn't comfortable. And I think I probably know what the physio will be saying, and in fact the physio doesn't need to say it, because Grant Stewart has taken his cap from the umpire and is coming off the field, and he's clutching his left shoulder. And my word, if Kent thought that the day in the season had no more kickings for them in it, there's another one, because Grant Stewart has made that decision himself, clearly unable to bowl. So just one ball delivered by Grant Stewart since the interval, and off he comes. And Daniel Bell-Drummond, as if he didn't have enough thinking to do, has got to come up with another plan, and in the immediate term was a sympathetic ripple of applause greets Grant Stewart into the pavilion. Alfie Ogborne is throwing the ball and will complete the over.
Well, you can only hope that that is a precaution. He's gone off and can get a bit of treatment, a bit of strapping perhaps, maybe a painkiller, and he can give it another go. Because if that is a more significant problem, that just adds another layer of problem on a large pile of them for Kent.
Here comes Ogborne to resume Stewart's over. A short ball outside of stump and punch to the point boundary where there is a man, so it will just be one run, but that's all Ed Barnard needs to take him to a very accomplished half century from 78 balls with 8 fours. Barnard has just quietly come in. If Kent thought maybe the wicket of Bethel might just get them back into the game, and a bit of a clatter, and very professionally Ed Barnard has helped Will Rhodes take this game totally away from Kent. He's on 50, Will Rhodes on 146. Yes, Grant Stewart is an experienced cricketer, at least, so he will know his body very well, and let's hope he was just thinking, well, I'd better get off here in case it turns into something worse. This is pushed out to deep point by Will Rhodes for a single.
Yeah, so many issues there, with only 5 overs into the second new ball. There was a chance for Stewart, who'd done well really, plugged away, and Perhaps not been the most threatening of the Kent bowlers, but certainly been economical. Circumstances of this innings, gone for 47 in his 15 overs.
Ogbourne has 2 for 77 from 14. He's again and just nurdled down to gully. There's no run there for Edgbaston. I think Ogbourne's done. I've been quite impressed. He's kept running in. He's a little bit expensive, but a couple of wickets. He's kept threatening, and is clearly a talent. Somerset loanee.
Yeah, we were talking before the break with Ben about what his future may hold. He's signed on at Somerset until 2026, but he's a young lad, and I wonder how much first team experience he might be able to get down at Taunton.
Here he comes again. Good delivery, which Barnard defends. I think is his lone spell up after this game, because in the light of the last 10 minutes, the lone spell might be
I was going to say, if I was in the Kent hierarchy, I'd be making a pretty quick phone call to see whether you could keep Alfie Ogbourne on, but perhaps with Somerset's position in the championship, a late dash for the title looking unlikely with the scores as they are at the minute around the country. They could see it perhaps as a chance to give Ogbourne some experience in the last few games.
Here he comes again. Good delivery, rising outside off stump and through to the keeper, left by Barnard. I think that went over the top of the stumps, left on length, and Stobo will resume from the pavilion end as Kent digest another injury blow. And as you say, Alex, let's hope it's just a precaution and Grant Stewart is good to go again soon. I guess they are right up against it here, rather than slog away in what is probably a lost cause for them. Maybe there is. I mean, there's some wisdom in just getting into the treatment room, getting it looked at, and hopefully the damage is minimal.
But some slack to be picked up elsewhere now for the Kent attack as Stobo begins a new over at the pavilion end, goes into Rhodes, who drops one through point, and with the man back on the fence, that is a most straightforward single. Rhodes goes to 148 not out, 330 for 4 the score. But I mean, that's sport life all over, isn't it? It just has a habit of kicking you when it's down. Extraordinary when things are running for you. Things like that do not happen at all, do they?
That's right, and it is such a test, isn't it? I mean, just in this session now, Kent's so massively behind in this game, and you've just got to keep going and plugging away, haven't you?
Away goes Stobo with a slip and a gully in place to the right-handed Barnard, and he's nicked it as he already come off the pad. It's gone away to his first slip, bouncing in front of the fieldsman. There was a brief cry for LBW, suggesting it did come off the pad, just nipped back a touch actually, and Barnard just indicating it may have bounced a fraction, but he survives.
Yes, good delivery from Stobo, who has probably been the most threatening of the Kent bowlers. Just wonder what Warwickshire's plan will be from here, Alex. Just to bat normally, or will they try and step on the gas?
Stobo in, and forward comes Barnard, playing out to extra cover for no run. Well, I think given what's happened so far this season, it would be a fair assumption that this pitch is going to stay the same. If anything, it's going to get slower.
Correct.
And while you're here, and while you've got the chance to really grind Kent into the dirt, and so much time left in the game, I think plan A would probably be to just get as many as possible. Stobo goes in past the umpire and brings Barnard forward, playing up to mid-wicket for no run, because 4 wickets have gone down here in 85 overs.
Yeah, I guess there is a bit of a balance to strike, because you're absolutely right. They want to pile on a lot of runs, don't they? But Kent have batted better in second innings this season, haven't they? And the wicket is likely to flatten, so Warwickshire still got to take 10. There's a lot of time left in the game, isn't there? So.
There is, yeah. We've still got the 64 overs to come today as Stobo was in once more. And Barnard driving thickish inside edge, but enough bat for it to go for 4. It looked like he'd been done on the inside edge there, but it's got enough on it to squeeze it away between mid-wicket and mid-on, And it races away in the end to the edge of the holly stand for a boundary.
That's a little bit sums up Kent's luck at the moment, isn't it? It's a really good piece of bowling and it almost went through the gate, but Barnard, who just timed the ball beautifully, got enough on it, offered the inside half of the bat to get it through the gap for 4.
Goes to 54, 3-3-4 for 4. Stubbo in again. Past the umpire he goes, and this is deflected away for 4 more to third man. He's done that a few occasions, says Ed Barnard. Just plays really late with the bat quite close to his body. Just allows it to come to him, and with a bat at 45 degrees, just opens the blade enough to deflect it away through the slips cordon and away to third man for a boundary. So once again, things just not quite running Kent's way as Barnard goes to 58. And the score goes to 3-3-8 for 4, a lead of 182. So if they can get through 64 overs, even batting at 3 and over, that'll give them an extra 200 runs, and they'll be massively ahead. And the scoreboard pressure in the third innings of the game will be gargantuan.
Ogbourne again from the city end. Good, well pitched up delivery, which Rhodes drives gently to mid-on. Yes, there appears to be absolutely no damage from the weather in this match, so that is something that Warwickshire can relax about. If there was rain potentially around on the last 2 days, that might influence their thinking, but they do have tons of time. And at the moment they are just using it. They're not chasing runs, they're picking off any loose deliveries that come along, as well Will Rhodes did effectively this morning actually, as Ogbourne is in again and Rhodes defends. Will Rhodes overnight was on 82, hit the first ball for 4, and there was absolutely no trace of nervous 90s because he hit 5 4s in his first 17 balls faced this morning to race to a century. Then since then has really been just solid, hasn't he, and introspective, and allowed Ed Barnard to take the initiative. Phil Britt very kindly has just passed us the news that a record has been broken here at Edgbaston as Ogbourne is in again and Rhodes defends. It's a new 5th wicket record for Warwickshire against Kent at Edgbaston, beating the 112 by Brian McMillan and Asif Din in 1986.
Seems quite low, that record partnership, isn't it? Wasn't thinking it'd be anywhere near any kind of record at this number, but there you go.
Bit of payback here for Kent as well for Warwickshire fans with long memories who will remember them being bowled out for 16 at Tonbridge in 1913, which is Warwickshire's record lowest ever total. Ogbourne is in again and Rhodes just guides this one away down to backward point for a single.
You mean revenge hasn't been served since?
It still rankles.
Is it still nailed to the dressing room wall?
It is, yes.
Remember Tonbridge.
Indeed, and Frank Woolley took 5. Titch Freeman, I think, the other 5. They both took 5 for 8. 16 all out. And 111 years later, Warwickshire are exacting a measure of revenge for it. Here comes Ogbourne, left arm around the wicket and defended into the offside by Barnard, and they scamper a single. 340 for 4.
Said again, 6-16 all out.
Yes.
It's not the championship low though, is it? I think that was 12 by Northants.
Yes, that's right. Who was that against? I think.
Gee, I couldn't tell you offhand.
Yes. It's certainly Warwickshire's lowest ever. I don't think there have been that many under 20. I think was there one either Surrey or Essex against each other?
I think it was. Was it exactly 20?
Was it 20?
Bowled out at Chelmsford.
Rhodes works this one away off his hip, very crisply timed for 4 down. That's a poor delivery from Ogbourne, just short on the leg stump, and Rhodes helps himself to 4, the 26th 4 of this partnership, which is now 150. 153 from 239 balls between Rhodes and Barnard. And Warwickshire just increasing their iron-like grip. Gloucester in 1907, Phil, was the lowest ever.
I think it was 12.
Against
Gloucestershire.
Northampton against Gloucestershire.
Was it at Gloucester? I've got in my head. At the Wagonworks ground. Ah. 12 all out, that's quite something. 3-4, 4-4. Here's Charlie Stobo going in past the umpire to Ed Barnard, who's driving. Thickish outside edge to backward point. He set off for a single, but the fielder, Bell Drummond, had got down quickly to make the save there. And there was, for a moment, Barnard scrambling to get back in his ground. But in the end, Bell Drummond couldn't get up in time to get the throw away.
I don't think Kent still play at Tonbridge, do they? Tonbridge Wells and Beckenham, but not Tonbridge.
Stobo is in and going past the outside edge. It doesn't carry through to Finch. May have been an edge, but it didn't carry to Finch. Dying down by his right boot.
Another lovely delivery from Charlie Stobo.
Yes, that's just threatened here since the break.
Just one slip. Arguably, Stobo bowling well enough to deserve a second, but Kent just so on the defensive, of course.
You were right, Essex 20 all out against Lancashire, Chelmsford in 2013. Was the recent low as this is wide and cut away by Barnard. Third man is now down there in front of the wide stand, and they will come back for a comfortable couple of runs, which takes Barnard to 61, 346 for 4.
Should I remain quiet for a moment, Alex, because you're about to...
You've got exactly 60 seconds. Right. Make it count.
Well, I was just about to mention that one that probably isn't on there is Stoney's 24 all out against Claverden in 1985.
Stubbo in again. Forward comes Barnard, playing up to extra cover for no run.
They were in deep trouble at 19 for 9 until Brian Halford and Larry Connor added 5 for the 10th wicket, which made it much more respectable.
One assumes it was written up in Wisden.
Sadly not.
Stubbo down beneath us. Turns away from the members. And goes up to bowl to Barnard, who's gently forward, playing with bat and pad together again. Just a hint of being beaten on the inside edge, but a thick inside edge out towards mid-wicket. Fielder comes across in good time to make the save, and there's no run. 3, 4, 6 for 4. And an update coming for listeners across the West Midlands on FM frequencies. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are hammering home their advantage against Kent here on day 2. They resumed this morning 207 for 3, leading by 51, and they've extended that out to 346 for 4, a lead of 190. Will Rhodes has led their progress with 153 not out, his second county championship century of the summer. Ed Barnard alongside him on 61 not out, and a mighty 5th wicket partnership that's batting Kent out of the game. They are 346 for 4, a lead of 190. Back with you online. End of the over. And
while Alex was giving that update, another lovely ball from Stobo went past the outside edge of Barnard. He really has bowled very well since lunch, lucklessly so far. Warwickshire lead by 190. Ogbourne pressed into action earlier than anticipated by the injury to Grant Stewart, as Rhodes placed that one up to mid-on. And there isn't a run for those listeners that weren't with us immediately after lunch. It was immediately after lunch that Grant Stewart, in his first ball from the city end, pulled up, flexing his shoulder sorely. Then he did bowl one delivery and just walked straight off the field for some treatment. And let's hope that's nothing too serious. Ogbourne is in again, short of a length on the leg stump, and it lifts at Rhodes. Good delivery, but Rhodes tucks it away down to square leg for a single, moves to 154. Barnard has 61, and Phil is back with us.
Afternoon, Brian. Afternoon, everybody. It's they're making good progress here, these two, and then don't need to hurry, do they? They can take their time. I think this is where Jacob Bethel missed out big time on this morning.
He will be thinking that, won't he? He got a good delivery, to be fair, but he will be thinking, my word, all these runs that Ed Barnard's getting, they could have been mine.
Yeah. Is it you, Brian, or me?
It's
you.
It's me. I lost concentration poorly there. Lucky I'm not a wicket keeper, isn't it?
Can you go and fetch it from the boundary for Brian?
Ogborn sends it down the leg side, and they appeal not very convincingly for a caught behind. Barnard aimed a leg glance at it, and 347 for 4 it remains. Yes, we were just saying before you came on, Phil, what Warwickshire's approach may be. There is no threat of time of rain damage, so they've got more than 2.5 days still. This one is pulled for 4 by Ed Barnard. Really a textbook pull all along the grass, well in front of mid-wicket, which I think gives an indication of the pace of the pitch.
Yeah.
And that raises Warwickshire's 350.
Jaden Denley, who's a substitute fielder on for, I think he's on for Moyaye. He's stood out on the square leg boundary, and he never even moved. In fact, he was looking to see where it had gone, and the ball went only about 10 yards away from him, but absolutely raced out across the ground, across the square.
Beautifully struck by Barnard, who's on 65 from 95 balls, and beaten outside off stump by Ogborn, who raises his hands and looks to the umpire, almost pleading. There was no nick there, but it was a good delivery, and Kent just need a bit of luck, don't they? Because they've had enough of the opposite sort of luck. They need a bit of good luck.
Yeah.
The vestige of hope for them in this game, I guess, is that the pitch is likely to flatten. As Alex has said, Warwickshire are in a place to impose huge scoreboard pressure, but if Kent can deal with that, the pitch could be good for batting as this match deepens. Barnard is forward to this one from Ogborn, and the bowler fields on his run through.
And we're approaching a 200 lead. Warwickshire just 5 runs short of taking that lead to 200. They've incidentally now got their 3rd batting point. So with that 4, took them to 3 batting points to go with their 3 bowling points. So they will try and optimise that. Still got a further. What have we got? Another 20 overs or plus to be able to get the 100 runs they need to get maximum batting points. So we're going to see Charlie Stobo from the pavilion end bowling to Rhodes. He's on 154. This one is turned beautifully by Rhodes. He's picked that shot so well today. Will it have the legs to get to the boundary? It's a despairing dive, and brilliantly fielded down below us by Joey Everson, I think that is. And they've got back in the end for... Did they get back for 4 runs there? Did they run 4, Brian? I think they did.
Yep.
Gosh.
It's a long old
An all-run 4. While I was watching the terrific piece of fielding...
Well, Ed Barnard is hands on his knees, panting.
I'm not surprised. I should think he'd need a lie down in a dark room after that.
Well, it's a good effort for Will Rhodes, isn't it, to run a 4 having batted for the best part of 5 hours.
Well, certainly was. Stover comes in again and bowls, and this is short. The bouncer, take that, he says, if you're going to run 4 off me.
Will Rhodes, obviously cricketers always say they don't look at these sort of things, but he must be aware that his career best is not a million miles away, 207. At Worcester, I think, if I recall, in the days, those strange days of the Bob Willis Trophy.
He was captaining the side in those days, wasn't
Yep.
he? But they're not that long ago in relative terms, only about 3 years ago. Stobo into him, and he turns this to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's going to be a big hole to fill, you know, for next season when he goes.
Yeah, we mentioned this a little earlier on. Really good signing for Durham. But it leaves Warwickshire with a top order gap, and also Rhodes is such a useful medium pace bowler. He's such a good partnership breaker, and he can tie an end up.
Has he got a slight niggle or something at the moment which stops him bowling? He didn't bowl in the match against Somerset at all. Didn't bowl in this first innings. This one he's glanced down to deep backward square leg for 1.
I did ask that question of the coaching staff in the last game, because it was strange that Rhodes didn't get it, and the reply was no, he's fit to bowl. So
just didn't use him.
Just didn't use him.
It's a luxury, isn't it? When, mind you, it shows that in this game, Warwickshire came in with 5 seamers and didn't use Rhodes, who's a genuine 6th option.
It's good. This is his penultimate home game for the Bears, then, so he would love to go out, or nearly go out, with the career best.
Stobo in, and forward comes Barnard and pushes into the offside, and there's no run. 65 to Barnard, 159 to Rhodes.
Warwickshire do have young batters coming through, of course. I mean, Yates, Mosley and Bethel now established in the first team. How much they will see of Mosley and Bethel, of course, it remains to be seen. They may well, they're obviously in the England one-day side for next week.
Yep, Stobo bowls, Barnard defends, and up to mid-on. There is no run, fielded there by Ben Compton. And end of another over, 356 for 4. Warwickshire lead by exactly 200. Yes, you would think at this stage that the Bethel needs to probably get championship runs to get into move away from the one-day.
Oh, without question. I mean, Bethel, they're right at the start of their international careers, aren't they? And they're certainly not going to play all formats, but they will probably be taken away from time to time.
The odd Lions game, things like that, you'd expect to see them getting games in.
Alfie Ogbourne to start another over from the City end, over the wicket, left armour to Will Rhodes, who allows this one to pass through to Harry Finch.
But who knows, there may be plans afoot for somebody to move here and to replace Rhodes.
Well, I would say that there is certainly scope for a Will Rhodes, an experienced batter who can pile on the thick end of 1,000 runs in the season.
And that's what you really are talking, aren't you? You're talking the upside towards 1,000 that you need to replace, which is not easy.
Ogbourne in again. Rhodes in defence back to the bowler, who immediately throws it to Ben Compton, who immediately throws it to Stobo, and the ball gets a little polish at mid-off. Quite a good crowd in today, actually, at Edgbaston. It was been better crowds for this game than the Somerset game last week. The weather obviously has a bit to do with that, but a good attendance here for Warwickshire's penultimate home championship match of the season. Rhodes waits again. Another good delivery from Ogbourne, which Rhodes just tucks into the leg side.
I'd like to say it's the last chance that youngsters have got before they go back to school, but it would be kind of naive to say that, because looking at the crowds, there are some youngsters here, but not too many. Still don't seem to be able to get the youngsters to come along to watch the cricket.
Yeah, the demographic of championship cricket, I don't think will ever change, will it?
It certainly has over the years become much more of a senior adults attraction.
Ogbourne in again, driven crisply for 4 by Will Rhodes. That was beautifully timed. It wasn't much more than a forward defensive shot, but it bounced up over, he drilled it into the ground. It bounced up high over Ogbourne's shoulder and bifurcated the men at mid on and mid off, and Will Rhodes has another boundary, 163 to him, 65. A very imposing looking scoreboard there for Warwickshire.
Yeah.
360 for 4.
The other concern from Kent's point of view is that the second new ball has done nothing for them.
Ogborn in again, and this is a loose one from Rhodes. Actually, he admonishes himself there because he slashed at a wide one and missed it, but didn't nick it.
So 360 for 4. These two came together when the score was, what was it, 219, I think, when they
Yep.
the last wicket fall. So they've added 141, and the all-time record against Kent, thanks to Tim Walton, who's sent me the information through, is 180.
That's about, it is quite
They're
low,
quite
isn't
low,
it? When
aren't
you
they,
think,
the numbers,
think of
yeah.
all the times that these two sides have met. This is chopped away for 4 by Will Rhodes. A little bit short. Rhodes completely in control of it. Just fine of Gully. The diving Gully couldn't get to it. Second boundary of the over for Will Rhodes. And he has 167. Ed Barnard has 65. 364 for 4. And that record must be in jeopardy.
I wonder whether we're going to see some spin, because Harry Finch has put on a helmet, which means he's going to stand up to the wicket. Indeed we are. Matt Parkinson is going to come back on to bowl at the pavilion end. He had a fairly long spell in the morning session without success, and he's going to resume as Kent looked to try and pick up a second wicket of the day. It's been hard going for them. And last night, the only real time where they got a bit of a break on, they got rid of Hayne and were able to also reduce the scoring rate towards the end of the day. But apart from that, it's really been very much Warwickshire who've held the upper hand. Here's Parkinson going to start from the pavilion end into Barnard. Barnard goes back and gives himself space and cracks it into the offside. But the substitute fielder, Jaden Denley, is there and fields cleanly and prevents the single.
3 men on the leg side boundary, which is quite short for the spinner from the pavilion end.
Parkinson in, down the wicket. Now he could be gone here. It's up in the air and Barnard is walking and has gone. Parkinson gets his wicket, and it's a fairly easy catch there for... just trying to see who's that. Jack Leaning, I think that is, who's taken the catch. And Barnard walks off. So a wicket for Kent, 365 for 5, 65 for Barnard, who the moment he hit it knew he'd perished because the ball went straight up in the air to mid-off, and Leaning was underneath it and took the catch. So second wicket falls. There'll be no new record. That's why, Brian, it's so low. They just get out as they get close.
Ed Barnard lifts his bat and is warmly welcomed back into the pavilion. A really good innings from the former Worcestershire man, and has just kept Warwickshire's foot on Kent's throat in this game. And not the greatest sight for a team that's under the cosh with the ball is Michael Burgess walking out, because Burgess is in fine form with the bat this season and can score very quickly, and I think he will fancy adding a few of his own to this Warwickshire tally. But fair play, well played to Kent. Parkinson tossed that one up. I just mentioned the 3 men on the leg side boundary, which is very short. Ed Barnard went straight, but just got right underneath it, and straightforward catch to mid-off. 364 for 5.
So, a little bit of relief for the visitors, and also for Matt Parkinson, who took a little bit of stick in the morning session, but this time, first time Ed Barnard had really tried to use his feet to the bowlers. He'd spent a lot of time facing Barnard, lapping him and sweeping him to get his runs, but he came down the wicket with a purpose, and it was either going to be pick it out of the second tier of the pavilion or go the way he went, and he just didn't quite get to it. So Michael Burgess will face his first delivery, which is right on the mark, brings him forward and runs it away into the offside, and they scamper through for a very quick single, which gets Burgess on his way and takes Warwickshire on to 365 for 5.
Nice comfortable catch there for Jack, leaning it mid-off, and just in case Jack's father Andy is listening to the commentary, Andy, or hope all is well with you. I don't know whether you remember, we used to deal with each other when you were at Lincoln City and on the Lincolnshire Echo, and you were Lincoln City's brilliant goalkeeper, but I hope you're keeping well. And Jack took that catch just as comfortably as you used to come out and take corners for Lincoln City. So
Yes. Parkinson in and bowls, and Rhodes works this way into the onside, and Denley quickly runs across. What division was that in, Brian, in those days?
they were in League Two, and then during a couple of years I was there, they got promoted to League One, and Andy Leaning was shared goalkeeping duties with a guy called Barry Richardson.
This one is pumped back.
Andy, of course, subsequently went on to keep for Chesterfield in the FA Cup semi-finals, if you remember their remarkable run to the semi-finals against Middlesbrough.
I can just about remember it. As forward comes Rhodes, plays it into the other side. So a good return to the attack for Matt Parkinson, a successful one. 365 for 5. So we're talking what? We're talking about 1980s.
No. How dare you?
1970s.
The mid-90s, it was 98, I think, when Chesterfield got to the FA Cup semi. It was a great story.
Oh, it's quite recent, that is, isn't it?
Relatively. But
depending on how old you are.
I'll just describe one more over from Alfie Ogborn, and then Ben will rejoin us. Can Kent build on that breakthrough? Barnard out for 65. New batsman at the crease, Michael Burgess. Still to come, Michael Booth, Gorey, Chris Rushworth and Ollie Hannon-Dolby. There comes Ogborn again. Around the wicket, there's a lot of bat in that, so I don't think the LBW appeal will achieve much. I don't
know about that,
a leg
Brian.
It's a leg well,
there was a lot of bat, but he didn't use it. That's what you meant to say, wasn't it?
It sounded batty, didn't it?
He had the bat in his hand, and he went to look as though he was going to put.
I thought it sounded pretty wooden, but the LBW decision wasn't given anyway. So
he hasn't got a wooden leg, has he?
Well, it sounded as though he had, but it's a leg bye anyway. And Rhodes settles in again to face Ogborn. Good quick delivery this, which goes very close to the stumps. Rhodes lets it pass, and Ogborn is hands on his head, looking to the skies. I think that was close.
Yeah. He's bowled very well, I think, Alfie Ogborn, in this game. His figures don't quite reflect how well he's bowled.
Yes, we were just speculating. Ben may have a thought on this when he comes back on. Of course, I think Ogborn's loan spell is up after this game, but in the light of Grant Stewart just limping off, I wonder if a call could be going into Somerset.
Just to add to the Kent bowling woes of 2024.
Ogborn, and again, driven straight to extra cover. Yes, Grant Stewart just delivered one ball after lunch and then went off flexing his shoulder, clearly in a lot of discomfort. So hopefully that's going to be very short term from Kent's point of view, and he can get some treatment, a bit of ice on it, and it'll be fine. But a worry for Kent. Not as though they don't have enough to worry about already. Here comes Ogborn again. Good delivery, but beautifully punched. Again, that was just a forward defensive shot almost, but just followed through slightly and takes 4 up to mid-on. It was a good straight delivery, but Rhodes is in excellent form now. Perhaps a smidgen over pitch, but punched to the long on boundary for 4 by Will Rhodes, who moves on to 171.
His timing today, right from the outset, the very first over, we saw 2 boundaries, sumptuous boundaries, and his timing today has been absolutely spot on. And I reckon he's batting as well as I've ever seen Will Rhodes bat
Yeah.
today.
Here comes Ogborn short, and Rhodes punches this one out to the man at deep cover for a single. Yeah, I think Durham have signed Will Rhodes just in time to get him at his peak as a batter now. He's at 29 now, and he could have some extremely good years ahead.
I tell you, Durham are building up quite a useful side. I think they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Yes, I certainly agree with that. At their lovely ground up in Chester Street.
It is nice ground, isn't it? Nice place to go up there.
Ogborn back around the wicket to the right-handed Burgess. Good straight delivery, which the wicketkeeper batsman defends back to the bowler. 371 for 5. Rhodes has 172 and Burgess has 1. And after a few more words from Phil Britt, Ben Watts would rejoin us.
Thanks, Brian. Brian will be with us, I think, all day tomorrow. Yeah, good. Nice to see you. Thank you, Brian. So, the batsmen have a chat in the middle of the wicket. 371 for 5. And Michael Burgess, who's just come to the wicket at the fall of dismissal of Ed Barnard. He's just got the 1, but that's Will Rhodes on 172, who is the dominant force at the moment. He retained the strike, so it'll be he facing Matt Parkinson. This one is stroked away by Rhodes into the offside for a single. Field coming in off the cover boundary. Keeps them to 1, so with a 1, 372 for 5. Good afternoon, Ben.
Afternoon.
All good in the world with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Good for Matt Parkinson to finally get a wicket. I feel like he deserved one.
Yes, he did. He's in again, gives that plenty of air. In fact, a little bit too much. It ends up as a full toss, which Michael Burgess tries to steer away through the offside, but isn't successful. Between Jaden Denley and Jack Leamy, they managed to prevent the single, and it's brought a short extra cover to move across from the leg side, and as he leaves the gap, so it's played straight through where they've taken the fielder from by Michael Burgess, and he picks up 4 runs down to the Hollis stand.
Yeah, it was overpitched, in fairness, from Parkinson. He put it away nicely. Yeah, all fine with me, less so if you're the Kent physio.
Yeah, I was going to say just another bowler injured.
Dan George will be a busy man. I've been told that apparently Mieye has a slight knee injury, so that's why he's off the field. And then Stewart, to me, looked like he injured his shoulder when he dived for that ball down at third man, which was a little bit over-exuberant, to be honest.
This next one, Burgess drives into the offside. Is well fielded at short extra cover, and saves probably 3 runs. They scamper through for a single, but 3 runs saved. That was
Joey Everson with the original bit of fielding,
yeah.
And then Jaden Denley helping him out. I think next year Kent might need to tell some of their fast bowlers to stop diving around in the field, because Wes Agar injured his shoulder and that put paid to his season, diving around in the field, and then Stewart's maybe done a similar thing.
This one, Rhodes runs away out into the offside.
Hopefully it's not as serious as Wes Agar's, but all these big fast bowlers throwing themselves around on the floor and for the sake of saving a couple of runs or whatever.
Who's out there fielding on the cover?
So yeah, it's Jazz Singh on the mid-wicket
Jazz Singh, that
boundary.
is Jazz Singh, is that?
So yeah, Kent have got their other 2
Yeah.
sub-fielders, their other 2 members of their squad out there at the moment.
This one from Parkinson is turned round the corner by Burgess, but there's a short, fine leg who is
Well, this is
on
good
board.
news. Here comes Grant Stewart back out
Oh,
to the field.
good,
So
excellent.
he's
Good.
clearly had that shoulder looked at, and they've decided that
Having
there's no serious damage.
Having just identified him, Jazz Singh is now going to leave the field as he returns, so that's good news.
Jack Leaning walked over to Grant Stewart as if to say, what does the physio think? Can you bowl? It's going to be Joey Everson though to bowl from the Birmingham end of the ground. You can see the city in the far distance on the horizon from our commentary position.
Yes, it sort of comes up through the trees, doesn't it? It's the high-rise buildings in the foreground, the edge of the stand, then a whole heap of trees, and then the city pops up through the trees.
It is nice to have the trees there.
Oh, it is.
Makes it a lot more picturesque.
It is. There's huge amount of greenery and trees and parks in Birmingham.
So around the wicket comes Everson to bowl to the left-handed Rhodes, and he lets this one go outside the off stump.
And this particular area around here, there's a lot of parks. Parks either side of the ground, the big park and
Yeah,
at
even
the front, Cannon Hill Park, and then the Colthorpe Park behind.
yeah, driving into the ground from the hotel, there's kind of a big row of trees along, or sort of on either side of the road as you're driving in on that long straight road. Is it the Bristol Road?
Yeah. From where you're staying, you come down the Bristol Road, then
Yeah.
cross the Pershore Road and come to the ground. Then
See that one driven up towards mid-off. Another dot ball. Jack Leaning's just stretching off his back at slip. Not sure he's necessarily going to have a bowl just yet. This new ball is obviously only, what, 20? It's not even that, is it?
no,
14
it's
overs
14 overs old.
Here comes Everson. Turned away to the leg side by Rhodes. Straight to Ogbourne. Yeah, surprised, I guess, in a way that Kent chucked the ball to Parkinson so soon with the newer ball, but sometimes it's almost worth a go. See if the spinner gets a bit of extra bounce or something.
Yeah.
Barnard was annoyed with himself, wasn't he?
Yes,
The reaction
yeah.
on the shot.
Well, it was either going to be in the stand or it was going to be that one. You didn't quite get. He was get to it and it went straight up in the air, didn't it? But it could just if it had got hold of it, would have said, "What a wonderful shot! 6 runs."
Shall we have some bowls? Half drive without timing, really, up towards mid-off. And Brian right to point out that Jack's got some good genes when it comes to his handling, and arguably one of the best on the circuit in the field, Jack Leaning. Some of the catches he takes. Took a brilliant one at Worcestershire last week, actually. That was doing the rounds on social media a little bit. He's watching on from slip at the moment as Everson's around the wicket to Rhodes, and he's clipping this one away behind square on the onside, so we'll get to see how well Grant Stewart's moving.
Yeah, it seemed okay down there. Got the ball back in all right.
Yeah, so I think it's his left shoulder possibly that he's injured. They looked like there was a slight kind of brace of the shoulder as he threw it in with his healthy arm. Because yeah, if I remember rightly, he was moving away to his left when he was trying to field that ball at the far end and kind of landed awkwardly on his shoulder.
I wonder whether he landed on the AstroTurf as opposed to... Was he on the right on the... I didn't see it. Was he on the boundary edge?
Yeah, he was on the boundary edge, so it would have just been the ground. But
Okay, because that all the way round off would be the other side of the rope is AstroTurf.
yeah, I think it was probably more just the hard ground,
Yeah.
and he's a muscular fella, so he weighs a little bit. Fall on that shoulder, all your body weight going through it as this one's pushed away by Burgess out towards extra cover. End of the over. 379 for 5. The lead is 200 and... Well, it was 222, but it's now 223. Rhodes on 175. Seems to like batting against the Kookaburra ball.
Yes.
When he gets in, he goes big.
England have taken a 4th Sri Lankan wicket. They are 83 for 4 in reply to England's 427. Matthew Potts getting that wicket. So 2 to Stone, 1 to Potts, 1 to Wokes.
Potts was a bit unlucky last game that all the drop catches seem to be off his bowling.
Parkinson starts a new over and Rhodes goes back, gives himself space and then just steers it straight back down to the bowler on his follow through. Just a little bit quiet at the moment as Parkinson comes in. That's a little bit shorter and allows Rhodes to just give himself space and cut it away down to Stewart out on the cover boundary, who does the fielding. one more to the total, 380 for 5. Rhodes moves to 176. Burgess back on strike, he's on 6. As Parkinson comes in, and oh, that turned and drew Burgess forward, and the ball pitched and moved away from the right-hander, and well taken as well behind the stumps there by Harry Finch.
Beauty that was.
Lovely ball.
Just seen the replay.
Yeah, absolute peach. As Parkinson in again, and gives it plenty of air, but this time it's stabbed away into the offside, and Ogborn running round can only pick it up, but can't prevent the single. So one more to Burgess. He goes to 7, 381 for 5. Very quiet around the ground as Parkinson gives in, and again this is played out into the offside. Again, does a relatively easy single as Stobo comes in from mid-off and does the fielding, but has to make a little bit of ground and can't prevent them getting home quite comfortably. So one ball to go in this over from Parkinson, and Burgess drives out just wide of Ogborn out to the man out on the cover boundary, who is Ben Compton. And he does the fielding, he's out there. End of another over, so the over's ticking by.
Just having a look at some of the scores elsewhere, seeing that Johnny Bairstow out for 160 at Headingley, where Yorkshire are 564 for 6. So moving themselves into a very good position in that match, which could potentially be the one that defines who goes up in Division 2 rather. They beat Sussex last week, who are still top. Middlesex, the other team in the top 3, along with Yorkshire. As Everson is in and bowling. Burgess with a little walk down the pitch there and pushes out towards Jaden Denley at mid-wicket, and then Sussex going well at Hove are 589 for 7. Centuries for Hughes and Simpson. Obviously that Gloucestershire Northants game peculiarly abandoned yesterday, pretty much. This one's driven up towards mid-on by Burgess. Evenish game at Cardiff, although you would say probably the home side are on top thanks to Colin Ingram's 100.
He's had a good season, hasn't he?
258 for 4, so they're now just ahead. But obviously with plenty of wickets in hand. Yeah, he's obviously a bit of a veteran of the county scene now.
Yeah, he's late 30s, isn't he?
Yeah, still a fine player. This one's clipped out towards square leg. I think one of those actually where Glamorgan were planning on bringing in. Well, I think they have actually rested him in some championship games this season because they had the fast bowler that came in, and obviously Labuschagne as well. But yep. Ingram's form's been so good.
They rested him in a few of the one-day games as well, despite the fact they were top and needing to make sure that they qualified. When they came here, they rested him for the match here.
Oh, that one's up in the air. Man out in the deep, pulled away, and the catch is taken by Ben Compton, and Burgess goes. Just saw him earlier on in the over walking at Everson, and he's fetched that delivery and top-edged it. And as soon as it came off the bat, he looked in trouble, and Compton out there in the deep at square leg held on slightly awkwardly. He went for the reverse hands technique, and it almost didn't quite get to him, but held on Compton, and Everson gets a wicket, another one for Kent. And Warwickshire 383 for 6, with Burgess, like we saw earlier on from Bethel, out for 8.
Yeah, again looking to force that away, didn't control the shot, and from the moment he hit it, much different sort of dismissal to the one that Barnard, but both of them knew from the moment the ball had hit the bat that they were going to be gone. So Kent getting those couple of wickets in reasonably quick time after lunch gives them a second bowling point, which gives them some encouragement. And also gets them into what I would say is the Warwickshire tail now, the bowlers. Michael Booth can bat, Michael Ray can bat, but both of them are ones who you would think would like to get on with it rather than building a sort of innings and occupying the crease. So be interested to see what role they play. They like to put bat to ball.
It feels like it opens the door for Kent, doesn't it? Potentially take a few more wickets. They'd need 3 more in the next 13 overs to get another point.
Yeah. But there's an opportunity there for them, and I think they'll be given. And Warwickshire, by the similar route, will probably not worry too much about the fact that Kent need 3 more wickets, but they'll be looking to get effectively these extra 67 runs they require to get another 2 batting points and effectively get maximum bonus points from the game. You know, they would dearly love to get every point available from this game, to give them relief on the pressure at the bottom of the table. A win for any side at the bottom of the table is going to be mammoth, and with Warwickshire got matches still to play against Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire in their 2 of their last 3 games. You know, they would be looking to try and optimise the number of points today.
So Everson in then to Booth, the new man. He's defending this one from the crease out into the offside. 227 the lead, 383 for 6 in the sunshine here in Birmingham. A little bit more cloud than we had this morning when it was almost blanket blue skies overhead, but nonetheless a splendid day for it. Decent crowd in. The members area downstairs is absolutely rammed. This one's defended away by Booth. End of the over then from Everson.
Right, I shall make way, and Alex Winter will come back and replace me.
Thank you very much, Phil. You're listening to BBC Sport Online via the app and the website, or watching on the live stream on the Warwickshire website with Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent, Alex Winter, Phil Britt, and we heard from Brian Halford as well from the ECB Reporters Network, who'll be here tomorrow. So Parkinson's going to continue, despite the fact that this ball is only 17 overs old. Parkinson's the man at the moment for Kent. It's turned away defensively by Rhodes into the onside, where Jaden Denley does the fielding. There's a few more fielders kind of pushed out for Rhodes, almost inviting him to take the single. Parkinson bowls to him. Back goes Rhodes. It gets a little bit low, but he was able to just watch it carefully from the crease. In fact, it was a little bit fuller than I first thought, actually. There's a strong cut shot into the offside. Grant Stewart runs around to do the fielding. This time doesn't even bother throwing it in, so I would suggest that left shoulder is giving him a little bit of grief still. So the right-handed Booth now just marking out his guard to face Parkinson. Bowls a little bit of turn, just comes off a thickish outside edge just into the ground. Just the sort of area that Parkinson will be looking to land it here against the right-hander. He's got one slip in play. That was very short. And just clipped out towards the short mid-wicket. Still some turn though there for Parkinson, as he landed it kind of on a leg stump and spun the ball hard. Defended away by Booth. This time into the onside. Wonder whether they might think about a short leg fielder possibly after that stroke. A little bit hard hands. Tidy over for Parkinson. 384 for 6. 228 runs the lead for Warwickshire.
So a little respite for Kent with those couple of wickets, breaking that big 5th wicket stand that was grinding them into the dirt. But the error from Barnard, another one from Burgess pretty soon after. Let's at least give Kent a second bowling point. But they still are a long way behind in the game. Bears advantage of 228. And Will Rhodes here looking to go past his season's best. He's on 178, facing Everson from the far end, and clipping one down the leg side. That'll run away for 4. And that indeed is a season's best effort for Will Rhodes. The latest boundary, he's able to flick to the short side away to the Holly stand to our right. Just a fraction straight from Everson, and anything straight today. He's been on it in a flash. Shown good timing to work anything away with the angle. And that was well away from Stewart at deep square, down towards the edge of the pavilion for 4 runs. So Rhodes goes to a season high mark of 182 and faces Everson again, and again is able to clip leg side, but this time straight to Stewart on the deep square fence away to our right hand side for a single. So 389 for 6. Rhodes on to 183, and he will be eyeing up that career best mark of 207. Not too much further along the road for the former captain. Booth here about to face Everson, and second slip is reinserted. So 2 slips, a catching mid-wicket, 4 saving 1, deep square and long leg are in place as Booth forces from the crease out to extra cover, and there's no one as far as Alfie Ogborne. Ogborne who's had to pick up some slack with Stewart unable to bowl, and these overs from Everson here with his medium pace would have been unexpected. Comes in again from the city end of the ground, and Booth is forcing again into the same region. This time it's mid-off, scrambling away to his left. Parkinson down there to field, and there's no run. 389 for 6. As a lone seagull goes across the far side of the ground in search of stray lunchtime morsels down there. Plenty of them in a few weeks' time on finals day when the food court is back up and running. As forward comes Booth, playing up towards mid-off for no run. Decided there's nothing available down the city end, so he's had a fly over the Holly stand. A perfect view of the ground over there. Sun's disappeared, hopefully momentarily. Still plenty of blue sky among the light cloud as Everson rolls in again. Forward is Booth, playing back towards the bowler. And the over comes to an end. 389 for 6, Warwickshire. They're ahead by 2-3-3. And we have another 11 overs to come in bonus point period. So looking unlikely that Warwickshire will take maximum batting points. Should be absolutely fine for another 11 runs for a 4th point. But an outside chance perhaps that Kent could maybe sneak through another 3 wickets, sorry, in order to pick up maximum bowling bonus points, which would at least give them something from this innings.
Just a couple of emails in on kentcricket@gmail.com. Mike getting in touch saying, "Hi guys, hope you're enjoying the sunshine. Another poor match for Kent, dire season, injuries galore, etc." He says, looking ahead, and I believe it was mentioned on air by Ben that Division 2 may be a chance for us to regroup and look at the youngsters such as Denley the younger, as Parkinson bowls and it's defended away back up the pitch. Says certainly need to win a game before the end of the season ends, and even if the team are relegated, in terms of the morale, says any more injuries and the club cat may need to play in the next match. Do we even have a club cat? If so, get him some pads. As Parkinson bowls, and this one's swept away out towards long leg. Rhodes will come back for 2. Yeah, I did wonder at one point that Kent might need to get one of the coaches geared up in some whites to come and run some drinks when they had both of their 12th and 13th men in the squad out on the field. I don't think they've got a 14th with them. That's Parkinson bowls. Turned away into the onside. Although Joe Denley is here because he was out at lunchtime doing some running and some stretches. That knee still quite heavily strapped up as this one's drilled down the ground by Rhodes. Beats the fielder at mid-off. And away for 4 more runs to move him on to 189. The lead up to 239. 395 for 6, Warwickshire. Lovely full extension. Whip of the wrists almost.
Yeah, just cleared the front leg, didn't it, to give room for the arms. It's the first time he's really taken Parkinson through the offside. But again, it was so well timed. His timing today has been fantastic.
Yeah, it certainly has. Parkinson bowls to him and he clips into the leg side. Bourne just inspects his elbow after throwing himself at that to try and field. Goes back to what I was saying about Kent's bowlers maybe need to stop throwing themselves around in the field quite so much. Just was probably always going to be one. Don't get yourself injured in the process of trying to stop it as Parkinson bowls to Booth. There's a shout for LBW. He's probably pitched it outside leg stump, to be honest. Just seeing the replay. Yeah, I'm not convinced it was.
No, it's not going to come back, is it?
Never quite in line. So end of the over. 3-9-6 for 6. Jack Leaning just briefly wandering off the field, and Jaden Denley is coming back out. Jazz Singh was already out there and deep on the groundsman's shed side of the ground.
So Rhodes here 190 not out. His second best first class score. He needs 10 more for the second double hundred of his career. And the first class best of 207 is well within sight. Slip, backward point and cover are in place, but he's gathered it between the backward point and slip for 4 runs. He's done that so well. Allowed the ball to come on and steered it away, and it brings the 400 up for Warwickshire. A 4th batting point with it. Will Rhodes 32nd boundary. So much time to play that, waiting for the ball to come on nicely and just guiding it away down towards the dressing rooms. 400 for 6. Lead goes to 2-4-4. Slip now goes wider to Gully as Rhodes angles one again, but this time in front of point, and they'll get a single out into the covers as Ogborne comes around to his right hand side. Or is it the substitute in there?
Denley's got the floppy hat on at mid-wicket, and then Jazz Singh's out at deep square.
Deep square. 401 for 6. Rhodes to 195. A few runs here for the lower order, you fancy, if they can apply themselves.
Perfect situation to be arriving at the crease in, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. They'd still like to grind their way up towards 500 if they can here, Warwickshire, to really put the hammer down. Everson is in, try to flick to leg by Booth. Appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Wharf. Probably sliding down. Looked as if he may have fallen over a fraction. He did a little bit, but it was always going to go down the leg side. Hit him quite low on the pad, but probably in line with leg stump. And drifting on with the angle. So we've got a second slip in place here, a deepish backward point, an orthodox cover, a short extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, a catching mid-wicket and 2 out on the leg side. As this is quite low, and another appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Wharf again. Now what will he give here? Has he given runs? He has given runs, so he hit it. Little inside edge into pad. Slightly straighter. It may still have been going down the leg side, even without the edge. But Booth survives, and he's off the mark. His third first-class match. And the ball goes to 4:02 for 6. Bright sunshine back with us. Beautiful scene here at Edgbaston. Healthy Friday afternoon crowd in. Away goes Everson to Rhodes, and he works one around the corner with the angle. Takes his latest run out towards the Holly stand to our right, where a smattering of spectators are gathered. It was difficult to judge the crowd sides when the stands are so vast. You often see at some of the test grounds they just close areas off. Spectators huddle in a certain area of the ground. But looks as if all areas, perhaps except the double-decker stand, are available here today, as this is driven away by Rhodes, by Booth, I beg your pardon, wide of mid-on, and they will go through for a comfortable single. Booth goes to 2, 404 for 6 at the end of the over. 9 more to come in bonus point period. So unlikely that the Bears are going to get themselves up to 450 from here. I think their task will be just to grind out as many as possible and extend this lead, if they can, up beyond 300. It currently stands at 248.
Parkinson carrying on. Bowling to Booth. He's on 2. Backs away. Looks to drive into the offside off the back foot. No run on that occasion. Get to the other email I had from Peter in a moment. Parkinson bowls. Slapped away. 1 bounce and 4. From Booth over the top of mid-on. Parkinson tossed it up. Certainly invited the stroke. Parkinson never really seems to mind when batters look to try and attack him. He's going to send mid-on a bit deeper, but in fairness to Booth, all he had to do was clear Stobo, and it was away for 4 to the short boundary. Leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and yeah, why not when you're 400 for 6?
Well, there hasn't been a need for any aggression really against Parkinson, because runs have flowed so comfortably from both ends really. Only time we did see a bit of aggression brought the downfall of Ed Barnard.
Lead is 252. There's a thick outside edge as Booth was looking to again, this time play forcefully through the offside. Which goes back to what I was saying, Parkinson won't actually mind that Booth's trying to be a bit more aggressive against him, I would guess, as Parkinson lobs it up, driven away, tumbling stop by Alfie Ogborn in the deeper of the 2 cover positions. Get to this email from Peter. He says, a dismal season, very sorry to see that Kent are obviously subsiding to relegation. The batting really has been way off the pace, leaving the bowlers little to bowl at, as this one's defended away into the onside. And we can all knock the rather poor handling of the top quality players that they have lost. And I think probably is an element of that as the over ends 408 for 6. When you look at the players that have left in Coxon, Robinson, etc. He says, I think really the same problem is afflicting both Test and County cricket, the widening gap between a handful of wealthy teams and the rest. The two Test series have been far too one-sided. I went to the West Indies warm-up game at Beckenham, and you could see that the West Indies weren't going to cut it against England. You could say the same about the contenders for promotion from Division 2, except Yorkshire. How do we ensure that fans and youngsters can see top quality cricket locally and smaller clubs remain centres of cricketing excellence?
Everson in and Rhodes driving off a thick outside edge to backward point.
And just to conclude, he says the current approach is in danger of killing off some of the smaller county club teams, and then also, by way of comparison to test level, as he says, you've got the likes of India, Australia and England kind of dominating the scene, and certainly the money, and then there's a widening gap to some of the other nations.
Everson in, outside the off stump, and Rhodes leans forward and lets it go through. Yeah, you do have some other competitive sides around. Certainly New Zealand and South Africa can both get a competitive team out on the park, but no, neither seem tremendously keen to play too much Test cricket.
Yeah, it just doesn't financially seem to be worth their while, does it, unfortunately?
Everson rolls in from the city end, and Rhodes flicks him leg side out to deep mid-wicket. Fieldsman comes around the Holly stand boundary to collect, and they jog through for a comfortable single. And it takes Will Rhodes now on to 197 not out, just 3 away from the second double century of his career. And the score of 409 for 6. And South Africa, well, they just checked out of Test cricket really a few years ago when they decided to go all in with their new T20 franchise competition, their traditional Test cricket month of January, almost entirely given over to the new SA20 competition. It is a real shame. Everson back of a length, and Booth pushing away to mid-wicket. Jaden Denley is there in the sun hat, coming to his right to collect, and there's no run. And New Zealand wouldn't have played a home match longer than 2 Test matches for, I think, a few years actually, possibly since England were last there, and England do visit New Zealand again, I think, in the new year. As Everson comes in once more, and this is played forward up towards short extra cover. There's a brief fumble by Compton, but it won't result in an additional run. Just a 1 slip in place. Daniel Bell-Drummond is quite wide and at second slip. 3 men out on the fences at deep cover, deep square and long leg. A very short catching extra cover now as Everson is in again to Booth, and Booth is pushing leg side from the crease, finds Denley at short mid-wicket, and the over comes to an end. 409 for 6, the Bears, leading Kent here by 253. And we've still got 15 overs to go until tea time, so again we're behind schedule. And you can't blame wickets tumbling today, because we've only had 3 of them. Yesterday, with the wickets tumbling, there was a bit of an excuse to not get the overs in on time, but not so today. We'll be going on till at least 4 o'clock again, you fancy, to get these overs in before tea. As Parkinson begins a new over from the pavilion end. 409 for 6. Parkinson into Rhodes, and he pushes one down for a single. And now an update for West Midlands listeners. I'm Alex Winter out of sunny Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are indeed making hay in the sunshine. They're 410 for 6, leading Kent by 254 runs. Their progress being led by Will Rhodes, who's onto his second highest score of his career, 198 not out, and a lifetime best of 207 isn't too far away. A couple of wickets have gone down since lunch. Ed Barnard fell for 65, ending a stand of 145 with Rhodes, and then Michael Burgess fell for just 8, but Warwickshire are grinding Kent into the dirt here. They're 410 for 6, leading by 254. Back with you online, and Parkinson bowling to Booth on 6 for the slip in place. And he swings him up to cover and is going to be caught. Easy catch is taken. Booth looking to go leg side. Big top edge. And a very simple catch for Alfie Ogborn in the end. Just shuffling backwards from extra cover. Parkinson picks up his second wicket. Booth is gone for just 6. And Kent have a 7th wicket, which leaves them with another 6 overs after this to try and find a couple more for an extra point. And you never know. Every point always worth scrapping for, and there's still time here for Kent to try and push for that extra point. But they've got a couple of cheap ones here this afternoon, with first Ed Barnard and now Michael Booth having a swing and a miscue against Parkinson. And you can add the dismissal of Burgess to that as well, when he pulled and was hauled out into the deep. So some cheaper wickets falling. Most welcome for Kent, because when that stand was developing between Barnard and Rhodes, there was looking like no way through, and it was becoming a very long afternoon indeed. They're still trailed by a huge chalk, of course, at 254. But a little bit of light relief, just working through the Bears' lower order now, with Michael Ray coming out here at number 9. And Will Rhodes would just be probably saying to him, I think, let's just stick around for a while longer. There's plenty of time left in the game. They haven't completely batted Kent out of the game here, and they don't want to allow this first innings to just slide away from a position of real dominance at 3-8-3 for 5, or 3-6-4 for 4 they were, with Rhodes and Barnard at the crease. And if Kent were able to slide the Bears out here for maybe 450, that would be a little bit of encouragement, really. But Rhodes will certainly be hoping that the lower order can provide him with enough support to go on past his first-class best. Ray is the new man, the right-hander, and he's being beaten first up outside the off-stump by Parkinson. Nicely bowled. Bit of flight. Ray pressing forward. Does he just keep the bat inside the line? No, I think he played at that. Beaten by some gentle turn. Parkinson 2 for 87 into his 28th over here. Floats one up, and Ray forward, getting off the mark with a push through cover point. Out to the sweeper, out on the boundary. A little disappointed that sweeper was out there for Michael Ray. That was an easy start of a 10, and he's away. Score goes to 4-11 for 7. As Parkinson prepares to complete the over, with Will Rhodes on 198 not out. Mid-on is going 3/4 of the way back to the fence. Deep cover is back. Deep mid-wicket is also back. Parkinson is in, and Rhodes is back, clipping leg side. He'll get a single here, a single only. Rolls all the way across the square to Jaden Denley in the deep. Out to our left-hand side at deep mid-wicket. And the over comes to an end. So Will Rhodes on 199, with the Bears 412 for 7, leading by 256, and Phil Britt is back alongside.
So, terrific effort from Will Rhodes. He's batted beautifully today. He's heading towards his, I think, second double century of his career. Warwickshire just since lunch lost those 3 wickets, all in similar sort of fashion, all hitting balls, going for shots and hitting ball up in the air and being caught. But amongst it, much in the same way that Ben Compton stuck around yesterday for Kent in their innings, Rhodes done the same thing as the wickets have started to tumble around him. He's now got partnered by Michael Ray, who we've seen does like to put bat to ball. Warwickshire have got 6 overs in which to get a further 38 runs, and similarly Kent have got to get 2 more wickets in that time to get the maximum bowling points and batting points. And it will be George Garrett who will be bowling to Will Rhodes, who needs 1 more run to get that double century, as Garrett is on his way. He's in, and Rhodes leaves a rising ball which was quicker and bounced more than he thought. Really surprised him outside the off stump, and almost got Rhodes into making a false shot. Suddenly, initially he was just leaning towards across it to cover it, and then the ball came up and was a much quicker one. Good delivery from Garrett. So Rhodes will be a little bit more wary. 412 for 7. In bright sunshine, Garrett is in to bowl, and Rhodes is driving that one back, but well fielded by Garrett on his throw through. He gets his left hand down to it and half stops the ball as he follows through, prevents the run. Beautiful afternoon here now. It did go a bit chilly round lunchtime, but it's warmed up again now, and the sun back out on blue skies overhead. It's a perfect afternoon for cricket, and it could be a perfect afternoon for Will Rhodes. He's on the threshold of a double century in his penultimate home match for Warwickshire. He drives this into what was looking to put it away through extra cover, and it ends up squirting out of the inside edge up towards mid-on, and he rehearses the shot. That wasn't quite where he was aiming, Alex, that one. I think he was hoping to get that one away through the offside.
He just got there too soon, didn't he?
Yeah. Why is it always the run you need to get to a landmark becomes the most difficult run?
Always the way, isn't it? Just getting over that milestone, getting over the line for a victory.
In, and Rhodes turns this one, turns it wide, then sets off halfway back for the run. Ray responds and then goes back, and there's an underarm at Bemeverson at the stumps, and it's all going on. But in the end, the net result is that Rhodes remains on 199. He forced it into the onside. It was parried by the mid-wicket and parried up towards mid-on, who then, both of them thought we can get a run. Both set off. Fortunately, they decided both of them they weren't going to get there. Ray turned back, but in the meantime there was a shy at Ray's stumps, but net result was it missed, and he remains. This next one is turned, and this will be the double century. Down to the mid-wicket boundary for a single, which brings Rhodes is 200, and it's come off 291 balls, includes 32 boundaries, 32 fours. The second double century of his career, and takes Warwickshire onto 413 for 7. A terrific innings from the Warwickshire left-hander, and this needed it. Even more evidence of what Warwickshire are going to miss in 2025, and what Durham are going to get the benefit from.
Absolutely outstanding innings. Picked up yesterday afternoon where the openers had left off, and has guided Warwickshire to a commanding score.
Very popular with the members, Will Rhodes, as you can tell from the response there to that double century. George Garrett will now continue bowling to Michael Ray. He's in, and Ray is defending that one up to mid-on. It's the last ball of that over, the 105th over of the innings. Warwickshire 413 for 7. I'm just beginning to think that perhaps the final batting point may just be beyond them. Yeah,
definitely. I think we're looking more at Kent trying to whip out a couple more wickets in the next 5 overs for that final bowling point. And they've picked up a couple of cheap ones, haven't they, this afternoon? Barnard and then Booth having a dip at Parkinson and just getting it wrong. And Burgess as well, pulling and being caught in the deep. So 413 for 7. Lead stands at 257. The field is almost all back now for Will Rhodes. They're going to give him the single and try and bowl at the other end. Slip in place, mid-wicket saving the one. Everybody else back on the fence. This is way outside the off stump and let go. Deep point, deep cover, mid-off. Back on the fence at long off, long on in place as well. Deep mid-wicket, deep square and deep backward square are all out. Mid-wicket is the only fieldsman saving one. There's also a slip as Parkinson floats one up and Rhodes is forward, working it to the only man and saving the single at mid-wicket. And Compton goes quickly to his left-hand side to collect, and they decided that Compton may as well go back as well, so he's retreated 15 yards. Parkinson steps in again. Rhodes hammers it down the ground, won't get it past long on as Stobo comes to his left, and they jog through for a comfortable single. Rhodes goes to 201, 414 for 7, and Rhodes will be dearly hoping here that he can get past his career best 207.
Yeah, Rhodes now with that single takes him up to 820 championship runs this season. So there's another man who, with 3 games to go. Will have his eye on 1,000 runs.
Yeah, this huge innings here has turned a
Yep.
steady season into a good one.
Very good one. Yeah, he becomes Warwickshire's second highest run scorer. He overtakes, in this innings, he's overtaken Rob Yates, who's just past 700 first class runs. They will include a few for the England Lions match, which was a first class game. Barnard's just over 700, but the Rhodes going past 800. And of course, Alex Davis is up to what did he get? 37, 966. So he's within clear sight of the 1,000.
Those openers must be sitting in the dressing room thinking what may have been with Rhodes getting these big runs here. It's all set up for them.
Yep.
Yesterday afternoon. After that blazing opening partnership, that both fell far sooner than they would have liked. Davis for 37, Yates for 40. Short leg now goes in as Parkinson bowls to Ray, who comes down the pitch and hammers him over the leg side all the way for 6. Couple of steps down, meets it on the full and whacks it way over mid-wicket into the Holly stand. It's gone 10 rows back.
And yet, I don't think he quite got that. Came off the upper part of the bat, and it was done with such force that it went high, very high, and to the short boundary. Possibly if that had been on the middle of the square, he may well have holed out on the edge, but didn't quite get it, but certainly gave it some power behind it.
4:20 for 7, long on goes back, and he sweeps this time, appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Hartley. Sliding down on the angle and pitched outside leg. Not a lot going for that shout. But early signs here that Ray might have a dip at Parkinson. He's got deep mid-wicket, long on and deep cover out. I think he's only going short side here. He comes down the pitch again and is stumped. Gets it all wrong. Ends up on his backside. Missed the ball by an absolute mile. And has been stumped by a country mile. It looks a little bit agricultural. Well, I say a little bit agricultural. That's about as agricultural as it gets. A few steps down, a huge swing towards the Holly stand. Was there way too soon. The ball turning gently past him into the gloves of Harry Finch, who had time to take the ball, have a cup of tea, remove the bails, and send Ray on his way. So 6 and out almost for Michael Ray. He's gone for 7 and 4:20 for 8, and now Kent have got another 4 overs to try and pick up one more wicket with this extra point.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson picks up a 3rd wicket. So good reward for some tidy bowling. He's Kent's top bowler this season, and he continues to impress. But, good work from Finch behind the stumps. Ray was spread-eagled. He came down, but his swing and proximity to the ball, and in the end he was run out by stumped rather. It was almost like a run out.
It was that far down.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a ignominious end, the way he ended up totally, like you say, spread-eagled on the 4, desperately trying to get his bat back into his ground, but it was much, much too late. So just Rushworth and Halland Dolby to come here, and Kent can just see the end of this innings. They've slogged away for 106 overs, which in the circumstances isn't that much work in the dirt compared to where they were, compared to how things looked an hour ago, when Barnard and Rhodes was totally at ease in building that 5th wicket stand.
It just makes you wonder, in fact, whether that ball is stopping a little bit, because we've seen 3 balls knocked up in the air. That one, I don't think we can count for anything else except it was a massive rush of blood. But so we'll ignore that one. But whether it's just a little bit for the bowlers there. Anyway, Garrett comes in and bowls, and this is launched hard and high, and Rhodes has now gone, caught out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Good catch out there. Can't quite see who that was. Was it Jerry Emerson? There might have been, but Rhodes goes. He will not have a career best He completes a double century. Warwickshire lose their 9th wicket. Kent get their 3rd bowling point. And as he walks off, people like Jack Leaning, etc., all applauding and shaking hands with Rhodes. A terrific innings from him. He walks back to the pavilion to a big round of applause, people standing and applauding him, and it's a terrific way for Will Rhodes to finish the day. A double century, Warwickshire 420 for 9, a wonderful innings from him, and a 2nd wicket for George Garrett. Good catch out there though.
It was, yeah, ended up taking it down low. Just a fraction surprised that Rhodes had a dip there. He's only got Rushworth and Hanland Dolby to come, but both players equally capable of sticking around for a bit. But Rhodes decided to have a go at the short leg side boundary with this massive lead, 264. Decided he wasn't going to tick his way up to a new career best, and has holed out, which is a bit of a shame in one way.
Whether he was hoping to equal his career best by launching it over the boundary, because on that short boundary, but he got hold of it, but not quite as clean as he would have hoped. And he did pick a little bit of, it's difficult to say there's a longer part of that boundary, but he took the corner where it bends round.
Yeah.
And so there was a bit more depth for the fielder. Anyway, Garrett gets the wicket. Holland Dolby is the new batsman. And his first ball, he pushes that outside the off stump and goes through to the keeper. So, been a rush of wickets in the last hour. That Warwickshire were going along. Look, we were talking about at one stage a new 5th wicket record between Barnard and Rhodes. Then Barnard was out. Then we lost Burgess. We lost Booth. We lost Ray, and then Rhodes goes. So 5 wickets falling. Relatively quick time, and this time Hannon Dolby offers no shot through to Garrett, and now we're down to the last wicket.
Yeah, 5 for 56 have gone down.
I'd like to say they've been pushing to get the 420 up to 450, but probably hasn't quite been the case. Well, the other one I could argue that Ray was out trying to hit the ball somewhere south of Bristol, but
Yes.
apart from that, there's been Rhodes, I suppose, caught on the boundary. Perhaps they've all been pushing hard. This is going to be good fielding at slip by Daniel Bell-Drummond, diving down to his left, prevents Oliver Hannon Dolby picking up his first run.
364 for 4 in the 92nd over. So it's all happened in the last hour really.
Yeah,
it's brought Kent from nowhere, you have to say, maximum bowling bonus points.
yeah. So good, well done to them. And it looks as though almost certainly now that Warwickshire will not get their maximum batting points. This one left outside the off stump and through to the keeper. It's a lot of runs, 450 to get 5 points, isn't it?
It is. I often thought that actually, whether it was a little too stiff.
They moved it up last year, didn't they?
Yeah, but then again, when did it go down to 110 overs? That's been in a few years now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose what it does do, it ensures that if you do get maximum batting points, you have played jolly well.
Oh, absolutely. Garrett in bowls. All bowled. That's the end of the innings. Hannon Dolby is clean bowled. George Garrett wraps up the innings, and Warwickshire have gone down like snow on a summer's day at the end of the innings. 6 wickets they've lost in about an hour, and from a position of 300 and what was it when it was 360 when
364 for 4. Yeah, it's become 420 all out.
So well done to Kent. That's a really good, solid performance. Garrett ending up with 3 wickets, Parkinson 3 wickets, and they've got some reward, I think, for sticking at it in this middle session of the second day. But this game is really well on, isn't it, for halfway through the second day?
It is, yeah. So Kent have managed to remove the Bears for 420 when it looked like they were on the end of 500 plus for a long time today. And because we're inside of the advertised tea interval, they may now take tea. Just wait to confirm that before we pop off. But generally, if the innings ends and you're within half an hour of the session, they can indeed take tea. Oh, my screen is actually saying play to resume at 3:32, so maybe I'm incorrect. And we are just going to have the usual break for the change of innings. Either way, Warwickshire all out for 420 in 107 overs. And I think Kent will be feeling even though they've conceded a massive lead, they've sort of got away with one a little bit, because they were on the as I say, staring down the barrel at one stage of a giant.
They took the total on to 364 before Barnard was out, and then afterwards we've got Burgess 8, Booth 6, Ray 7, Rushworth not out naught, Hannon Dolby naught. There's virtually nothing coming from the lower to the middle and lower order, so Kent really have done very well indeed with their with being able to restrict Warwickshire. 3 for 75 to Garrett, who that's good figures for him because he took a lot of stick early on yesterday. 3 for 96 to Parkinson, then a wicket apiece for Stobo, and 2 for Ogborne. Sorry, he bowled well, happy Ogborne, and another one for Joey Everson. But yeah, so now Kent have got about a lot better than they did in the first innings.
They do, but they should be encouraged by conditions for most of the day. Really, they've been fairly benign. The new ball will likely to do a little bit. There was some swing yesterday. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, speaking to us last night, suggested that it was a bit easier to bowl with the ball this time than it was earlier in the season, when not a great deal of action was happening at all for the bowlers, but there was a bit more encouragement.
I wonder whether it's because it was so bitterly cold in
Yeah,
those first 2 weeks.
That can certainly be a factor. It can be too cold to
Yeah.
swing sometimes. You're probably right. So the warmer air, higher air pressure helps the ball to swing a little bit. But yeah, like you say, the Bears card initially had all the hallmarks of a totally dominant first innings, but it has just petered out there in the end, and they've lost 6 for 56,
Which would be just a bit concerning, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say they were bowled out, because there were a few giveaways in there, weren't there? There were certainly 3 swings in. Well, I suppose 4.
Well, yeah, Barnard came down, didn't he, trying to hit the ball into the pavilion.
Barnard, Burgess caught in the deep. Booth had a swing top edge, and Ray ran past one.
Yeah.
So those 4 wickets you could probably exclusively attribute to batsman error, really. But Rhodes, the star of the show, a second highest score of his career, second first-class double century, 201 he made. And Yates yesterday made 40, Alex Davis 37 in that rapid opening stand. It was such a miserable middle session of the day yesterday for Kent. They did drag it back in the evening, and eventually they got their rewards here today. Sam Hay made 32 for becoming the second of Alfie Ogborne's wickets. Just 8 for Jake Bethell, all made last night. Couple of boundaries, couldn't make any more this morning before edging behind. Ed Barnard 65 was in the context of the afternoon, an important innings, really.
Absolutely.
And that stand of 145 rather stands out. 2 big partnerships have dominated the innings. 94 for the 3rd wicket and 145 for the 5th. Have built Warwickshire this total of 420. But after Barnard fell, Burgess 8, Booth 6, Ray 7, and then Hannon-Dolby 5-ball duck, and Rushworth didn't face a ball.
I think we'll see in a couple of hours' time how good 420 is when Kent come to bat again.
Indeed. They haven't updated the screen, and they are indeed taking tea.
So there we go.
Thought that was the case, but indeed, yeah. So we will now be resuming at 3:42, so we'll pop off and see you in 10 minutes' time. Welcome back to Edgbaston with myself, Alex Winter, where the game has moved on apace. Warwickshire bowled out most unexpectedly, ready for 420, losing their last 6 wickets for just 56 runs in 16 overs. It all ended rather abruptly. Didn't take away from Will Rhodes' excellence. 201 he made, and has given Warwickshire a huge lead of 264, having bowled Kent out for just 156 yesterday afternoon. And it now means that Kent have got an awful lot of batting to do to get back in the game, with still 2 days and this final session remaining in the game. It's going to be a long evening session here, because we've taken an early tea with the change of innings. So 43 overs remain in the day, and a big stint coming up for Warwickshire to try and get stuck into Kent once again. Tabenda Muyeye was injured and off the field for a long time, so he can't open the batting here. So Harry Finch has come out to deputise alongside Ben Compton, who was the only man to show for Kent in the first innings, made 70, but was dropped on 1 by Will Rhodes. But with Rhodes 201, he certainly ended up in credit. But it's going to be Oliver Hannon-Dalby from the City end of the ground to get the third innings of the game underway. 4 orthodox slips go down, and Hannon-Dalby comes into the right-handed Finch, and Finch lets the first ball go just outside the off stump. Finch, who made just 3 in the first innings in that lower middle order slide where 4 wickets went down for just 9 runs. Before lunch yesterday, that totally changed the complexion of the morning session. But Kent have had history this season of doing much better second time around, and fairly benign pitch. If they can get through the new ball here, runs to be had here in the second innings at Edgbaston, as Finch plays forward and pushes down to mid-on for no run. Afternoon again to Ben Watts.
Hello, hello. Just a hint of swing there for Hannon-Dalby. Yeah, surprised perhaps that Kent managed to knock Warwickshire over quite so quickly in those late stages there, with 3 wickets falling when the score was on 420. 8, 9 and 10 all fell without any runs added.
Hannon-Dalby again, Finch forward, playing out towards extra cover for no run.
I must say I did slightly chuckle to myself as Ray kind of threw himself to the ground trying to hit Matt Parkinson out of the ground for a second time. It was always one of those where you thought, yeah, he might do it once, but he'll struggle. Parkinson will be wise to it if he tries to do it again, and he ended up in a complete heap on the floor as he was stumped by Harry Finch.
He did, yeah.
But then Garrett having Rhodes caught in the deep, and then cleaning up Hannon-Dalby to wrap things up pretty quickly.
And here's Hannon-Dalby with the ball, goes into Finch, bowls a fraction short of a perfect length, and Finch able to cover up and dot one down into the covers for no run. Very orthodox field otherwise, backward point extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Yeah, at 3-6-4 for 4 with Rhodes and Barnard going so well. It was looking like Kent were going to be ground down into oblivion. But they can be buoyed by that comeback. They got a few cheap dismissals and managed to pick up maximum bowling bonus points as Hannon-Dalby goes in. Much better length, fuller, just outside the off stump though, and Finch able to let it go through to Burgess.
Yeah, I mean, they've probably got to get 400 second time around to give themselves some sort of a sniff, but if by whatever method they can get some sort of a score, obviously the first few targets involve getting beyond Warwickshire's effort. You never quite know, they might be able to make a game of this. Batting 4th on the wicket against Parkinson could be tricky possibly.
Hannon-Dalby goes in, Finch forward, plays back at the wicket for no run, and Hannon-Dalby opens with a maiden. Kent 264 behind. An awful lot of batting in front of them. 43 overs in this evening session. That'll be the first target, to just try and win a session in the game, because it's been all bears so far. If you're generous, you could say that that evening session yesterday was even at 92 for 1 in 32 overs, but certainly the first two sessions of the day totally dominated by Warwickshire, as was this morning's cricket. 116 for 1 in 29 overs, steady progress at 4 and over. But that collapse in the afternoon, even though the Bears have made 420, I think in the final analysis, taken as one chunk of cricket, Kent probably have come out the better of the two sides.
So Rushworth then will take the new ball from the other end. Bowls here to Compton. Full delivery, which is clipped into the onside. Not the first time this season that Harry Finch has joined Ben Compton at the top of the order, as he's flicking this one away for 4 runs, the left-handed opener. Top scorer of Kent's first innings. In fact, yeah, has been given us 4 runs. A little flick down to a very fine leg. I'm trying to remember what game it was that Harry Finch ended up opening the batting. It's not springing to mind. I'll have a look in a minute. Here comes Rushworth. Defended away into the other side, into the offside rather, if anyone remembers. Do let me know, kentcricket@gmail.com, or on Twitter as well. Rushworth bowls to Compton. Little pull stroke around the corner here. Should get him a couple of runs. Hannon Dalby is looking after the vast amount of open grass down in that corner of the oval. And they come back for a comfortable 2, so Compton has 6. Ball left alone outside the off stump. By Ben Compton. Now I'm thinking about it a bit more. I feel like possibly Harry Finch opened instead of Ben Compton earlier on in the season. On strike as Rushworth bowls once more. Through it goes to the wicketkeeper. End of the second over of the innings then, and we've got this little period before the tea break then of what, 8 more overs.
If only. Unfortunately, we've had tea.
Oh, okay. I did wonder if that was going to be the...
that's generally the case. If the innings ends within half an hour of the tea break, they just take the break. It is what they did to save losing overs. So it's
okay, well, thank you for clarifying that for me.
It's a mammoth evening session coming up of 43 overs. 6 without loss. Here's Hannon Dalby coming into Finch. Right-hander, and he pushes out to mid-wicket. Fielder goes gently to his right-hand side to make the save, and there's no run.
That was me thinking they might have a little stint, then tea, and then...
Well, it would have been ideal for the Bears if that was the case. Yeah. If they could come out for... would lose a couple of overs, and then they'd have... would have been 9 before usual tea break with 32 to go, but to save time, to save overs, they've taken the tea break between innings as one goes past the outside edge for the first time, just bounces on Finch. And Dolby just getting to one to rise and go away. Nice delivery.
We're saying that obviously the Kent first innings lasted less than 40 overs, so I mean it's not totally out of the question that we're done by the end of the day.
Nothing is ever beyond the realms of possibility, but yeah, you would certainly like to hope that Kent
they will certainly be hoping that for
can
sure.
give it a better shot second time around here as Finch plays from the crease out to point for no run. Yeah, there'll be a lot of regret, I think, with that first innings effort, considering what followed. Conditions have been fairly benign. There has been a bit of swing. There was a little bit of turn for Parkinson, but it was relatively slow. No real ragging deliveries. But there was enough. Throughout the game so far, there's been enough with this Kookaburra ball than off the pitch to just keep the bowlers interested as Hannah Dolby goes in again. Finch leaves well, getting well forward outside the off stump, shouldering arms through to Burgess.
Yeah, of course, Harry Finch. Once upon a time was more of a top order bat as a Sussex player. Didn't keep wicket at that point. It's really something he's picked up in the last couple of years, and he's a bit of a natural at it, to be honest. You wouldn't know that he's fairly fresh to it.
He waits here for Hannon Dolby and plays quite late out towards backward point. Ed Barnard is there, and there's no run again. 6 without loss. Barnard, who made 65 earlier on this afternoon, and they were such easy, serene runs really. A stand of 145 at the 5th wicket with Will Rhodes, and it was looking like Kent were staring down the barrel of a massive Bears first innings total. Hasn't quite worked out like that. And Kent's still just about in the game as Hannon Dolby rolls in again. Chard is in again, really, sorry, as Finch pushes out to extra cover for no run. And the third over of the innings is in the books. 6 without loss. 258 behind the visitors, with the rest of the game ahead of them to just bat and bat and bat and bat and see where they get to. If anything, to just try and get a bit of confidence going again. Got to at least take something from your week, even if you get beaten, and if you get beaten quite heavily. It was important to just take something home with you. Can someone here play a big innings in the second dig like Moyeye did last week at New Road?
Rushworth then around the wicket to Compton. Defends away into the onside. Rushworth back to the top of his mark. Here he comes. Down the leg side. Through to the wicketkeeper, Burgess. Black gloves on behind the stumps. Still a glorious sunny day here in Birmingham. Lovely weather for the spectators out there. There's an absolute queue of catchers behind the stumps for Warwickshire. This one's defended away by Compton through the vacant mid-on area. And they just stick to a single. They've got 4 slips and a leg gully of sorts. Who is going to move out for Harry Finch, I think.
Yeah, I don't mind that man around the corner of the left hand. We've seen it a few times, balls just tickled around the corner. It's the first time we've seen actually a leg slip posted. It's worth a go.
Yeah, for Ben Compton, I think it is.
And you can be all out attack here, really. So many runs to play with, at least for a session or two.
Yeah.
It'll be a long while before Warwickshire are worrying about runs.
I think in these early stages as well, when the Kookaburra ball is likely to do something. Rushworth bowls to Finch, turns it away into the onside where there is a mid-wicket. So for Finch there's 4 slips, point and a extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Seven without loss. As Finch taps his bat and waits. Rushworth just had him in a little bit of bother there, as the ball kind of snuck past the bat and perhaps hit Harry Finch on the glove.
Yeah, he's warm one somewhere. He's taking a walk away towards square leg, which suggests he's wincing a little bit. Just nipped back, beat the inside edge. May have caught him on the inner thigh, perhaps.
Rushworth bowls. Got right forward to that one, Finch, seemingly batting on off stump as well. So, bit of inside edge too. No real appeal in the end. So 7 without loss after 4 overs. Kent in reply to that 420 all out from Warwickshire. Just a reminder if you weren't aware of it, it's another one where Kent have conceded 400 runs in the first innings of a match this season. Only once have they not leaked that many in a first innings of a game, and they beat Lancashire at Old Trafford. But anyhow, I'm going to nip off to update BBC Radio Kent to be back with you, Alex Winter, in a moment.
Oliver Hannon-Dolby about to begin the 5th over of the innings, bowling to Compton for the first time, and he nicked behind and he's gone. A little feel for one outside the off stump from Ben Compton, a thin edge behind, and Oliver Hannon-Dolby has struck for Warwickshire. Compton hangs his head, peels himself from the crease, made a smart 70 in the first innings for Kent, but he's walking off here having made just 7. Just felt for one that went across him. A little bit of bounce from Hannon-Dolby. Got it to go away from the left-hander, and he could have really let that go, and that's the regret for Compton as he walks off down beneath us. But he couldn't resist feeling for it. Thin edge behind, and the Bears have their first. An early settler for them. Kent 7 for 1, and chief batsman really that they were looking to, that can certainly bat for a few hours. Compton has gone very cheaply. It'll be Daniel Bell-Drummond at number 3, with Moyeye having been off the field for a while, not able to come in until later in the innings. Possibly until number 6, I believe. But Kent will be hoping that's a long time in the future, but they have lost an early one. It's taken till just the 5th over for Hannon-Dolby to strike. It's 4 balls before he struck in the first innings. Slightly longer in the second, but he has made the breakthrough. Kent 7 for 1. So here's the Kent skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond. 4 slips in place. Hannon-Dolby from the city end, right arm over, and Bell-Drummond forward, dabbing one down on the leg side. Fieldsman comes up from mid-wicket to prevent a quick single that would have got Bell-Drummond off the mark. Mid-on, mid-off, backward point and long leg completes the field. as Hannon Dolby turns at the top of his mark at the far end of the ground from us. Comes running in with sweatbands on both wrists. Bowls to Bell Drummond, who's on the back foot, pushing out towards extra cover. And there's no one as far as the Bears skipper Alex Davis in there. Close conversation with his fast bowler to his right-hand side. Hannon Dolby picked up 3 for 31 in the first innings. The wickets all shared around for the Bears. Rushworth with 3 and Michael Booth also with 3. A first-class best for him in just his 3rd game. Hannon Dolby running in again from the far end. Past the umpire he goes and brings Bell Drummond forward, playing down towards mid-on for no run. And now an update for listeners in the West Midlands. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are bowling again in the Kent second innings. They made 420 the Bears in their first innings to take a mighty lead of 264. The star of the show, the former captain Will Rhodes, who made his 2nd first-class double century, eventually dismissed for 201. He shared a stand of 145 with Ed Barnard, who made 65. The innings collapsed a little bit. They lost 6 for 56, but they're now bowling again, and they have picked up a wicket already. Ollie Hannon Dolby striking early in the piece to leave Kent 7 for 1. As Bell Drummond gets off the mark with a thick edge down towards long leg. Pushing forward, it runs away into the shadow of the floodlight pylon to our left. And the Kent captain jogs down the non-striker's end, and he's away 8 for 1 on this long road back for Kent. How much fight have they got in them to try and at the very least save some face here, because they've been badly outplayed so far. Hannon Dolby past umpire Hartley, now standing at the far end as Finch lets one go through. 2 birdies behind the stumps, and a successful over comes to an end for Oliver Hannon Dolby, who has moved his tally up to 38 wickets in the season. Comfortably the leading wicket taker for Warwickshire in the Championship. Excellent season for Hannon Dolby. 38 wickets and 22 his record stands at the minute, as he takes the applause, walking down towards the bandstand on the far side of the ground. And now Chris Rushworth prepares to begin his 3rd over from the pavilion end. Running away from us to bowl to Bell Drummond, who leaves just outside the off stump. Also got 4 orthodox slips in place for the right-hander here. There's a backward point, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. In beautiful sunshine here at Edgbaston. We had a bit of cloud built up yesterday afternoon, but there's been more blue sky today. A little chilly in the shade earlier on, but a very pleasant afternoon now as Rushworth comes in, and Bell Drummond playing with soft low hands pushes one past backward point just for a single. Ed Barnard running in the direction of 3rd man goes across to collect, and Bell Drummond gets his 2nd run. The score goes to 9 for 1. But Rushworth's season badly interrupted by injury. Just this 4th game here for him today, or this week. 10 wickets before this. He'll be hoping for a successful end to the season. 3 games to go after this. He'll be hoping for a healthy bag in this 2nd innings as he goes into Finch. He comes well forward and plays out towards Davis at mid-off for no run. And umpire Hartley is coming across from square leg. Perhaps he's got the sun in his eyes. Or is he just fiddling with the stumps? Indeed he is. Oh, he has a fiddle, then walks across to point. So the sun is indeed in his eyes. Looking across from the Holly stand. Get the sun all afternoon over there. But umpire Hartley now at point as Rushworth goes in, bowls well wide of the off stump, and Finch lets it go through to Burgess. Ben Watts back alongside.
Yeah, the umpire was, I think Chris Rushworth had basically bowled the ball before umpire had actually settled into his spot of point. Hartley having a chat at the moment with whoever's fielding it back at point.
Maybe he was lonely at square leg.
Yeah, possibly.
Rushworth is in, just outside the off stump on a decent length, and Finch covers up, shoulders, arms, allows it to pass through to Burgess. Takes it just outside his right hip, 9 for 1 here.
Got the sun in his eyes or something.
Yeah, that must have been the case. It's unusual that an umpire would do that with the seamers bowling.
Yeah.
It's no real.
Both right-handed batters as well. If anything, you're more in the way of a potential cut shot coming your way.
Rushworth to complete the over, full of length, but a fraction too wide, and Finch able to let it go through. He's yet to go off the mark here, Harry Finch, deputising for Tawenda Muyaya, who is injured earlier on and can't bat till later on in the innings. Finch, 20 balls in, yet to get off the mark.
Yeah,
Bell Drummond there on 2, 9 for 1.
First innings, of course, Finch got off the mark first ball with a 3, which was a fairly nice-ish square drive, and then he tried to slap the next ball through cover and nicked off. So very much different approach from the Kent wicket-keeper, who I've worked out. In fact, I haven't worked out, somebody told me when he opened the last, as this one is not far away from the outside edge of Daniel Bell Drummond's bat from Hannon Dalby. There's some wobble and nip out there for the tall seamer, that's for sure. Bell Drummond just about hiding his bat away.
Yeah, I think he did well.
Philip Bailey getting in touch with me on kentcricket@gmail.com. So it was earlier on in the season against Surrey at Canterbury, when I think Ben Compton had, I was right about that, had some sort of an injury and was off, I think he was off the field for a certain amount of time. So Harry Finch opened with Zach Crawley in that second innings. As Hannon Dalby bowls, Bell Drummond punches off the back foot, through mid-off, and away for 4 runs to where, if I was in the ground right now, I think I'd be sat in those yellow seats, just down from the scoreboard. Nicely played by Bell Drummond.
Yeah, that's the spot over there, isn't it, by the old press box? Just about behind the arm. If you get on those few seats on top of the old press box, elevated view down.
That's a good spot as well.
That was probably the pick of the view over there in the sun.
Certainly this week, when we're pushed so far across the square towards the Hollies, as Bell Drummond is forward and defending, way into the covers this time. So 13 for 1. With Bell Drummond on 6. Faces up to this next one from Hannon Dalby. 4 slips weight. And it goes through to Burgess. No stroke offered by Bell Drummond. Just seeing on the replay, there was some decent away swing. For Warwickshire's top wicket taker in the Championship this season. Been some interesting stories going on elsewhere in some of the other matches. 16-year-old spinner Farhan Ahmed taking a 7 for Notts against Surrey. As Hannon Dalby bowls, and it's cut away by Bell Drummond. Short boundary out towards the Hollies, but without timing in the end. He's kind of thumped it into the ground, and Hayne is able to, sorry, Barnard I think it is out there, who's able to do the fielding. Yes, Surrey making 525 in their first innings. Notts are 48 for 1 in reply at Trent Bridge. Harry Finch batting outside of his crease, on off stump, taps his bat and waits for Hannon Dalby. Defends out towards point. At Old Trafford, Lancashire 108 for 3 after Hampshire were all out for 389. Essex have gone past Worcestershire's score now at Chelmsford, and they are 275 for 7. Michael Pepper still at the crease there. Elsewhere in Division 1, Durham are 159 for 5. Struggling against the turning ball at Somerset. First ever first-class wicket for Archie Vaughan on debut, and then Leach has got 3 and Goldsworthy the other one. So
Here's Rushworth, pavilion end, going in to Drummond, who pushes forward with hands in front of his body and squirts it away through cover for a couple of runs. Alex Davis going across to his left-hand side to collect. They come back for a comfortable second. So Drummond goes to 9, 16 for 1 here, Kent, having trailed on first innings by a mighty 264. Yeah, we've seen 16-year-old Rocky Flintoff given his debut last week by Lancashire, and 18-year-old Archie Vaughan given a game by Somerset this week. Rushworth in with 4 slips to Drummond, who drives pleasantly, only as far as Michael Ray at mid-on, and there's no run. Again, Notts there also have a debutant opening the bowling, Robert Lord. New name.
Yeah, there is a few new names floating about. Looking at some of the scorecards.
Surrey well poised once again there at Notts to try and force another win, take them a step closer to the title. Rushworth goes in, edged, but down and away from third slip, and this will run away to the third man boundary for 4 runs. It was a little hurried in coming forward there, Drummond. It was a thick edge, but he played with soft hands, got it down and away from third slip, away from the dive of Jacob Bethel, and down to the wide stand for a boundary. So Drummond goes into double figures. He goes up to 13, 20 for 1 here in the 8th over of the Kent second innings. Lost Ben Compton already for 7. Edge behind off Hannon Dolby. Desperately seeking a partnership here, Kent, to get them into this evening's session. Try and put some pressure back on the Warwickshire attack. Rushworth it is once more. Another edge from Drummond. This time it goes wider and past backward point. And they'll get a couple more. Ed Barnard this time from backward point going over to his left to do the fielding. A couple more takes Drummond to 15, 22 for 1. Yeah, so a lot of runs around the country in some places, but enough wickets falling as well.
Yeah, it certainly feels like it's been a more even contest, bat and ball, than the Kookaburra rounds early season. We were all bemoaning, why are we bothering with this?
Rushworth in, Drummond well forward from a tight line, playing just up on the onside. Fielder quickly in from mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, the feeling was it was the combination of early season pitches. So soft pitches and a ball that went much softer than the Dukes that created a double whammy and made it very difficult indeed for the bowlers. But the hope is that with some harder later season pitches, the Kookaburra ball won't be as big a factor. As Drummond plays down to mid-on. Alex Davis slides across, makes the save. No run to end the over. 8 done in the Kent second innings. Got 35 more to send down in this long evening session. Finch yet to get off the mark. Having faced 21 balls, Drummond is there on 15. Man out Compton for 7 and Kent 22 for 1.
Yeah, we've still got 35 overs remaining, haven't we? So it's still beyond what a normal evening session of 32 overs would look like. So Finch still yet to score. From 21 deliveries, faces his 22nd. Nudges this down into the ground on the onside. Kent 22 for 1. Drummond has 15. Compton made 7 before he nicked off 2 Hannon Dolby behind. Just as I was leaving the room to do my last update. For anyone who's interested in blaming someone. You moved from your seat. How dare you?
It's early days for that.
So Finch takes strike once more. Shout for LBW, which is fair enough, considering he's kind of batting on off stump and he didn't really necessarily make a big enough stride towards the ball.
I think he hit it.
That'll probably be why it was only half an appeal.
Yeah, and Dolby didn't really get up for it.
No, he didn't go at all, did he? The bowler. Yes, a strange existence for, say, Ben Compton, who's already done in terms of this game. We're not 2 days in. This one's defended away by Finch into the onside. But Drummond has to get a little scamper on. They come through for a single, so Finch is off the mark. Compton having batted for the entirety of the first innings, the first man to go in this second innings for Kent. Chatted to him at the end of play yesterday. He's talking about his disappointment not to be involved in the one-day cup. Sort of pressed him on it and said, well, you know, that sort of knock that you played today, show him what they were missing. And he said, well, I don't really want to cry over spilt milk. And he's kind of gone, I need to just move on and concentrate on these next few games. Now he's back in the team. This one's defended away into the offside by Bell Drummond. Also asked him about, obviously, the fact that he's out of contract and his future still undecided for next year, and he answered it very sensibly, in fairness. Said he's, you know, you're a professional player, you just got to focus on the game in front of you and not be thinking about all that sort of thing, which is kind of fair enough. When you're batting, you need to just be concentrating on the ball.
Absolutely, yeah.
And whatever else you
Control the controllables, et al.
Yeah. So yeah, so I texted the Kent media boys and said his answers were very sensible. Didn't let anything slip while you weren't around to keep an eye on him. So this one's driven back by Bell Drummond. And Dolby gets a hand on the ball in his follow through just to stop its progress. I did have some Kent fans messaging me on social media saying, oh, no comment from Matt Walker after yesterday's display. I thought, do you want the head coach to come out and do after every day that Kent have had this season? There's been a few poor ones.
Yeah.
We'd have basically been doing a podcast. There's a full delivery which Daniel Bell Drummond drives up towards mid-on. End of the over. 23 for 1. The Kent score. Phil Britt is going to slide into the seat alongside me to replace Alex Winter. Ben Watts here from BBC Radio Kent. We heard from Brian Halford earlier on. And Chloe Brewer yesterday was with us. I noticed that the Central Sparks were going along pretty well actually against the Southern Vipers in their 50-over game. Today Vipers were 183 all out, and in fact, yeah, Sparks winning by 7 wickets, chasing that score down at Worcester with plenty of overs to spare. As Rushworth is in and bowling to Finch. Burgess, the keeper's decided he's going to come stand up to the stumps, and a good take from him, just forcing Harry Finch back into his crease. A little bit of a get your own back type stuff, because Finch was occasionally standing up to some of the Kent seamers. But yeah, good win today.
Yes, good win for them.
For the Sparks.
Eve Jones, who hasn't done quite so much this year, but has done quite a lot of commentary with us here at Warwickshire, getting a half century, the captain.
Yeah, she's a good player. This one beats the outside edge once more from Rushworth into the keeper's gloves. I think it was a good bowling effort, in fairness.
Yeah.
Obviously, as Chloe was telling us yesterday, it was a Vipers team that are missing a lot of internationals. They did run through the middle lower order pretty swiftly. Caris Pavley taking 4 wickets and Emily Arlett 4 wickets as well.
Yeah. It was a good performance.
Here comes Rushworth. This one's driven off the back foot up towards mid-on. That team will effectively become Warwickshire's women's Tier 1 side next year, of course. So it'll be interesting to see, as you were off-air kind of posing the question to Chloe yesterday, whether they play a few more games here on the ground.
Well, you would think so. You would expect them to play some at Edgbaston, wouldn't you? They played a couple this year, but not too many.
Rushworth to Finch once more. Full delivery, which he played at. Went for the drive and missed. So did the keeper, in fairness.
Yeah, it's taking him, hasn't it? Because looking for that drive, standing up, Michael Burgess is at risk, and that one went right through. As he played it, he masked Burgess, and that one flew into his hand. I think it caught him on the wrist, probably, by the look of it.
In fairness, often when you see the wicketkeeper standing up to the seam bowlers, it's not when the ball is brand new like it currently is. So there'll be less issue with the swinging ball, but he's having to judge that as well, Burgess, at the moment, as Finch gets in behind this one to play defensively, back up the pitch. Not easy at all.
I wouldn't want to be a wicketkeeper, I have to say.
Honestly, it's harder than it looks. I actually did it one Sunday, just playing on a Sunday after playing the Saturday, couldn't be bothered to bowl, so I said, oh yeah, I'll keep. Thinking, I've done my couple of coaching badges, I know the theory behind all the footwork and stuff, but it's actually so much harder than it looks. I almost found it harder to catch with the gloves on, to be honest. There's Rushworth bowls. Again, it's into those gloves of Burgess. And particularly the standing up bit, the leg side takes. Little edge goes past, flying past, and reacting to it or having your hands in the right place is very difficult for a rookie wicketkeeper, but obviously so many of the pros make it look so easy. I guess for them it's more of a fatigue thing, a fitness thing sometimes, because they're standing up to the stumps, they're squatting up and down a lot, footwork, but also the mental concentration of they're in the game every ball, aren't they? They're always switching on.
When you're standing up, you get that point where you do lose sight of the ball, and you have to the anticipation aspect of it always amazes me how good they are. Hannah Dolby in and starts a new over, and Belle Drummond pushes it up to mid-off to the Warwickshire captain, who then has a look at the ball and has a chat with with Will Rhodes, who's up there at extra cover. So the two of them having a chat, the ex-captain and the current captain. Just perhaps discussing what the next move is. These two are probably coming to the end of their opening spells. Hannah Dolby in, and that's punched again up to Davis, knocks him off his feet, and he spills the ball and allows Belle Drummond to get a single.
Yeah, he almost kind of, I don't know, overran it and ended up off balance, didn't he? And as he went to field, he ended up in a heap on the floor. A bit like a bit like that, the wicket I was talking about earlier for Matt Parkinson, the stumping from Harry Finch.
Yeah, that was. Well, we couldn't decide whether it should be called a run out or a stump.
Michael Ray was so far down the wicket.
Yes, comes in. Harry Finch waits, and he's worked this one away to on the bounce to backward point, and Barnard thought that was just going to carry to him. It was in the air for a while.
He looked a bit disappointed, didn't he, that the ball didn't carry all the way to him.
So Warwickshire looking to look a long session here. It's we've still got 32 and a half overs to go, so we're just about to start what should be the overs for the final session. This one is driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. No early night tonight, I don't think.
No, I think you're right.
Ben, I think it's going to be a 6:30 do ish.
Yeah, 6:30 at least.
Warwickshire don't have the spinners either, so unless they give Rob Yates a go, and we've got Jacob Bethel and Rob Yates, so in fairness they have got spinners in the side, but predominantly it's seamers. They've got 4 or 5 seamers in the side. As Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls, and this one is played solidly by Finch up to Davis at mid-off, and there's no run. 1 wicket to fall, that of Ben Compton, who was stuck around for virtually the whole of the Kent first innings, was the last wicket to fall, but this time goes early. These two looking to settle the ship.
They've taken one of the slips out, so they're down to just the... Oh, he's coming back again.
He heard you. Hannon Dolby's in. This is left and goes through to Michael Burgess. Burgess having a good game. Gerhard Mosted, the Warwickshire physio, is coming on to give Michael Burgess a bit of the magic sponge.
Ah, yes.
You don't see a bucket with a sponge in it anymore, do you?
No.
What they used
It's
to.
almost as if it never really did much in the first place.
Oh, there was nothing better on a cold day when you'd been given a smack on the knee, when you were especially playing football, to have some whack a cold sponge of muddy water on your knee. It was remarkable how well it. You didn't ask for it the second time. It's Michael Burgess's left hand we're looking at here. That's what got hit. If Chris Benjamin had just moved a little to his right, I could be able to see more clearly. And Gerhard is giving it some treatment. Wrapping tape round his thumb. It must be his thumb that's taken the impact. So that's all being treated. It's his thumb or it's his index finger, I think. Anyway, Gerhard Mosted doing the repair work on the Warwickshire wicket-keeper. Yeah, it's his index finger what's has been taking a bump. And a tablet he's having. So he's repaired. The wicket-keepers have to be pretty hard guys, don't they? Their hands take huge battering. I used when I was a youngster, I played cricket at the club I played cricket at. We had a chap called Dick Spooner, who a lot of older Warwickshire people will remember Dick. He played part of the 1951. That goes back. The 1951 championship side, and he was the England wicket-keeper, Warwickshire and England wicket-keeper, and his hands were all where he's had his fingers broken.
Yeah.
They were gnarled and
taped up, etc. Change the bowling here.
is it you, isn't it? Yeah,
Barnard is
yeah, sorry.
coming in to replace Chris Rushworth, and that one was a rather wild delivery, to be honest. Fired in down the leg side.
Just what Barnard needed, having had his hands done, to have to go diving across.
Quite. Cheers, pal. Here comes Barnard. Flash of yellow on his boots. Big appeal for LBW. Umpire unmoved.
I mean, they've not.
Just seeing the replay. Yeah, Beldrum was batting on off stump and got a big stride in. So 24 for 1 it remains. 16 Beldrummans there on. Finch has faced 34 deliveries for just 1 so far. This one's left alone by Beldrummond outside the off stump. Fews and ahs about how close it may or may not have been to the off stump. out bowls. Driven away into the covers. We're just hearing the local BBC Radio News in our headphones at the moment. They're going through various transfer deadline day pieces of information.
Transfer deadline. It's an exciting day, except for if you haven't got the money to be able to buy anybody.
Well, absolutely, yeah. The team I cover, Gillingham, are not expected to do anything today. I think it's going to be a quiet one on their end. This one goes through to the wicketkeeper. Maybe looked like there was some extra bounce from Barnard. Bell Drummond was certainly troubled for a moment there. Just seeing the replay. Yeah, maybe nipped away and bounced a bit.
There's a bit in there for the bowler still, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. This new ball certainly has swung. And this pitch with a little bit of grass seemingly left on it has done a bit as well, as Bell Drummond angles this down into the gully area. End of the over, good start from Barnard, then a maiden.
So we're going to get a double change here. No, Hannah Dolby's going to continue at the Birmingham end. He'll be coming in 6 over. Oh no, we are going to get a change. Yeah, Michael Booth is going to bowl.
Interesting that they've gone quite so quickly to the bowling change, perhaps.
Yeah.
Newsreader saying Warwickshire well on top. Hard to disagree. With that 240 run lead. So 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8 for Hannon Dalby, and then Rushworth 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16.
So we weren't required there to do anything for the local news. That was good. As Michael Booth comes in, bowls his first ball, and that is left by by Finch outside the off stump and through to the keeper. Bell, get them right in a second. Booth got 3 wickets in very rapid time, didn't he? In the first innings, came on quite late. I think he was the 5th bowler he used.
Was. They really did delay him.
Yeah,
coming into the game, and as soon as he did, like you say.
Yeah. So here he comes in again and bowls, and this is edged down to a 3rd man, which is unusual to see down there. We don't very often see a 3rd man.
I didn't even realise Will Rhodes was down there, to be honest. He just sort of appeared. I was expecting to see the ball going for 4, and then all of a sudden,
been dropped back. So another 1 to the total, where we've been looking at those sort of rushing down there to go for 4 for most of the match.
Certainly Warwickshire were sticking a few down that way for 4, weren't they?
Yeah. It's quite a short boundary. It's probably sensible to protect it. He caught the edge, and so he gets the single. Well, Drummond faces, and this one he leaves outside the off stump and watches it go harmlessly through to Michael Burgess, who seems to be none the worse for his bump on the finger, having been repaired by the Warwickshire physio. Crowd down at the Birmingham end enjoying the afternoon sunshine, which it's still been a really nice pleasant day to watch cricket. Virtually no wind at all, as this one is pulled by Bell Drummond away with power. It's running up towards the boundary between mid-wicket and long on, and crosses the ropes, so Bell Drummond gets a boundary, and Kent moved to 29 for 1. Bell Drummond moves on to 20 with that shot.
Yeah, a little bit short, latched on to the length of that one.
He came into this game just short of 700 runs, so he's now gone past the 700 for the season. This is going to be more hammered away square on the offside, given a bit of width from Booth, and he says thank you very much indeed, and cracks that one down to the cover boundary into the fence in front of the Hollies stand. So back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, don't bowl there. To Daniel Drummond, who had a blistering start to the season, but in the kind of stunted pieces of county championship cricket we've had since that first block, he's struggled to get going, really.
Booth bowls, and more runs coming down to fine leg off the pad this time, so it won't go against his name, but 3 boundaries in consecutive deliveries, 2 off the bat, 1 off the pad, and takes Kent on to 37 for 1.
Yeah, this is actually Bell Drummond's best score since he made a half century in the second innings at Taunton against Somerset, when Kent got a massive score actually in that second innings, courtesy of a double 100 from Zach Crawley, and then Ben Compton and Joe Denley also got half centuries. So yeah, Bell Drummond started the season with hundreds against Somerset and Essex, got 70s against Surrey and Lancashire, 60s against Worcestershire and Somerset, but after that no score above 20 as Barnard bowls to Finch, who lets it go outside the off stump until this innings. 16 and 20 against Essex, 4 and 9 against Lancashire, 9 and 19 against Hampshire, 0 and 5 last week against Worcestershire, and then was out for 9 in the first innings. So Barnard back to the top of his mark then, bowling to Harry Finch, who is playing this one up towards mid-off. We saw Finch score 3 runs off his first delivery in the first innings and then nick off second ball. In this innings he's got 2 off 38. So he's if he came out with the mindset in the first innings of, right, I'm going to try and look to be positive, try and score some runs, and in the end he was probably a bit too positive, going for that one second ball and that big drive that he tried to play. Second innings he's come out with a completely different mindset, having been asked to step up and open.
Elsewhere we're seeing Sussex go down and have a look at Division 2, where Sussex, who are top at the moment I think of Division 2, are having a good day at home against Derbyshire. They've declared on 607 for 8 and have got Derbyshire 71 for 4 in reply.
Full delivery from Barnard, defended away.
I always like going to Hove, I have to say. I like watching cricket at Hove. So if they were to come up. And the other ones, Yorkshire and Middlesex, are in contention for promotion. Yorkshire made virtually the same score as Sussex, 601 for 6 declared, and Middlesex are 68 for 1 in reply. That'd be an interesting one.
Balls here, Barnard, nicely played by Finch off the back foot, little punch drive, square of the wicket.
I think it's going to go all the way, you know. Yeah, it's got enough legs.
That was a desperate chase, in fairness, from
Alex Davis there was chasing
Davis.
That, yeah. His legs were going 10 to the dozen, but he couldn't overtake that ball. It didn't help him either, as again it was played all the way across the square.
Yeah, I think that was probably...
it was lovely low-cut grass. And,
yeah, that was probably half the reason why it ended up going all the way in the end.
Like chasing a ball down a pavement.
Here comes Barnard, Kent 41 for 1, second innings. That one goes through low to Burgess behind the stumps. Finch on 6. Pearl Drummond on 24 in the Birmingham sunshine. Another really pleasant day for watching cricket.
Birmingham sunshine makes the scoreboard a little more tricky to read because the yellow numbers on it do tend to not stand out so clearly, and we get a number of spectators who moan. What can we do about it? Nothing at all. It doesn't fall under our remit. But it does make reading some of it. It also squashes the numbers up with a name like Bell Drummond because it takes up too many letters on the board. It's like Hannon Dolby bowls to Bell Drummond. It makes the scorecard very difficult and the scoreboard. Here's Booth starting a new over. He's in. This is pulled away by Bell Drummond to mid-wicket into the ground, fortunately, because it went straight to Michael Ray, who's out at mid-wicket, who is now told to go back and give himself another 10 or 12 yards. In fact, he's told to give himself 25 yards, 30 yards. We'll go all the way to the boundary then. Yeah, he's again, Bill Drummond has hit this in the air, but safe, and a sprawling save by Michael Ray, who'd been sent out there. Saves a couple of runs, so well done to him. And I don't think that would have... It was in the air for a while, but I don't think it would have brought him into play. Do you, in terms of where he was previously?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
It cleared him. So he saved a couple of runs. Just struggling a bit here, Michael Bood, to get his to get that length and line right. As he's in fine. That's a better delivery. And Beltram looking to drive it, decides at the last minute not to, and takes the bat out of the way. But he's looking as though he wants to get on with it, Bell Drummond. He's not going to hang around.
Yeah, I mean, it generally is his style. Sometimes he's a better red ball player when he is looking to score, and kind of tapping into some of his more natural instincts.
Booth bowls, and Bell Drummond reaching for a wider delivery, has a swat at it as it goes past. Not a huge amount of foot movement to it, and one of those which you can just get a nick and think, why did I go for that?
Well, there I was complimenting his positive mindset. I'll take it all back. What are you doing there? Absolutely no reason to be chasing those ones. Maybe if there was no third man or something, but there's a third man and a deep point, so probably only get one anyway.
Booth into him, and bowls, and that's played solidly up to a deepish mid-off where Davis does the fielding and there's no run.
I think you've got to be as well, seemingly on this wicket, you've got to almost kind of, even if you start to feel comfortable out there, just rein it in a little bit. I think we've seen batters get out when they've almost thought, right, I'm in here. Now I can look to open up a bit more, and actually maybe you need to just stay patient.
Booth in, well, he's going to get more runs played away nicely. Ray comes in off that mid-wicket boundary, so shoved him out there. It's probably saved a couple of bat-fours by pushing him back onto the edge. One off it, Belgium will keep the strike. 44 for one. And Belgium is on to, is that 27, squeezed in by the side of his name it is, isn't it? So, Lancashire have lost a fourth wicket in their reply to Hampshire's 389. Lancashire 114 for 4. So, got some work to do there, Lancashire. And in the other batch involved the sides at the bottom, Surrey, who have made 525, Notts are 96 for 1 in reply. Worcestershire still can't break that 8th wicket partnership. For Essex, who have moved to 301 for 7 in reply to Worcestershire's 266, so now they lead by 35.
Barnard bowls, and Bell Drummond lets it go outside the off stump.
And the final match, Somerset is in a strong position against Durham. They've made 492, and Durham 216 for 6, so finding progress difficult against Jack Leach and the spinning ball at Taunton, which is not heard of that before.
It's been a while since they
It has, in
were
fairness,
producing
yes.
those bunts and burners down there. This one's defended away when they had Don Bess and Jack Leach in tandem. Since then they've gone quite seamer heavy and sort of slightly greener wickets.
Yeah.
Certainly when Kent went down there early on in the season, it was a greener pitch and they got slightly duped by it. Chose to bowl first, and actually it was pretty decent for batting.
But they didn't seem to have any trouble making their runs, so...
Barnard cut away here by Bell Drummond for 4.
Lovely shot. Given a bit of width.
Yeah, it was just a bit of width on show actually. I wasn't sure if Bell Drummond had played it quite tight to his back hip as he sometimes does, but yeah, that was definitely legitimate. stroke in that situation. Bill Drummond, and timed it nice enough, so he moves to 31 now. Kent are on to 48 for 1.
I remember a long time ago seeing Bill Drummond play for the England under 19s here at Edgbaston. I think it was against South Africa. So how long ago would that be? Because he's
10 years?
Yeah, well, easily 10 years. He looked real business. But
yeah, I think at under 19 levels he's clipped this up towards mid-on. I don't know if he still is, but by the time he finished playing for the under 19s, he was the highest ever run scorer in an England under 19 shirt. So I don't know if he's been overtaken since, but yeah, all through his teens he was really highly rated. This one's clipped away out towards square leg. Kent listeners will have heard this many a time, but I think I first saw him when he was like 10, 11, and he had all the shots at that age and just looked absolute class, even though he was quite, diddy at the time and didn't necessarily have the power. Like, he had all the shots in the book and the timing was there, and yeah, it was a classy player, so no surprise that he went on to make it. And now Kent captain, of course, as Barnard bowls a short ball which Finch hooks away and pulls to the rope for 4 runs. Man out at deep square leg, but short enough boundary and well controlled actually by Finch to move into double figures, having had a very patient start to his knock. His 43rd delivery's pulled it away to the boundary, so the 50 comes up for Kent, 53 for 1 in their second innings and trailing Warwickshire by 211 runs.
I think the change bowlers for Warwickshire kept the pressure on which Rushworth and Hannon Dolby put on at the beginning of the innings.
Yeah, arguably it's a bit similar to what happened in the Kent innings, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is very similar. They've not had that good line, and been able to get the ball really ticking over. As Booth starts a new over, Bill Drummond pushes this up to mid-on, who is onto it, Chris Rushworth, but just on his heels a bit when the shot was played, and in the end they get a comfortable single. So 54 for 1 that goes to. Bill Drummond goes on to 33, yeah, 33.
Yes, so Booth's couple of overs went for 12 before that delivery, and then Barnard, first 2 overs were tidy enough, but obviously went for a couple of boundaries in that third one, none for 13.
Booth on his way, he's in and bowls, and Finch is playing that, just coming forward to meet it and running it up to Ray at mid-on. There's no run. Hopefully the light will hold this evening to see us through.
Yeah,
it's a nice bright
I don't
day.
perceive there to be any problem, to be honest, with the light. Lovely sunny afternoon in Birmingham at the moment.
Booth comes in and bowls, and that's steered away to backward point, where Barnard does a good goalkeeper style save at backward point, going up to his hands up to his left as he slid along the floor, and he saves 4 runs.
Is there anything Ed Barnard can't do? He can
clearly
bat, bowl and field.
I
pretty,
think he
pretty
prepares
well.
the lunch as well.
Does he wash the kit as well? Lead the team song.
Booth is bowling, and Finch is firmly defending that one out to Alex Davis, who gives the ball a good rub and a wipe, and Kent got a big task on here to clear the deficit. Remember, they were on 200 and, I'm just going quickly adding this, 64 behind on first things, was it?
Yeah, correct, yeah.
So got it down to 210 behind at the moment, as this one is driven up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a pretty sort of daunting kind of task, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, you're coming out second innings with 264 behind, and then Not only have you got to try and get up towards that score, you've got to then go beyond that to make it into something.
Yeah, and it's got to have to be a really substantial score, you would think, and time won't come into this one. Oh, that's glanced away. That will come down to fine leg for 4, and nicely played, nicely glanced by Finch, which takes the 50 partnership, and that 50 partnership has come off 77 balls in just 52 minutes. So they've been going along, as we say, really picked up the scoring rate, and particularly against the change bowlers, the runs have come 33 to Bell Drummond, 14 to Finch. We've had 17 overs.
Yeah, almost kind of snuck through Harry Finch. I thought there was a little bit of inside edge on that, and there was a few oohs and ahs from the fielders. I don't think it was quite as convincing as it first looked, perhaps, from Finch.
It registers in the book the same, doesn't
Absolutely.
it?
That's all he needs to worry about. This one's cut away by Bell Drummond, and he's going to scamper back for the second one.
Has Will Rhodes been sentenced out to the cover boundary? You've only got 201, so we'll now make you run round the boundary edge to do it. We'll get how many's worth before you go.
Here comes Barnard, full delivery, which is defended away.
Is that the first half-century partnership of the match for Kent, isn't it? I don't think they got one in the first innings. I think there was one in there. So well done to these two.
There was just the one half-century stand in the first innings.
Oh, there was. Yeah,
This one is off the outside edge of Daniel Bell Drummond's bat. That was deliberately played, though, wide of second slip. Sure, you see Bell Drummond play a lot in white ball cricket down towards third man, where there isn't one this time, for the boundary. Yeah, it was the Compton Everson one.
Oh,
was
yes,
worth
yes,
57.
I forgot that they put those through.
But that was the only one that was anywhere near being a half-century stand.
So runs coming along quite quickly, 64 for 1. Just a chat going on between Alex Davis and Ed Barnard.
Barnard then to Bell Drummond. That's a bit of line, straight up on the stumps, defended away. Back up the pitch.
Warwickshire made this decision at the start of play that they would go into this match without a full recognised spinner. So Jake Lintott and Danny Briggs were not included in the 11. Will they regret it?
One defended away by Daniel Bell Drummond. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see as this innings, well, depending on how long it goes on for, whether they regret it or not.
I think they'll get Rob Yates into the attack reasonably and see if Rob gets anything out of it. There was a bit there for Matt Parkinson as a genuine spinner. He got the ball to turn, bowling his leg breaks.
Yeah, and bowling a short ball this time, Ed Barnard. You don't see that all too often from him. Bell Drummond ducks underneath it anyhow, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. So 18 overs have gone in this Kent second innings. They trail Warwickshire by 200 runs. We have 25 overs remaining today. I'm going to make way, coming up towards 5 o'clock. And Alex Winter will be back alongside you, Phil.
Thank you, Ben. Ben will be back with us in just a while. As Michael Booth will continue at the Birmingham end. As Warwickshire got that early wicket, the wicket of Ben Compton, but have since found the going quite tough, and the Kent batsmen have been able to take advantage of some reasonably short bowling and disciplined bowling, but have laid into it. 64 for 1. That first ball from Booth is played back to up to mid-off, And Alex Davis does the fielding. Good afternoon again, Alex.
Afternoon, Phil. Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, Kent finding things a little bit easier second time around. Just got into this second innings, haven't they? Which is nice to see.
Yes, we kind of thought they might do. As this one is played nicely run away into the offside by Finch. He scampers through for a single. There's a bit of the sight screen. We've got a sheeting sight screen at the Birmingham end, and the piece which is probably in line with the batsman's view, or certainly will do, is flapping all over the place. It's actually become detached, and it's now blowing like a sail at sea. This one from Booth, he digs it in, it flies over Drummond's head and through to the keeper.
Must be a distraction, that, you think?
You would think so, yes. Yeah.
Looking like it's straight over the umpire's hat as well. Maybe a little too high, perhaps.
Even so...
maybe it's just there to get rid of the darkness of the hospitality boxes.
Could be. You'd be disappointed if you got the box behind there, wouldn't you? This one is just squeezing past, second slip down towards the boundary, and is pulled up just inside the ropes by Chris Rushworth and Sam Hain between them. And but for a second, Rob Yates' second slip was interested, but it squeezed past him. So 2 more to the total, 67 for 1.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get the replay, but it may have just carried there. Down to his right hand. Very, very difficult chance, diving across and a little bit forward as well to his right. But thick edge from Bell Drummond.
Booth in. This is lifted away behind square on the onside by Bell Drummond, and right out the middle of the bat, and has run away for 4. So he's raced on now. He's gone on to 45, and Kent 71 for 1. They're certainly not hanging about here. They're scoring quickly.
Well, we saw certainly yesterday afternoon there's absolutely no joy at all from the middle of this pitch. And that was easy pickings for Bell Drummond. Decent piece of timing. Out the deep backward square.
Booth, just in his 4th over, he's already gone for 24. The in and bowls, and this one, Bell Drummond plays back, it evades Booth's outstretched hand, but runs up to Alex Davis. End of his 4th over, end of the 19th over of the innings, and Kent 71 for 1. Still got a lot of runs, nearly 193 behind, but it's been a strong start to this reply. In the second innings.
It has, yeah. They lost Compton for 7 early on in the innings, but since then this pair have gone about their business quite tidily. It's been Daniel Bell Drummond who's enjoying himself in the sunshine. Here is Ed Barnard running away from the pavilion, goes in just outside the off stump to Finch. It leans forward, allows it to go through to Burgess behind the stumps. 15 from 50 balls here, Harry Finch, so very much biding his time, but I think especially this week with this round with a Kookaburra ball, you've got that knowledge that if you can see off the hardness of the new ball, there are richer pickings to be had later on. 2 out on the leg side, 2 slips in place. Barnard bowls very full and a drive back to the non-striker stumps. There's a sweet strike from Finch, and he'll be a little annoyed there because that was skipping away for probably at least a couple of runs. But he cannons the non-striker's stumps. No touch from Barnard. I think Bell Drummond was safely back anyway. 71 for 1.
It was a nice shot for nothing.
Backward point, extra cover. Mid on a little bit deeper than orthodox, and a catching mid-wicket is in position as Barnard goes in, bowls on a good length and across his stumps. Harry Finch is pushing down towards mid-off for no run. Hannah Dolby just stepping to his left-hand side to gently collect. 193 runs behind Kent. A lot of batting in front of them, but on the evidence so far throughout this game, long partnerships, long innings, certainly possible as Barnard moves in again and bowls slightly short, gets pulled around the corner by Finch. Only out to long leg though, in front of the barn stand, and they pick up a single. Takes Finch onto 16, 72 for 1, trailing by 193. Bill Drummond here on 45 not out has played very attractively. 7 boundaries in his innings so far. Deep point is dropping back as Barnard shuffles in, brings Bill Drummond forward, plays down towards mid-on. Rushworth is there and there's no run. He was a little bit late in retreating there, that fieldsman at backward point. He was dancing back when the bowler was running in. I thought umpires were going to call the bowler off for a moment. He's out there at backward point now. Barnard goes away to complete the over. We have an update for West Midlands listeners coming. I'm Alex Winter at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire are bowling in Kent's second innings. With a massive first innings lead, they took 264 runs on first innings, having been bowled out for 420. The star of the show, Will Rhodes, who made 201, the second double century of his first-class career and the second highest score in his career for the departing former captain. Batting again, Kent with this huge deficit to try and knock off. Have lost Ben Compton for 7, Ollie Hannon-Dolby with a wicket. But since then, Daniel Bell Drummond has gone nicely to 49, Harry Finch with him on 16, and Kent a 76 for 1.
We've got Hamza Sheikhs on the field at the moment, fielding for, I think, Will Rhodes. He's out at deep mid-wicket. We're having a bowling change. Michael Booth has come out of the attack, which has been a little bit expensive, as we were saying on that first spell, 24s. And it's Michael Ray who's going to have his first bowl from the Birmingham end, and his first ball turns Finch around a little bit, and he looking. Gets squared up, plays it out to the offside, and Bethel does the fielding. So it's 76 for 1. Hamza Sheikh had to go down and fetch that last ball, which went for 4 from underneath the sight screen at the Birmingham end. This one is turned by Finch into the vacant mid-wicket area on the onside. Booth has to come and fetch it. There's nobody. There's a man right back, Sheikh right back on that fence, but there's acres of open space for anything on leg stump to be turned into by the bat. We've got a fine leg and this deep mid-wicket and just a mid-on, but then nobody in close at square or mid-wicket to be able to prevent the singles. As Bill Drummond waits on the cusp of a half century, runs this one away to Bethel at extra cover, and there's no run. .77 for 1. These two have added 70 runs for this second wicket in good time. And we've still got 22 and a half overs left in the day, so plenty of time left for them, as this one is clipped away nicely through backward point by Bell Drummond to bring up his half century. Takes up to 81. Bell Drummond's 50 has come off 58 balls and includes 9 fours. So well done to him. It's been a good innings and he's played very positively.
He has, yeah, been attractive to watch. Feasted on any width as he did so there. And there's Scottish runs all round the ground, really.
Yeah.
Taking his 1s and 2s where he can. He's just been a very nice knock.
Ray in bowls, and this is left outside the off stump. There's no shot offered. Goes through to the keeper. 2 slips in place. Sam Hayne and Rob Yates. And then we've got the third man protecting down there, backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a long leg. So it's a semi-attacking field as Warwickshire look to try and pick up a second Kent wicket in this second innings. This is driven nicely, but straight to mid-on. So Ray's first over comes to a close. 5 runs from it, 81 for 1.
So a good start here for Bell Drummond. He's gone past 50 for the 7th time this season. But can he go on and play the really big innings that could get Kent probably back into the game? Well, Rhodes showed what is possible earlier on. There's 201. And now at least one member of this Kent lineup needs to play an equally big innings to get their side back into the game over the next day or so. Change of bowling here at the pavilion end, and Jacob Bethel is going to come on. A bit of left arm spin.
Yeah, he bowled quite a bit against Kent, against Somerset last week, without any success, it has to be said. Didn't get any wickets, but he came on ahead of Rob Yates, who's the second leading wicket taker for Warwickshire.
Goes into Finch, and Finch plays him gently out towards backward point for no run. There's a slip in place. That man at backward point. There's a deep cover straight away. Extra cover is in quite tight. Mid on and mid off are both halfway back. Mid wicket is in quite tight as well. A deep square, deep forward square leg really, and a backward square leg saving a single is also there as Finch comes forward to the next and just runs it back up the wicket for no run.
Don't think the Warwickshire seamers bowled with quite the same accuracy and length as they had in the first innings in this session.
Bethel coming left arm round. Look to be some kind of change up there. Either way, Finch forward again to block. Around the off stump, out on the offside. Yeah, it's always difficult to judge, isn't it, when you haven't quite got the same incisiveness as they did on that first morning.
They really bowled well in the first morning.
Bethel again, and forward comes Finch again, pushing out to the short extra, again for no run, 81 for 1. And also it's quite hard to judge when there have been a few loose strokes, and the scoreboard yesterday lunchtime certainly flattered Warwickshire. As Bethel steps in again, bowls a touch fuller, and Finch trying to work the gap at cover, can't get it past extra cover once again. Rob Yates in there pretty tight, going to his left hand side. Been busy in the over so far. As Bethel with his blonde hair steps in to complete the over, and Finch knocks it back to him. So Bethel starts with a maiden. 21 overs to come in the day. Kent 81 for 1 in this second innings, trailing Warwickshire by 183.
I think he could be in for quite a long sessions, Jacob Bethel.
Surprised that Yates didn't get to go first?
Not really. I think between the two, Bethel bowled before Yates last week as well. So of the two, they would say that the more recognised spinner is Bethel. No, it's not much to choose. Ray in for the second over, and the first ball is short outside the off stump, and again Michael Carberry says thank you very much indeed, cracks it away through the covers for 4 down to the fence, and he's been fed quite well over the last 10 or 12 overs between the Warwickshire seamers. Change bowlers.
Real long hop, wasn't it? Short and wide. And
yeah.
fast hands of Bell Drummond cracked it away.
He comes in again and bowls, and this time Bell Drummond on the move, running down the wicket, almost having played the shot, then decides no, it's no single there, and turns back round and gets back to his crease as it ran up to Alex Davis. mid-on. There's a huge difference in height between the Warwickshire mid-on and mid-off. It's just looking at them now.
Isn't it? Yeah. Hannon Dolby versus Alex Davis.
Ray comes in and bowls, and again, Bell Drummond playing that defensively, and Davis does the fielding at mid-on. 85 for 1, 57 to Daniel Bell Drummond, and 17 to Harry Finch, who has been brought in to open for the second innings. As Ray comes in and bowls, played away into the offside. Bethel quickly onto it from extra cover. That's the fielding. Crowd staying on tonight. They're enjoying their cricket. Not many have gone home. Michael Ray comes steaming in. Bowls. That was Fuller. And dug out and played out to extra cover by Bell Drummond. He sort of chopped down on. There's not a lot of foot movement there playing that shot. Sort of chopped down on it and ran it away out into the offside. Watcher looking to see if they can force an error. As Ray is in and bowls, and this one is hammered away again through backward point. There's a despairing dive at backward point by Ed Barnard, I think. Yeah, it was Ed Barnard diving away. If he'd have got a hand to it, it would have been a wonderful stop or catch, but he may well have been fortunate that he didn't get anything in the way of that one, Alex, I reckon. It looked pretty vicious.
Absolutely raced away from Bell Drummond, more fast hands.
But again, another short delivery outside off stump.
Yeah, poor
it's
ball.
Almost like I really enjoyed watching that shot. Yeah, try this one as well.
Bell Drummond's 11th boundary now has 61 to his name. 89 for 1. Kent still trailing by 175 as Bethel continues at the pavilion end. Bowls just outside the off stump and gets pushed away towards backward point by Harry Finch, who's doing a very good standing job here for Tuenda Muyeye, who was injured in the field yesterday. Spent a long time off the field in the Warwickshire innings, so can't come in until later as Finch pushes down towards mid-on for no run. Chris Rushworth bending gently down to collect. But Finch doing a very good job getting through this new ball period. We're in the 24th over of the Kent innings here. This Kookaburra will start to soften as Bethel rolls in again, left arm round, Finch forward, playing back to the bowler once again. He's got deep mid-wicket and deep cover out. And then certainly 4 saving the single. Mid-on and mid-off, you could probably run a quick single to them. As Bethel gives it a bit of air, and there is Finch trying to run a single down towards mid-on, but he timed it too well. And a couple of quick steps forward from Chris Rushworth was all Finch needed to decide that there was no run available. 89 for 1. And Bethel steps in again, past umpire Wolf. Gives it a bit more air, slightly straighter, and Finch able to tap it leg side in front of Hannon Dolby coming around from backward square leg, and they steal a single. Finch goes to 18, 90 for 1.
Wonder whether Daniel Bell Drummond will be able to resist the temptation to actually take on Jacob Bethel, who's opened up with his first 2 overs absolutely smack on the line, on the length, and really making the batsman play.
Bowls to Bell Drummond for the first time. Oh, fires one in, and Bell Drummond pushing forward, gets beaten outside the off stump. Not too far away from outside edge or the off stump. Nice change up from Bethel to complete the over. Tidy start.
He wasn't going to let that one give it much opportunity to spin, was he? Really fired it in.
It was a good option. He's watched
Dan Mosley.
11 balls from the other end. Has Bell Drummond have flighted spin. And then one fired in, almost did the trick just outside off stump. 90 for 1. Sun back with us.
So it's going to be Ray to continue. To bowl his third over. His first two have gone for 13. Next Davis may just be saying to him, not quite so generous outside the off stump. Try and get that line a bit tighter. He's going to be bowling to Harry Finch, who waits. He's in and bowls, and Finch has lifted this one and lifted it well away through mid wicket and down to the hover cover at the front. It was again way too short, and he was able to step inside it and lift it away.
Yeah, another poor ball and goes for another boundary.
The short ball on this wicket is just sitting up, isn't it? And
Absolutely.
It's pick your spot. You know, he's got his field set for an offside attack, and you can't drop that short.
Sent down 13 balls now, Michael Ray, and 4 of them have been back of a length and sent to the fence. Hopefully, he's learned his lesson.
Comes in and bowls, and Finch gets another one, which this time he can't quite get the power on. He gets enough, though, through mid-wicket for a couple of runners this time, as the timing not perfect on that one. So the runs still continuing to come, and Warwickshire at the moment not looking to really put a huge amount of pressure on the Kent batsman. 96 for 1. So they've gone along 4 and over, and Ray comes in and bowls, and that's driven up to Davis at mid-on. He's quite deep there, so he was able to get across. It was very close to the stumps, and Davis was able to get behind it and cover it. Seagulls are back outside, you can hear them.
We're about as far away from the sea as you can get, aren't we?
Yeah, they managed to get here. It's really quite noisy they are. As Ray bowls, and this is driven again, straight up to Alex Davis, but nicely played by Finch. A solid shot. Crowd just beginning to give him a bit of a shout about the players encouraging themselves, each other. Here on the effects mic, 96 for 1. Ray in bowls. Finch steers that one away into the offside where Barnard does the fielding, and there's no run. Finch has moved on to 24, having been moved up the order. Ray to complete his third over. 0 for 19 so far, off 2.5 overs. I'll finish it with a dot, will he? No, it's short and it's whipped away down to deep backward square leg again. Able to get inside it and swing it away. Bethel does the fielding down there. And no, it's not Bethel, it's Booth, sorry, down there who does the fielding. And end of another over. Will Rhodes comes down from below us. He's back on the field, placing hands to shake, the substitute fielder. So Warwickshire back to full strength.
Around the country, Sri Lanka won 7-6 for 8 the test match at Lords. England made 4-2-7. Century early today for Gus Atkinson. Wonderful moment for him. In the championship at Chelmsford, Essex have now got a good lead on Worcestershire. 3-6-1 for 8. Essex are replying to Worcestershire's 2-6-6, and Worcestershire did jolly well to get to 2-6-6. Haven't been struggling early on there. Here is Bethel bowling to Finch, and a few times he's had a go at finding that gap in the covers. This time he does find it, and pushes away to Rhodes in the deep for a single to open up the 26th over. 98 for 1, and Finch goes on to 26 not out. Brings Daniel Bell-Drummond back down the striker's end, with Ollie Hannon-Dolby warming up at backward square now. Bethel bowling left arm round, bringing Bell-Drummond forward, drops it out into the covers for no run. Lancashire struggling, 1-3-6 for 6 at Old Trafford, replying to Hampshire's 3-8-9, a 10-ball duck there for Rocky Flintoff. Made 30-odd in his debut innings, then a golden duck at the Oval last week, and a 10-ball duck here today. As Bethel steps away from the pavilion, floats one up, Bell-Drummond sweeps, but straight to Hannon-Dolby at backward square leg for no run. Notts going well at Trent Bridge. Surrey put up 5-2-5 earlier on, and Notts replying with 123 for 1, so a solid response so far. As Bethel pauses, feet together, steps in round the wicket once again, fires one in a little quicker, and Bell-Drummond well forward to block out to Yates at short extra for no run. Durham were struggling, but they are in better waters now, 2-4-8 for 6, but they do still trail by 2-4-4. Somerset made 4-9-2 down at Taunton. 98 for 1 here as Bethel bowls short delivery, which Bell-Drummond taps away towards mid-off, and they charge through for a quick single. Good piece of running. Mentioned that there may be a single to be stolen to mid-on and mid-off, a bit deeper than orthodox, and Bell-Drummond does just that. 99 for 1. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 3-5-9 for 6. They built themselves a good lead over Leicestershire. They put up 2-5-1 yesterday. As Bethel completes the over to Finch, and Finch covers up, plays back up to the bowler for no run. 99 for 1 here, Kent. They're trailing by 165. Down at Hove, Sussex in complete command, because they put up 607 for 8 declared, and Derbyshire 106 for 5. They were in much deeper trouble than that earlier on, 40 odd for 4, so they have at least put together a little stand, but half the side gone, only 106 on the board, and a long way back there for Derbyshire. And the big game in the Division 2 promotion races at Headingley this week, and Yorkshire are in charge, having made 601 for 6 before declaring, and Middlesex replying with 111 for 1. So the bat very much in charge up at Headingley, as Ben Watts slips back alongside.
So Hannon-Dolby back into the attack then from the Birmingham end. Bell-Drummond just remarking his guard. With the field spread, just one slip for the Kent captain. Hannon-Dolby sprints in to bowl, and it's flicked away down towards long leg. They take just one and move to 100 for 1 in their second innings, Kent. So it brings Harry Finch back onto strike. Taps his bat and waits. And drives up towards mid-on. Into the hands of Ray. Over rate's been pretty good so far from Warwickshire in this second innings. After this one we'll have 16 overs to go, which in theory is an hour's worth. Take us through to 6:30 at stumps. So this one's defended away by Finch into the offside. And that was around about the time that Phil and I were guesstimating earlier on. Still a very pleasant afternoon. Moving towards early evening. Some of the shadows lengthening. This one's clipped away by Finch out towards deep square for a single. Mostly it's the stand that we're in, which is just giving some shade to Will Rhodes, who's currently down at fine leg, chatting away to Chris Benjamin, who's in the green bib, subfielder down there. Also men out at deep point and third man manning the shorter boundary for Bell Drummond. Faces up to Hannon Dalby. There's a thickish edge, semi-deliberate from Bell Drummond, and they come through for a single. Two for one. Harry Finch tapping his bat, waits for Hannon Dalby once more. Final ball of the start of his second spell. For Warwickshire's leading wicket taker in the championship this season, defended away. He's bowled his 7 overs, 1 for 11. And we do have 16 more to go today, so likely one more hour of cricket remaining on day 2 here at Edgbaston on BBC Sport Online and via the Warwickshire live stream.
Hopefully they might get through them a bit quicker if Bethel continues here with his left arm spin,
Good
stepping
point.
through the overs.
Good point.
He's rattled through 3 quick ones so far. May get a bit of Rob Yates as well if this partnership continues. It's made good progress. 7 for 1 when Compton fell, become 102 for 1, and Kent feeling a bit better about life, but they still trail by 162. Slip still in place as Bethel comes left arm round to Bell Drummond, who sweeps and gets it back at a square for 4. Runs it away to the barn stand. Bethel just straying in line and allowing Bell Drummond the chance to sweep from around about leg stump, and he steered it past Ollie Hannon Dalby at backward square leg and runs it out down towards the scoreboard for 4 runs. 106 for 1. Bell Drummond goes up to 68. Captain trying to lead his side back into the game here. Needs to go big. Waits for Bethel and pushes gently forward out to Yates at short extra cover. 4 no run. Fielders stay the same with the men out to deep cover and deep square in front of the Holly stand. 1 or 2 in the Holly stand away to our right, soaking up the sun, as you are in the barn stand and the old press box as well, as Bethel bowls again. Slightly flatter, brings Bell Drummond forward, drops it between backward point and short extra cover. Pair of fielders converge and prevent a sharp single from being attempted. Bethel steps in past umpire Wharf. This is pushed firmly, but only as far as Yates again, just steps to his right hand side at short extra cover. Works the ball in his shirt. And then Bethel stepping in once more. To the right-handed Bell Drummond, who's sweeping again in the air, but it's going to get over the head of Ollie Hannon Dalby down towards the barn stand, and they're going to get back for a couple of runs. Well, a moment's fortune there for Daniel Bell Drummond. The first sweep was well controlled, but this time he was a little bit cramped for room, and it was a big top edge. Unfortunately for Bell Drummond and Kent, it was a big enough top edge that it looped over the head of the fieldsman and away for a couple of runs to bring the 100 partnership up. Applause there as the score flicks over to 108 for 1. Excellent progress between Bell Drummond and Finch. Last ball of the over, fired in from Bethel, and Bell Drummond runs it back at the pitch for no run. So a little heart-in-mouth moment there for Daniel Bell Drummond, but he's 70 not out. Harry Finch alongside him on 27, and 108 for 1 gives Kent a little bit of confidence here, Ben.
Yeah, I think it definitely does. Certainly good to see them applying themselves a bit better After a difficult first day, we're only Ben Compton making 70, and then Joey Everson got out of double figures. So Finch now facing up to Hannon Dalby and pulling him away, actually, in the air, but behind square and away for 4. There is a fielder out there, but never particularly looked likely to get involved.
It's a very rare short delivery from Hannon Dalby. He's been very disciplined in his length. Just dragged one back there and got punished.
So 112 for 2, with Finch moving on to 31. Full delivery, which is driven up towards mid-on. So Finch, after his very slow start to the innings. I was going to say it's got going a bit, but it's still 31 off 81 deliveries, so it's almost Ben Compton-esque sort of knock from him.
He's done a very good job.
He's facing Hannon Dalby here and just defending into the onside. He's got himself into that little bubble. Sometimes you need to do as a batter.
Yeah, batting time is a real factor here. So they need to get a long way past Bears if they can, but trying to take some time out of the game is crucial as well, because even if they build themselves up a lead of 200, need to give themselves enough time.
And Dalby bowls, flicked away behind square. In fact, down towards fine leg by Harry Finch. Yeah, he did get some bat on it. So they've come through for a single. First slip for Bell Drummond is just that little bit wider as he defends this one away back up the pitch. More of a sort of third slip really in that kind of position, or a very wide second, a one-day second slip almost.
Yeah, we've seen it in both innings today. I think both sides are a little bit concerned that the Knicks aren't going to carry now. The ball's flying through. You generally get those edges that go finer. As it gets a bit slower, the edges get thicker and go squarer.
And Dalby to Bell Drummond. A little bit of an inside edge as he was looking to turn it away into the leg side, but they come through for a single. So Bell Drummond 71 from 81. 114 for one the Kent score, and they trail by exactly 150 runs.
So still a long way back, but it's Kent's session here so far, having lost Compton for 7. Harry Finch and Bell Drummond settling into their work here on this sunny afternoon at Edgbaston. Still with 14 overs to come in the day. Bethel to continue. 4 overs on maiden, nothing for 9 so far. As Bell Drummond runs the first ball on the bounce back to him. It's been fairly accurate so far. Give that one delivery in the previous over a chance for Bell Drummond to sweep the second attempt. Produced a top edge that almost produced a catch. To backward square, gives us plenty of air on the leg stump, and Bell Drummond forward, pushing out just wide of mid-wicket, but no chance for a sharp single in there. Warwickshire just working your way, trying to force another breakthrough He'd love to pick up another couple before the close of play. The way things have gone, I think breaking this partnership would be a steady achievement for them, particularly with so many runs in the bank. As this is a touch short from Bethel and cut away by Bell Drummond. He's got it backward of point. We'll pick up at least 2. It's a big old boundary out there, and now they're going to decide to stay at 2. It's a long chase for Rhodes around to his left-hand side. And he was on the scene in just enough time to deter them coming back for a third. So Bell Drummond goes up to 73 now. 116 for 1. Bethel steps in again and bowls on a good length round about the off stump, and Bell Drummond forward, playing out in the direction of 8 Barnard at point. He runs away from the sun to collect. Bethel in past umpire Wharf, floats one up, full of length and clipped by Bell Drummond down towards Rushworth. He took a few steps down the wicket in anticipation of a quick single, but none was available because Rushworth was up quickly. And now Bethel to complete the over. Left arm round he comes, fires one in, cut away again by Daniel Bell Drummond. He'll pick up a single to deep cover, running the ball all the way across the square to our left-hand side. So Bell Drummond will keep the strike. He's on 74 as the board moves over to 117 for 1. And the scoreboard has abbreviated Bell Drummond to just B Drummond, which gives him a bit of extra space because his name was just encroaching on his score. Just makes it slightly easier to see.
Yeah, it does.
Well done, scoreboard
I
operator.
was thinking earlier on which way would they do it if they were going to abbreviate his name in some sort of way. So Hannon Dolby in 2B Drummond. Sits off thigh pad maybe.
Just a little nip there for Hannon Dolby. Little nip, came back, beat the inside edge. Brief flicker of encouragement.
Here he comes. Once more then Hannon Dolby. Power Drummond. Oh, tries to flick this one away. It was forward on the leg stump and it goes through to the keeper. He misses out on this occasion. And Dolby bowling again. I think I might have flicked off the pad. On the way to the keeper's left. It did bounce in front of Burgess. It was good work actually from him to prevent any buys. Defended away back up the pitch by Bell Drummond as Phil Britt is alongside me.
Well, they're doing well, these two, aren't they? 110 runs they've added. And Warwickshire looking completely different attack to the one we saw yesterday morning. Finding it much, much more difficult and a lot more resilience being shown by the Kent Baps.
Here comes Hannon Dolby again then. Cut away for 4 by Bell Drummond. Short boundary, hasn't totally timed it. But Bethel won't stop it. Enough width on offer for him.
They've fed that shot a bit, haven't
Yeah, they probably have, in fairness.
It sits up on this pitch. Once it's a little bit short, it sits up and with that great pace and allows that square cut. And the boundary is short, so you get a good return for the shot.
Defended away by Drummond. I think that'll make that his 13th boundary of the innings as he moves on to 78. And Finch is there on 32, so 121 for 2, and these two have now put on
114.
Yeah, there you go, 114. Thank you.
And Warwickshire tried their bowling attack. The only one they haven't tried so far, well, two of them, Will Rhodes, and they haven't given Rob Yates a go. Chris Rushworth is swinging his arms backwards and forwards down to our right, so perhaps he's having another go. But Bethel, in the meantime, will continue at the pavilion end. He's in and bowls, and Harry Finch is forward to that one, defending it into the onside. And there's no run. Still bright sunshine here. Lovely evening as we move towards 6 o'clock. The over's gradually coming down. This one is swept, and swept well, but very well fielded at backward square leg or short leg by Michael Ray, throwing himself down and making a fine stop, because that was a full-blooded sweep he got down to and prevented that going down to the boundary for 4. So that will be a thank you at the end of the over from Jacob Bethel to him. He comes in again, 121 for 1. It's a little bit short, but it's on the stumps, and Finch defends it out into the offside, and there's no run. Finch doing a good job here as stand-in opener for the day. Bethel comes into him and bowls, and that beats. That's one of the few balls that have actually beaten the outside edge of the bat. And there was a little bit of movement, but not a great deal. I think it just played the wrong line at it and so tried to work it. It's a moral victory for Jacob Bethel, but didn't result in a wicket. He comes in again and bowls, and this one is left, just puts his foot across, guards the off stump, and watches the ball go through to Michael Burgess, who's seen as none the worse for the smack he got on the finger when he was standing up to Chris Rushworth. Bethel in again, a little bit shorter. It gets looking to play it on the onside, gets a thick outside edge which runs away through the vacant gully area and gives him a single with the final ball of the over. So one more to Finch. He goes to 33, and the total goes to 122 for 1. We have had 32 overs. We've got 11 more remaining in the day. So in actual fact, with Bethel into the attack, Ben, it's speeded it. They've got through these overs actually fairly quickly, because it's 5:45 now, and then we looked at one stage of being about 5:30, didn't we? I think they'll be inside that.
Typically you would expect it to be 16 overs in an hour, so yeah, they were on course for that, weren't they?
Yeah.
But as you're saying, with Bethel coming on, it's just speeded things up a bit. Fair to say that Hannon, Dalby and Rushworth and a few of the others don't take too long over their overs, in fairness. Nobody with massive long run-up, etc. So Hannon Dalby continues into his 10th over, 1 for 21 so far, flicked away by Finch behind square on the onside for a single to move on to 34 from 90 deliveries, 123 for 1, Kent in their second innings, with Daniel Drummond, the captain, on 78 from 93, having hit 13 boundaries in this innings so far, 141. Kent trail by from first innings. Keeper up to the stumps, Burgess behind Drummond. A big shout for LBW as Beldrum was looking to
Given
flick
him.
leg side, and he's been given.
Ooh, that was a long look there, wasn't there, from Peter Hartley? But
Yeah, he
he's
definitely-
got the wicket, and the Kent skipper is not happy about that. You can see from his reaction as he walks off. He's given out LBW after a good think, and he stands there and looks back down. Let's look at the replay.
Yeah, I personally don't mind that from the umpire. He took long enough to consider it. Beldrummon's in his crease because the keeper's up to the stumps. He was looking to flick it into the leg side, which does suggest it was kind of more leg stump.
I think it was going to miss legs. I think it was going to miss leg stump, but that's just my view.
Beldrummon walks off, gets a good hand. 78
well-
he's made.
Well batted.
But an important breakthrough for Warwickshire because he was really
Yeah.
looking good out there, Beldrummond. Yeah, for me, I think that's one of those where umpires call whichever way they give it is fine. I think they either say it's hitting leg stump or clipping leg stump or otherwise. And I think if you're Beldrummond, you can't complain too much because if you'd hit the ball, then you wouldn't be out LBW. And he's, ultimately he missed it. So he's invited the umpire. He's given the umpire a chance to give him out.
We got this the wrong way around here, Ben. I should be the one to say, yeah, that's out. You should be, no, that was missing. But I'm going to stick to mine. I think it was a very close one. I would have given him benefit of the doubt, to be honest, because I think it was doing enough to just move and the way he played the shot and the way it was going. I thought it was just drifting past the leg stump. However, it doesn't matter what we think up here.
Yeah, true. People that listen to me often enough know I will complain about LBWs if I think they're wrong, and I don't think there's necessarily too much grounds for complaint. I think that was the umpires considered it. He's thought, yeah, I think it probably is hitting or clipping the leg stump.
You can't complain about the amount of thought he put into it. He had a good look and didn't rush a decision, came up with it. Warwickshire will be delighted that they've got the breakthrough. The new batsman coming in, Jack Leaning, is coming in to replace Daniel Beldrummond. Really good innings from the Kent skipper. Hannah Dolby will come in. Is it me or is it you? This one is played into the onside.
I think it was me, wasn't it? Yeah. There we go. And Dolby defended away by Jack Leaning's first. His first ball faced, so yeah, just when 100 partnership for the second wicket, Kent would have been starting to think, oh, hang on, maybe we can play ourselves back into this match in some sort of way. They've lost their captain as Hannon Dolby bowls to Jack Leaning. He's been the standout bowler once again. Hannon Dolby inside edge from Jack Leaning, and fair play to whether it was Michael Burgess or the captain who's suggested that he stands up to the stumps, because without the keeper up to the stumps, Beldrummond probably stands there on off stump and plays that delivery slightly differently, but because he's that bit deeper and on his crease.
Yes, you're always watchful, aren't you, when that keeper's sort of breathing down just behind you, especially against somebody like, you know, the quickies.
So here comes Hannah Dolby again. Kicks up his heels and Finch defends away. Just invigorated a little by that wicket. One ball remaining in the over and then 10 to go in the day. Kent 124 for 2.
Well, if Warwickshire had any hopes that Kent were going to just roll over and give up, they've had to change their minds on that, but they've come to their second innings with a real purpose.
And then Dolby bowls to Harry Finch. Plays on top of the bounce and defends away into the offside. End of the over, and an over in which Hannon Dolby took the vital wicket of Beldrummond for 78.
must be wonderful to be able to have a go-to bowler like Hannon Dolby when you've got a problem to go and say, right, can you get us something, and here, have another go.
Yeah.
Fantastic player to have. And here's another one who just in his second season with Warwickshire, he's had year after year of getting wickets up at Durham without any international recognition. And when you think of the bowlers and with their records that have had international recognition, it's difficult to understand how Chris Rushworth has never been given. He's not going to get it now, obviously, but how he went through a career and didn't get called up.
Probably just a slight lack of pace.
He takes wickets though. Pace is great, but you do also need to have the ability to take wickets, which Rushworth has had. There was always room in England teams for somebody who did things with the ball. May not be electric pace, but it does seem to have gone completely now. If it's not bowling at a certain speed,
Yeah,
you're not in.
Certainly more so these days. They have, yeah.
Here's Rushworth anyway, having talked him up. He's in and bowls, and this first ball is punched away into the offside by leading.
I mean, I know he's a bit quicker than Darren Stevens, but
yeah,
you know, skillful bowlers at county level like that have kind of almost been a bit overlooked almost in a sort of snobbish way. Kind of all county cricket allows medium pacers like that to take wickets.
He comes in and bowls, leading with bat held high, is getting an edge which goes down in front of slip. It just falls in front of Sam Hain.
Yeah, so quite carry.
Almost on the half volley, he picks it up, but takes it cleanly, prevents the run. When you think, if you've got just going on with that issue, when you think that Rushworth has kept himself all through his younger years fit and available to play and getting wicket after wicket. This one is pushed back down the wicket and there's no run. Just to see whether he could do it at the international level, it wouldn't have been the end of the world if he'd had a couple of opportunities. You know, if he hadn't have done it, then fine, at least they've looked. But just to write him off because he wasn't quite quick enough, I found it difficult.
I think, unfortunately, there'll be other bowlers in a similar situation if, you know, Sam Cook doesn't get picked or...
Yep, I think you're right. Rushworth in. This one is going to be runs for leaning because he squirts it away down through the gully. He two. They're going to come back for a third. So he's on his way. And sorry, that's not true. He'd already got a single earlier on. So he's goes on to 427 for 2. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there are going to be bowlers who don't get the opportunity.
I think you're not wrong in the sense that he's been one of the best on the county circuit for a while.
Obviously he's at the back end of his career now, so, but I think in his prime when he was picking up huge number of wickets for Durham. In bowls, this is run to backward point and there's no run.
Again, I don't know if there was a bit of snobbery in the sense that because it was for Durham, there's an argument, conditions up in the northeast would favour a bowler like his. I think, yeah, fair to say his efforts over the years have probably gone a bit under the radar, or he's been underrated because of it. It's interesting to see him make the career move almost to Warwickshire a couple of years ago.
This one's driven well through extra cover. That's a lovely shot, and that's going to go all the way down to the fence. Finch right into that one. He goes on with that shot. He goes on to 38. The total onto 131 for 2, and that was a lovely shot from Finch. Just nicely controlled all on the floor and found that extra cover gap and away to the boundary. So the deficit is down almost. Got halfway to wiping the deficit out. So these Kent have done well in this second innings. They just trail now by 133. They're taking a big chunk of that lead out. I still think Warwickshire will look at it and think we should have had more on the board than 420.
Yeah, I think they definitely should have done.
Collapsed away at the back end of the innings.
They did fall in a bit of a heap at the back end. Kent's run rate's just shy of 4 and over, so they've been going along pretty quickly. I suspect that that might drop as this one's defended away by leaning, and they kind of go into their shells a bit more to try and see things through until stumps. But Bell Drummond kind of went out there with the attitude that anything short he was going to crack, and arguably Warwickshire weren't as disciplined in terms of their areas as they were first time around, particularly to Bell Drummond. Just got kind of sucked into bowling in the areas that he wanted almost. And that's leaning with that very high back lift, waits for Hannon Dalby. Drops away behind square on the onside, maybe a leg by. Yeah, indeed, umpire Hartley says so.
If they can get through tonight without losing any more wickets, they've had an excellent final session, and it will give them opportunity tomorrow to dig in again, and who knows. There's still real opportunity that they can get ahead and put a bit of pressure on the home side. One thing about it is there's no shortage of time available.
Yeah, absolutely. All the time in the world. This game has moved on quickly so far. Full delivery, in fact a slightly shorter delivery, which Finch is in behind and defending.
Good to see the crowds largely stayed on for these last overs. Quite often they drift away, but it's a nice evening and the cricket's good.
Yeah, like you say, sometimes people would sneak off home for their tea, etc.
Warwickshire still 1 over down on the over rate, despite Bethel having bowled a fair bit.
Oh, short ball, which is ballooned up and being taken. Yeah, the finger goes up. Harry Finch disagrees and is still standing at the crease. Is the umpire going to come together and chat to square leg? He has actually raised his finger, so I think Finch is going to have to walk off. But I think he doesn't think he hit it, and it ballooned up off the wicketkeeper's glove.
Just watch the replay here, Ben. It came off his shoulder, I think.
It's come off his shoulder, surely. Goodness me.
His bat's nowhere near it. It's come off his shoulder as he went for the pull.
Well, Harry Finch can't believe it. He walks off looking pretty upset.
Yeah, and he's got every reason to be, because that's a bit of a shocker, I think, that one.
Yeah, I think we're in agreement on this particular umpiring decision.
Yeah.
I don't understand why, in that situation, the umpire wouldn't necessarily just go to his square leg and say, do you think that that's... have you seen that better than I have? Has that come off the shoulder?
I'm not sure that the umpire would, square leg umpire, would possibly have, because it hit him on the shoulder away from the square leg umpire, so would he have had a good view? Would he have,
no, possibly not.
No, I don't think. I think Alex Wolf there may well have taken, I can't make it, perhaps not had a view on it. Anyway, whatever's happened, I think that is a very unfortunate decision going against Kent there, really is. And it's a pity, because Finch batted really well, very solidly, did a real good job. I'm going to make way, because Alex has got to update the good folks of the West Midlands about what's happening.
No, I've got Nip next door, actually.
Oh, have you? I'll stay on,
then.
then you come back to do the last few overs then. So Alex will join us, and Hannon Dalby comes charging in and bowls a big shout for LBW. He's not going to get that one, I don't think, as Joey Everson is new about. That was definitely going down the leg side. Well, a couple of decisions, Alex, which caused a little bit of Ben and I didn't agree. Ben thought he was out for the LBW. I thought it was it was missing leg stump, and that last one, I don't think his back was anywhere near it.
Well, certainly Finch didn't think so, did he?
No, he caught him on the shoulder.
Hung his head. He couldn't believe he'd been given out. But
I think that was a shocker, to be honest. But if we're allowed to say that about an umpire's decision, but it really was. Bat and ball were miles away from each other. Here's Hannah Dolby in and bowls, and Everson plays it up to Alex Davis. So Hannah Dolby's got his third wicket. Applause for his efforts, and Kent 132 for 3, and suddenly those 2 wickets have just taken the polish off a little bit.
they have, yeah. You can just see the replay. It looks as if it's just caught Finch flush on the arm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a great shame.
There's quite a big gap between bat and ball.
Very unlucky, but yeah, when your luck's not in, it's not in. Update now for FM listeners across the West Midlands, so bear with. I'm Alex Winter here at Edgbaston in the sunshine, where Warwickshire have taken another couple of wickets in this Kent second innings. It was hard going when Kent managed to put together a century stand for the second wicket. They were batting again, 264 runs behind after the Bears made 420 earlier on today. Will Rhodes making 201. But a couple of wickets for Oliver Hannon-Dolby has given them the real upper hand as we move towards the close of day 2. 7 overs to go. Hannon-Dolby has taken 3 for 23, and it leaves Kent with 132 for 3 on the board in their second innings. They still trail by 132. And Rushworth going in, pushing out to mid-off is leaning, and he gets himself a sharp run to the left hand of Alex Davis. So yeah, just going back to the replay of the Finch dismissal. Yeah, it looks like he's through the stroke well before the ball arrives. The ball comes up off his upper arm, loops to slip.
Well, the way the ball looped to slip and went up was not as it would have done off the edge of a bat.
No.
Whether he thought he'd got a touch onto his arm, but to me the bat and was through the shot before it hit the arm.
Yeah, I think Finch can count himself extremely unlucky as Rushworth goes in, bowls full on the leg stump and gets clipped away by Joey Everson out to deep mid wicket. He's off the mark. 1-3-4 for 3.
When your luck's out, it's out.
It is, yeah. I mean, so many things. I mean, obviously Kent haven't helped themselves by the batting in the first innings and the bowling before tea yesterday. But yeah, like you say, when things aren't running for you, little things like injuries in the field and poor decisions, little 50-50 moments, they tend to not go for you. Whereas conversely, if you're having a good season, if it was Surrey, they'd be on the on the right side of those decisions. But you do make your own luck at times as Rushworth goes in and brings leaning forward, playing out to Alex Davis at mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, Kent need to really make sure they don't lose any more wickets or get anything in the way or do anything which is can be judged as a wicket in the next 7 overs and get through to stumps with just 3 down. They're halfway to wiping off the deficit, but those two have been 2 body blows to them.
Rushworth in again, leaning is covering up and playing back to the bowler for no run. And here's the freeze frame of the Bell Drummond RBW. Looks as if it's going way down leg, doesn't it?
Well, that's what I said right from word go. That was never out.
I mean,
Ben seemed to think he gave the benefit of the doubt umpire's call, but that was not going to hit the stumps, I don't think.
You can see off stump. It's angling past the inside edge. It's hit him at best halfway in line with leg stump as forward comes leaning with a thick inside edge that runs down to long leg for a single to end the over. 7 to come tonight. Kent are 135 for 3. But I think Beldrummond and Finch can count themselves exceptionally unlucky with those two decisions. Both of them given out by Peter Hartley.
Yep.
And yeah, he is very much given the benefit of the doubt to the bowling side. And I think had we had DRS, there's a good chance both of those will be overturned. I mean, at best, that is going to flick the outside of the leg stump. At
the absolute best.
Absolute best.
Yeah.
So to be certain that that is going on the hit leg stump, yeah, I'm surprised it's been given out.
That was my view right from when the appeal went through, and I didn't think he was out, and nor did the batsman either. Daniel Beldrummond didn't think he was LBW, and Finch definitely didn't think he'd got an edge to that one. However, it doesn't matter. Unfortunately, from Kent's point of view, both of them are wickets, and Hannon Dolby comes in again now to bowl to Jack Leaning. Leaning is wrapped on the pad. Hannon Dolby appeals for LBW and not out, says Peter Hartley.
Well, you'd be going out for everything now, wouldn't you, at Peter Hartley's end?
It's gives that one Leaning the benefit of the doubt. It looked a better shout than the one he gave, actually. But I didn't like. I shouldn't say that. I'm just looking at the replay. I would have preferred that to the one he gave. Dan Dolby gets that one just to rise. Leaning pushes this one down to fine leg, and scampers through. They scamper through for the single. So Joey Everson is now on strike, and the total goes to 136 for 3. Hannon Dolby's got all 3 wickets to fall. And he'll be looking to try and get another one at least tonight in the time he's got. He's got this, possibly another 3 overs to go as he comes in and bowls, and this is turned by Everson into the onside. They come through for a single. Just turning it square on the onside. Michael Burgess continues to stand up to the wicket. Takes some work, that does, standing up to all these, to Rushworth and Hannon Dolby, and keeping it tidy. Been a terrific job for Warwickshire. 137 for 3. Leaning, who's on 7, is on strike. 7 from 15 deliveries. Hannon Dolby into him. That's going to be another single. Again, just turns square, just behind square, and come through for 1. Booth does the fielding there, coming in off the deep square leg boundary to pick it up. 138 for 3. Just saying how most of the crowd have stayed on this evening. It's been good. They've been a really good days. Well, I think it's been 2 excellent days of cricket to watch as a spectator, ignoring the situation with the sides. But from a pure watching point of view, it's been really good, exciting cricket. As Hannon Dolby is in and bowls, and this is defended, and Hannon Dolby picks up off his own bowling.
Well, I suppose the crowd here taking their chance to watch Championship cricket at Edgbaston. One more fixture to come here this season.
Yep, the Essex game. One little fact which I was given by Tim Walton was that it was the first time that a Warwickshire opening batsman has scored a double century against Kent at Edgbaston. As a Warwickshire batsman has scored a double century at home against Kent in the county championship. So one of these, you can actually keep coming up with these records, can't you? So many different things. On a wet day in March, as Hannon Dolby comes in and bowls, and this is driven back into the stumps. Hannon Dolby wouldn't matter because Leaning was back in his stumps. That's the end of the over. I'm going to make way so that Ben can finish off the day with you, Alex, and I'll be back in the morning.
Thank you very much, Phil Britt. alongside myself, Alex Winter and Ben Watts here at Edgbaston with 6 overs to go. Kent won 3-8 for 3, still trail by 126. They've done really well to get themselves going again in this evening session at 123 for 1. But then Bell Drummond and Harry Finch on the end of a couple of pretty rough decisions, you have to say, on the evidence of the replays we've got. Obviously not completely decisive. I haven't got access to ball tracking or any kind of snickometer, but certainly on that bare video evidence, most unfortunate of both men, as Rushworth goes into leaning, who comes forward and plays down towards mid-on for no run.
Yeah, Harry Finch in particular, because I don't think there's any doubt that he's not hit that. It's not. You would guess maybe glove, the way it ballooned up to slip, but it's quite clearly come off his shoulder, and I don't quite know how the umpire hasn't seen that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not close.
No.
his gloves are through with the stroke as it hits him on the top part of the arm. The only thing you could think was maybe he thought there was a top edge on the way through, perhaps. But either way, it looks jolly unlucky. Chris Rushworth here is really fiddling around with this field. He's got an orthodox slip in place, but then 3 men catching in front of the bat on the leg side. He goes into leaning, and leaning plays forward to a short mid-on who's gone in. He's standing probably 3/4 of the way up the strip, just off the cut strip. There's also a catching mid-wicket and a forward short leg in place.
Yeah, it certainly is a bit of a funky field, isn't it? I'm trying to put pressure on in these late stages. Sun's just hidden away behind some cloud at the moment, so it feels a little bit darker out there.
Deep square and long leg are back as Rushworth goes in. This is nicely forced off the back foot by leaning, but he picks out the man in the covers, and there's no run. 1-3-8 for 3.
As for Bell Drummond, I thought if you had the DRS and it got reviewed, probably would have ended up on umpire's call, kind of backing up the umpire as probably either hitting leg or clipping leg. Phil seemed to think it was missing leg.
Clipping at absolute best. I'll try and freeze frame it for you again, because
it's one of those for me where umpires previously, yeah, okay.
It looks very leg side, doesn't it? With the angle, you can see off
he does
stump.
Come quite wide on the crease, doesn't
He's
he?
obviously not. It's hit him in line with half of leg stump. Rushworth goes in. This is angled away through a vacant point area by leaning. He's going to get at least 2. Fieldsman chasing back towards the deep point area, turns and keeps him down to just 2. Good scramble over there. Leaning goes to double figures. He's got 10, 140 for 3.
And I guess the clue as well was the way that Bell Drummond was trying to play it. He was looking to go very square into the leg side. Albeit, as I said to Phil, if he'd have hit it, he wouldn't have been out AWW. But yeah, now you've freeze framed that. That's a rough call, isn't it?
Looking a lot leg side, isn't it? Either way, that's been and gone. And Kento got to suck it up sadly as Rushworth bowls fall and gets nicely punched down the ground by leaning. There was a half hand from the short mid-on, but it's not going to matter because it runs away to the pavilion for 4 runs. Sweet piece of timing in the end. It beats the fieldsman in tight. Ed Barnard is stationed there at short mid-on, but nothing he could do as the ball whistled under his fingers and down for 4 runs. So leading to 14, 144 for 3.
I guess it's particularly galling when you've battled hard.
Yeah.
You're behind the 8 ball in the game. Century stands between Finch and Bell Drummond, and then both get rough decisions.
Rushworth in once more, and forward comes leading, playing a ball to Ed Barnard that he can get down and field on this occasion. Over comes to an end. 5 more to come tonight, and Kent are 144 for 3 in their second innings. They trail the Bears by 120. If you weren't with us earlier on, Warwickshire made 420 in their first innings. A second career double century for Will Rhodes, who made 201, fell 6 shy of what would have been a career, or 7 shy of what would have been a career best for him. big partnership with Ed Barnard, who made 65. But then the innings rather fell away. They lost 6 for 56 in the end, in 16 overs. That limited the damage. Looked as if Kent were going to be completely batted out of the game, and it was going to be 500 plus. But they hung in there, picked up some cheap late wickets, and are just about still in the game. But they are 3 down, and they do trail by 120.
Yeah, if they'd have managed to get through to stumps tonight, still 1 down, with Bell, Drummond and Finch at the crease, you'd potentially think those two come back tomorrow and pick up the job they've started. But you got Everson in now facing Michael Ray, so there's the change of bowling at the Birmingham end of the ground. Everson trying to restart his innings, having batted well in the first before getting out on 28. Leaning has faced 22 deliveries now for his 14. Yeah, Kent effectively minus 120 for 3, aren't they? They need to still get 100 more runs before they can even start to set a score. So it's a big task just to try and avoid an innings defeat, as this one is off the pad and away behind square on the leg side for a single. So you would have thought that we're probably going to get a conclusion to proceedings tomorrow. And that's likely to be a Warwickshire victory and a first. Well, certainly I feel like we're going to get a first result on this ground this season. I can't see it going all the way to Sunday and being a draw like all the matches have been here at Edgbaston so far in this 2024 county season. As Ray bowls to Jack Leaning. Defended away up towards mid-on.
Yeah, we've had a few periods in the game where batting has looked very straightforward. But we come to the end of day 2 when we've had 23 wickets in the game so far, and it's moved along at a good lick. But there is still real hope here for Kent, if they can get going in the morning.
Ray bowls, defended away by Leaning. Yeah, like you were saying about how that Warwickshire innings rather falling away. I think a couple of the lower order batters decided they were going to try and get at Matt Parkinson and target the short boundary, and he was a bit too canny for them, removing both Ray and Booth.
Yeah, had they just kept playing, there was 250 there for Will Rhodes, and they could have built themselves up a lead of 300 plus.
Yeah, Rhodes miscued one, didn't he, and was caught at a deep mid wicket, which just coincided with those other wickets falling in quite quick succession, and Hannon Dalby was cleaned up by Garrett swiftly afterwards. So yeah, it went from Warwickshire looking like they were going to set a massive score to being skittled out for 420. Well, skittled out. It's probably the wrong phrase.
Well, I suppose they were in the end. 6 for 56 they lost.
Yeah.
It's just about skittled.
Yeah, it can mop things up pretty quickly in the end after they got through the batting, and the batters all did do well for Warwickshire, as Leaning mistimes a drive, and we have 4 more overs remaining on day 2. Phil Britt will be back with us tomorrow, along with Brian Halford as well from the ECB Reporters Network, and I'll be here as well on behalf of BBC Radio Kent. So 4 to go, and Rushworth to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, just looking for Kent to win a session of this game. You could just about say they won that afternoon session, perhaps, with those 6 wickets-ish.
Yeah.
Did concede 420 and a double century in that time, but here's Rushworth going away from the pavilion with these 3 leg side catchers, bowling on a good length. Takes one away from Everson, who keeps his bat inside the line, and Burgess takes it standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, so Warwickshire at lunch, 2:30.
Lunchtime score was 3-2-3 for 4.
Yeah, sorry, 3-3-2-3-20. So yeah,
6 for 97 after lunch.
yeah, I think you could argue that's Kent's session.
Yeah. But this one probably an even one as Rushworth goes in again, and forward comes Everson playing up to Ed Barnard at this short mid-on position.
Yeah, those 2 wickets, how fortuitously gained by Warwickshire, have made it even after the century stand between Beau Drummond. LBW call that could have been sliding down, and then Finch giving out a quarter slip when it appeared to come off his shoulder, the short ball.
Away goes Rushworth, short sleeve shirt, bounds in, back of a length to Everson, who plays nicely here through extra cover. He's going to get a couple of runs in the direction of the double-decker stand to our left. Alex Davis among the chasing pack. Come back for a comfortable 2. Takes Everson to 4, 147 for 3. I think they do have a degree of ball tracking now available, courtesy of these umpire cameras. You can see both of the umpires, they're wearing the cameras on their jackets, and I believe that does provide an element of ball tracking.
Interesting.
Away goes Rushworth. This is angled away through a vacant third slip region down towards third man. It's not going to run for 4, but they will turn, and no, they won't come back for the third run. There was a generous chase back towards the third man fence, all the while keeping an eye on the running, and they settled for 2. So Everson to 6, 149 for 3.
So would the analyst for each team potentially be able to access that?
I think so, yeah. I think so. And there's a way of tracking the speeds of bowlers now, which hasn't been possible before, because it's been something that the England setup have been looking at quite cleanly to analyse county cricketers a bit better. Rushworth in, ball short, and a pull and a miss from Everson, through with the stroke, and it's taken by Burgess at around chest height. I was looking immediately in the direction of the Hollies stand, because anything back of a length has been dispatched throughout the game, but Everson misses out. Yeah, it hasn't been made publicly available, any of that footage.
No, there's been the odd bit on social media, hasn't there?
Yeah. So someone somewhere is getting a feed. But hopefully that'll be the next step forward to make that technology available, perhaps on the live stream replays or on the various sites where you can access the clips. All the while getting the supporters closer to the action, which is good.
Yeah, interesting as well that you can sort of map the speed gun. It's very Bazball to want to know that information.
Burgess has gone back, and this is back of a length and tucked around the corner from Everson. The man was exactly where the ball had previously gone. To forward short leg, he was moved slightly behind square, and the ball went through where the gap was created for a single to bring the 150 up for Kent. 150 for 3 with 3 overs to go in the day.
Yeah, having said that, we thought maybe with Jacob Bethel getting through a few overs, it wouldn't be a half-6 finish. We're not even going to make half-6. It's going to go beyond that. It's been a slow end to the day. Some tired bodies out there, perhaps.
To be fair, I think they've done well to get to half-6, because at one stage we had, well, it's been a mammoth evening session, 43 overs when they returned at quarter to 4.
It's a good point. It has been a bumper session. As Ray bowls to Everson, and he flicks it in the air down towards long leg, one bouncing into the hands of Rushworth for a single. So Leaning will come back onto strike. I suspect I'll be trying to grab a word with the skipper at stumps. As Daniel Bell Drummond will play only a part in the game in the field, as Leaning comes through for a quick single. He originally was almost kind of ready to duck that one. The ball was jammed away on the leg side, and then Joey Everson called him through for a run. So Leaning 15, Everson 8. 152 for 3 and trailing by 112. So yeah, maybe I'll ask the skipper himself what he thought of his decision. He'll be too polite about it. But this one's off an outside edge and a tumbling stop by Ed Barnard. So I think we need to ask Harry Finch what he thought about his decision. His linger at the crease told the story. Jack Leaning's now waving at the Kent dressing room that he wants a new bat brought out to him. I think he reckons the handle might have gone. Just showing it to the umpire there, seen on the live stream. That's Ray Bowles. Oh, that's in the air, and it's a drop chance, a return chance for the bowler. Michael Ray stretching above his head as Joey Everson has effectively checked a drive back past him. But that was a chance.
Yeah, initially I thought it was a bump ball, but yeah, straight back to the right hand of Ray, and he almost actually parried it up to Davis at mid-on, coming around to his left.
Yeah, he almost did.
Would have just finished the day off nicely for Kent, wouldn't it? A miracle catch via a deflection.
Sajjad Singh runs off the field, having briefly come on to give Jack Leaning one of his spare bats. Nice blue grip. Noticed he had three bats brought out along with the one that he's replacing. Two have got blue grips and one have got white grips, so I don't know if there's any difference. Just as we see an action replay of the return chance for Ray as he now bowls to Leaning, pushed away into the offside. They'll get one, they'll get two in fact. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is almost tiptoeing after the ball. So one ball to go in the over. I'm going to get that 6:30 updates in for BBC Radio Kent, live right now on The Huddle, our Friday night sports show, 6 until 7. They'll be just finishing up all the Gillingham pre-match chat ahead of the game against Chesterfield tomorrow. It's an early kick-off actually, 12:30 start.
Oh, one of these silly things for television.
Yeah.
Lots of those lower league matches are pulled forward. So
Ray bowls to Leaning and it drops away into the hands of the short leg on the bounce. 2 overs to go at the end of the second day. Kent are 155 for 3.
And elsewhere, England have lost a wicket in the Test match. They are batting again, having bowled Sri Lanka out for 196, 23 for 1 in their second innings, lead by 254. Stumps at most of the other games in the Championship. Essex built their way up to 404, so a big lead over Worcestershire on first innings. And Worcestershire in their second innings are 2 without loss at the close. Also end of play at Trent Bridge. Surrey made 5-2-5 and Notts have replied with 144 for 3. Also the close of play down at Taunton where Somerset made 4-9-2 earlier on and Durham have replied with 272 for 6, so they trail by 220 and a long way to go to get back into that one. Still playing at Old Trafford where Hampshire are totally on top. They made 389 against Lancashire and the home side 182 for 8 in reply, struggling again with the bat, having lost heavily at Surrey last week and at the minute looking like relegation candidates, you have to say. Still playing at Cardiff where Glamorgan are making 424 for 7 in reply to Leicestershire's 251, so a big lead there. Colin Ingram with a double century. Here is Jacob Bethell to finish things off in the pavilion end, going into Everson, who's propping forward and playing out to mid-wicket for no run. Close of play at Headingley. Yorkshire made 601 for 6 declared earlier. Middlesex have replied with 141 for 4. And Hove has also still just about playing down there as Bethell steps in again. Forward is Everson playing to extra cover for no run. Sussex 607 for 8 declared. And Derbyshire 157 for 6 in reply. So Sussex at the moment on their way to a big victory to boost their chances of promotion. Bethell floats one up and this is flicked leg side by Everson. Gentle piece of timing, just be a single. Michael Ray's going across from mid-wicket towards the Hollies stand to collect. And they get one to take Everson up to 10, 156 for 3. Kent trailing by 108. was a slip and a silly point in for Leaning. But the silly point now goes to leg slip for Leaning, as this is fired in by Bethel, who covers up and plays out to extra cover. And a ball to go in the day for Jacob Bethel. Steps away from us, 2 deliveries, I beg your pardon. Covering up as Leaning, pushing out on the offside. Don't think I missed a no ball in there. No, I didn't. A few spectators making their way down from the old press box across from us. As Bethel now does step left arm round to complete the over, but a gentle turn away from the right-hander as this is pushed away towards backward point for no run. So that's Jacob Bethel's work done for the day. And at 156 for 3, we have an over to go. So the story of the day here at Edgbaston, Warwickshire came back holding all the aces. They resumed on 207 for 3, enjoyed a dominant session in a bit. They lost Jacob Bethel for 8, but then Ed Barnard and Will Rhodes shared a stand of 145 at the 5th wicket. And at 3-6-4 for 4, it looked as if Warwickshire were well set for a massive score. But when Barnard fell for 65, the Bears then lost 6 for 56 and were eventually bowled out for 420. But Will Rhodes did make 201. Here's the last over of the day. Michael Ray from the far end comes in to Everson, who pushes up to extra cover for no run. So 420 all out gave Warwickshire a lead of 264. And then in this Kent second innings, they lost Ben Compton very early on. He fell for just 7. But then Harry Finch and Daniel Bell-Drummond built nicely. Took the score to 123 for 1 before Daniel Bell-Drummond received what looks like a very tough LBW decision and fell for 78. As Ray bowls a bumper that loops down the leg side and Everson pays no attention to it. Safely ducks beneath. And then Harry Finch also appeared to get a rough decision. Going to pull a ball from Hannon Dolby. And the ball looked as if it came straight off his arm to slip. But he was given out, caught by Sam Hain. He fell for 38. And that puts Kent right on the back foot at the back end of this second day. 1 down, they were going very well with a partnership of over 100. But 1 at 5 or 6 for 3. We've got it all to do on the 3rd day of the game tomorrow. Michael Ray coming in with 4 catches around the bat, and Everson playing forward back to the bowler. Orthodox slip is in place. There's also a leg slip, then a forward short leg, a catching mid-wicket, and they've brought short leg coming across, sorry, deep square coming across to say the single now as well. Long leg is down to our left. There's a backward point, extra cover and a mid-on with 3 balls to go in the day. Ray moving in past umpire Hartley, back of the length and dabbed away by Everson to backward point. Ed Barnard is there and there is no run. So Kent with hope, Ben, but have it all to do tomorrow.
Yeah, less hope than they might have done if they still had Bell-Drummond or Finch there, unfortunately. But they've at least shown, you know, something in this back end of the second session and this final session in the day, because I think at lunchtime I was probably ready to go home and give up.
Ray in for the penultimate ball of the day, driven by Everson out to extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, there's always hope, and you never know. This Kookaburra ball can go very soft.
Yeah, I think what it would take is probably one of these two really digging in and getting a decent score, to Wandamiye's knee to be feeling better and him to kind of bat in the way that Bell-Drummond did and show some positivity. Grant Stewart and Stobo at 8 can certainly score some runs. So
here's the last ball of the day. Michael Ray from the city end moves in, and forward comes Everson to play out in front of point, And they're going to go through for a gentle single to end the day's play. It's been another enthralling one here at Edgbaston, where the game has moved quickly along and Warwickshire have remained firmly in charge ever since the first over of the day yesterday morning. Really, they've been firmly in charge of this game, and they end day 2 with Kent 157 for 3